Spartans! What is your profession?
As Philip II of Macedon was conquering Greek city-states left and right, Sparta was left alone. Philip had achieved a crushing victory, and Sparta was relatively weak and without wars. Philip sent a message to the Spartans saying, "If I invade Laconia, you will be destroyed, never to rise again." The Spartans replied with one word: if. When someone asked why they visited disgrace upon those among them who lost their shields, but did not do the same thing to those who lost their helmets or their breastplates, the Spartan king Demaratus is said to have replied, because the latter they put on for their own protection, but the shield for the common good of the whole line. Feel no fear before the multitude of men. Do not run in panic, but let each man bear his shield straight towards the four fighters, regarding his own life as hateful, and holding the dark spirits of death as dear as the radiance of the sun. Xerxes wrote to him, "It is possible for you not by fighting against God, but by ranging yourself to my side, to be the sole ruler of Greece." But he wrote in reply, "If you had any knowledge of the noble things in life, you would refrain from coveting others' possessions. But for me to die for Greece is better than to be the sole ruler over the people of my race." When Xerxes wrote again, "Hand over your arms," he wrote in reply, "Come and take them." Herodotus reports that just before the Battle of Thermopylae, a Spartan warrior named Dianakes was told that the Persian archers could blank out the sun with their arrows. He replied, "Good, then we shall have our battle in the shade." It was natural for Spartan women to think and speak as Gorgo, the wife of Leonidas, is said to have done. When some foreign lady, as it would seem, told her that the women of Lacedaemon were the only women of the world who could rule men. "With good reason," she said, "for we are the only women who bring forth men." An old man wandering around the Olympic Games looking for a seat was jeered at by the crowd until he reached the seat of the Spartans, whereupon every Spartan younger than him, and some that were older, stood up and offered him their seat. The crowd applauded, and the old man turned to them with a sigh, saying, "All Greeks know what is right, but only the Spartans do it." Let a man learn how to fight by first daring to perform mighty deeds, not where the missiles won't reach if he is armed with a shield, but getting in close where the fighting is hand to hand, inflicting a wound with his long spear or sword, taking the enemy's life, with his foot planted alongside a foot, and his shield pressed against shield, and his crest up against crest, and his helm against helm, and his breast against breast, embroiled in the action. Let him fight man to man, holding secure in his grasp haft of his sword or spear. Rise up, warriors. Take your stand at one another's sides, our feet set wide and rooted like oaks in the ground. Learn to love death's inky black shadow as much as you love the light of dawn. Here is courage, mankind's finest possession. Here is the noblest prize that a young man can endeavor to win. The Spartans are the equal of any men when they fight as individuals. Fighting together as a collective, they surpass all other men. Bias, caught in an ambush by Iphicrates, the Athenian general, and asked by his soldiers what was to be done, said, "What else except for you to save your lives, and for me to die fighting?" The walls of Sparta were its young men, and its borders the points of their spears. In answer to the man who sought to know why the Spartans used short daggers in war, Antalcidas said, "Because we fight close to the enemy." For the Spartans, it wasn't walls or magnificent public buildings that made a city. It was their own ideas. In essence, Sparta was a city of the head and the heart, and it existed in its purest form in the disciplined march of the hoplite phalanx on their way to war. In Sparta, mothers were said to say to their sons, "As a warrior of Sparta, come back with your shield, or on it." Asked what was the greatest benefit Lycurgus conferred on his countrymen, King Agesilaus replied, "Contempt of pleasure." In answer to some of the citizens who desired to know, how can we keep off invasion by armies, he said, "If you remain poor, and no one of you desires to be more important than the other." Alexander, the son of Eurycrates, when someone inquired why the Spartans did not amass money in the public treasury, so that those made guardians of it may not become corrupt. As he permitted citizens to only engage in that kind of athletic contest in which the arm is not held up, someone inquired what was the reason. He replied, "So that no one of the citizens shall get the habit of crying quits in the midst of hard struggle." In answer to a man who raised the question how anyone could possibly rule in safety without the protection of a bodyguard, Agesilaus said, "If one rules his subjects as fathers rule their sons." When his brother said to Teleclus that the citizens did not comport themselves towards himself as they did towards the king, although they were of the same family, but with much less consideration, he said, "The reason is, you do not know how to submit to injustice, and I do." When one of the elderly men said to Agis in his old age, inasmuch as he saw the good old customs falling into desuetude and other mischievous practices creeping in, that for this reason everything was getting to be topsy-turvy in Sparta, Agis said humorously, "Things are then but following a logical course if that is what is happening. For when I was a boy, I used to hear from my father that everything was topsy-turvy among them, and my father said that when he was a boy, his father had said this to him. So nobody ought to be surprised if conditions later are worse than those earlier, but rather wonder if they grow better, or remain approximately the same."
Are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying? There's no crying. There's no crying in
Foosball.
You fucking cried after 3 days in the fucking holding tank. Looked like a fucking pile of wet rags at court. You should see how I showed up to court after 3 days in the box with the light on.
Please, is there anything I can do, sir? Please. Does he look like a bitch? What? Don't do this to my wife, man. You don't know what you're doing to my family, man. Does he look like a bitch? Sir, please don't make me sleep in jail tonight, sir. Please. I'm begging.
We're not criminals.
They're gonna make me sleep in jail.
Continue. You were saying something about best intentions?
Josh has never been arrested for recording.
Okay, so that's him getting arrested, and then His friend here makes a phone call that I want to touch on.
I'm more than happy to take a peek at the title if you're willing to give it to me.
Yeah, I'm sure you are, but that's my thing. I'm not trying to give up
My apologies.
information.
I just thought you said you were willing to show it.
Right. It's important to get every single person and piece of property registered and identified with a state of and a corporate entity. We just gotta do it. It's gotta happen.
Questions like why I do what I do, why I am the person I am, and how you can't see that by coming up to a man and trying to identify him. Like a piece of plastic doesn't identify me. That's not me. I am me.
Why do we all pretend like it's better to exchange little plastic pieces to pretend that that means anything about who I am, that am is, or what I am, that am is, or what it's connected to? Better yet, right? So that is the greatest resource and source of order and co-creation. The little plastic pieces don't do it any justice.
This is like my personal journey.
Dude, it's crazy because if you would have just given me your name,
If you guys would adjust, right? This is your logic. This is the logic of a tyrant, right? This is the logic of a horrible parent. This is the logic of an authoritarian everywhere. If you would have just did everything that we told you and asked you, we wouldn't try to make your life harder and do loss, injury, and harm to you. That is the rallying cry of tyrants everywhere from the beginning of time. Go fuck yourself. You don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life. All you teachers, all you parents, all you authoritarians, all you false prophets, you don't get to tell us what we're going to do and be in life at the expense of rolling up your sleeves and doing harm, like the Tao says. You know, all you subjective moralists, all you solipsists, who you and your dogma is the only thing in creation that actually exists that you can confirm.
But say, if I would have just complied, if I would have just done what she wanted, maybe that'd be better for me. Nah, if you would just maybe listen to what I'm saying, maybe it'd be better for you. Maybe, just maybe you're making a mistake. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this to people. Maybe you're like security guard for someone you don't even know. You're a security force for an invisible entity. You're working for, you don't know, you might be working for the devil.
Stop telling other motherfuckers who may be born and may be meant to be here at this time to influence all of us to do better and be better and have better, to just stop and just shut up and just go away. You're ahead of the game. No, fuck that. It's called free expression. It's called getting really real with ourselves and each other. It's called gambling, cosmic gambling on the truth and on faith. You didn't just hear him? You didn't just hear him? He said he's waiting for the day, just like I am, when they actually can show me that they can hurt me.
Just so you know, you should be cooperative in that way. Does that make sense?
But let's see, we can disagree.
That you have.
To submit, comply, and obey. I don't have a responsibility to submit and comply and obey to you guys. I don't. I have an authority to God, and I have an authority to my spirit. Like, so you guys, it doesn't matter what you guys do. Like I said, you guys could take me to jail. I only get better and level up from this stuff. You guys have never hurt me yet. I'm waiting to see when you guys can hurt me. When you guys take me to jail, when you guys try to do something to hurt me, it never works. You guys never teach me a lesson. You guys are never going to come up to my car and say, and then later on be like, okay, I'm going to give you the ID this time because I went to jail that time. I'm telling you guys, man, and this ain't just about me and my dirty ass in this car. I'm speaking a truth that's beyond me in this fucking car and my goofy presentation.
all right. So, Mr. No Name, we're gonna go with it. I want you to know what we legally are allowed to do, and then I want to proceed with what we're going to. And today we're gonna serve you by just calling it good as is and leave it alone and hope we don't have any later run-ins. How's that sound?
You guys do, all three of you, like your energy, like I deal with officers in situations like this, and our people do too. Like I mess with your energy. Like, even though you guys, we might not be connected, like you guys could do things to me. Like, even the language, like we could like cause loss, injury, or harm to you, but we're just not going to. That's how it is to me and my people.
It's us enforcing the laws thereof. Yes.
Right, but we as human beings to one another,
yeah.
Like we all come from families, we're all brothers and sisters.
Right.
That's the kind of how I looked at it. Like we don't even get along with our own families a lot. So like, we're at the dinner table and we're having a discussion about something. That's how I look at it. And you guys are saying we can legally do this, we can legally do that, but we got to get back to the spirit of our gut instincts. It doesn't matter what's on all these papers.
So this needs to be said. I'm doing this broadcast today specifically for this message because I'm sure I've gone into it in the past, but not nearly as much as I could or should. So in that intro, and I know I'm going to get emotional, and that's okay, right? Because I'm proving the difference here, organically, authentically. In that intro, I said to Mr. DeCastro, or about him, I said, there's no crying in this, right? And that's not true. There is crying in this. There is feelings in this, okay? And I'm going to lay it out for you. So it was the fake crying that I was getting on you about, trying to curry favor with these people who you say are a part of taking everything that's good and great from us and our people, okay? And when I come here, okay, out of the blue, on an authentic, organic journey, with very few, but pretty much one other person in my life at this time when I started all this, I see these folks show up here, okay, not know anything about me. He come off as an asshole, one of the head clowns around here with what I was willing to entertain or be a part of. But still, to look at the parts of what I'm doing that's redeemable and know that we all need to do and be that for ourselves and each other. I've experienced more love here. I've experienced more love here and care and bond in truth and rights and freedoms with a lot of you than I have with my own family and the people that were supposed to mean the most to me. So I want to say I'm egotistical and arrogant and I don't feel and I don't care and I don't love and I don't keep it real. There's no keeping it more real than this right now, okay? So I feel it needed to be said. I feel I don't show it and talk about it as much as I could and should. And I'm sure that the majority of my yelling and screaming in an attempt to keep us practicing courage and inspiration makes it such that the connections I may have here are not as fostered as much as they could be, because I'm not letting myself feel as much as maybe I could, right? So I knew coming on here today that if I talked about this, I was going to get sentimental, and I don't care if they're going to say I'm a punk coward and all the rest of it. When the time comes to stand on and do what's true and what's right, we do what's true and what's right. And it doesn't mean we don't feel along the way, right? And it doesn't mean it's because it's a test and a challenge, and there's loss at times, and pain, and fears, and what seems like abandonment, that this purpose and this meaning and these values and principles do seem to be important, right? And do seem to be valuable and powerful because of what they can give way to and allow us to be a part of an experience. So, yeah, I just wanted to express that, and I wanted to challenge myself to be vulnerable in a public environment, and to show real and raw emotion that's based on sadness and pain and disappointment, but also our tears of joy, right? Because again, as paradoxical as this realm is and this time is, it's the best of times and it's the worst of time in so many ways. Fuck what anyone thinks if they don't understand passion, cries, and compassion. No, man, listen, I can't hate the player or the game because there are times where folks may show real emotion for whatever that's worth, and I may judge it and evaluate it and be dismissive about it, right? Because it's not me feeling it. So, again, yeah, there are certain times in my walk and my journey where I got to let it all go. I either got to let it all out or let it all go to either be or get back whatever is meant for me, right? And And when God and the experience and the journey comes forth with the people, places, and things that have been meant for me, I know that we're right on time. I know that there are no mistakes here. I know that separate from my will and my perspectives and what I believe to be my own understanding. And I'll quote somebody who around here is, an interesting character. Something bigger is going on here. I don't think that there's any denying that. What's puzzling us, I guess, is the nature of the game, right? As one of the arguably best songs in history, right? Not only God of creation, but the creature or the archetype or the aspect of self in creation that we call Lucifer. The aspect of self that thinks that it can do it bigger and better than God and its law itself, right? And of course, for all of us, it's a fool's errand. And one thing we know about the human experience is everybody plays the fool sometimes. So, snafu snaps creature. In my experience, adults replace crying with lying. Well, yeah, we've spent our time on these panels. We know that in life, again, we could harken back to some great philosophers, psychologists or psychiatrists. I always get those two confused. It's hard for me to distinguish the difference. I would suspect that the majority in both fields are crackpots and frauds. They're not really caring people who love what they do, who really want to seek the truth and want to know, even at the expense of putting themselves and their experience on the chopping block, right? There's few people in any field who are willing to go all the way instead of just do it their way or do it the way they've been told, right? Very few folks really care enough to give everything up to be given everything back. We know that. So typically, and again, this may just be my traumatized, guarded aspect of me that comes up with people who've betrayed me over and over again, who are closest to me. But I will continue to quote and then use the last 5 years and other events in supposed governance as correlation that we are literally surrounded by liars and cowards pretending to be good or great. Okay. And again, the results show that on every level. And it's precisely because of that dynamic that was revealed to me that I've decided to hold myself to some sort of standard. Right? So this is not a Paulie special and different. He's above it all. Paulie has become aware of, he believes, an idea or an experience that's above all of us. And that if we shoot for that or attempt to conjure that or co-create with that, our lives seemingly becomes a little bit freer, becomes a little bit better, becomes a little bit deeper in the connection and the bond, right? Versus the shallow materialism and the day-to-day habituations and other kind of meaningless endeavors where we find our connection points. And again, maybe that's just my inability to love as a romantic or emotional notion. And therefore, I need some kind of a larger purpose or meaning or set of principles or values in order to even form bonds with other human beings. I totally have been open to that and challenged that and questioned that. And I still speculate on that. How much of me as me is authentically virtuous and how much of me has had to try to practice virtue because the core of me is damaged and broken and isn't like everybody else. And that's when I lean on scripture, right? God uses the least among us. And hopefully, faithfully, that's not a cope, that's not denial, that's not delusion. And I want to believe that some of my results in the world, while not necessarily living of it, and some of the people, places, and things that show up here in other places are evidence of that. I want to believe that, and I do believe that. And I guess as time goes forward, we will all learn more and have more revealed. That's what makes this somewhat interesting and exciting, I guess. So, I got the clap from the hooker you bought me last week. I can't do nothing nice around here. Can't do anything good around here. People say they want to be enslaved. They got free will. They want to do what they want to do. They say they sound like me. I say, okay, fair enough. If you want to know how to do everything right, fuck everything up first. So what do you want? And then they go, we want a hooker. And I go, all right, I'll help you out. Then they get the clap and it's my fault, right? man, I tried to help you get what you want in life, what you believe you want and need in life, based on what you said. Turns out that's not what you want and need in life. That's a story we know well here, right? So sorry for the hooker, sorry for the clap, but I was just facilitating. I thought I was helping. Paul has his own path to travel. Well, yes and no, right? Yes, sometimes some places. No, sometimes some places, right? So this is somewhat situationally context dependent, and choice based, right? For everyone involved. So, because see how I see it is, we all have the same path to travel in a certain way. If not, we may have different paths to travel, but we're all intuitively, innately, whether we believe it or want to know it or not, are seeking or wanting for the top of the mountain, as an idea, right? Whatever that means. And then we can discuss what that means. We can discuss if that's just my will to power, right? I contend as a point of contention, which is a great place to start to create an argument potentially and then get to the truth. I contend that all human beings to some extent have a will to power. And most, people who practice fake modesty and goodness will say, no, not me. I don't have a will to power. And I will proceed to ask them 10 questions and point out what they do in their life. And all that will be revealed on some level is that all human beings have some level of will to power. The question is, how or where do we derive that power? And what is the will to be done? And what are the results of that will once it's done, right? The age-old question that I don't think is all the time asked that way. Right? The implications are there, but it's not asked that way, right? It's not. I haven't seen or heard it much, if ever, put forth that way or debated from that perspective. So I think that's what opens the door to this dualistic idea in this realm that is communicated in Scripture, that our job is to not use our free will to do our will. Our job is to use the free will God gave us to understand what the will of God in creation is and do that. And then we will receive the blessings, the grace, the mercy, and the miracle, right? The miraculous, the mysterious will start to show itself in our lives. And I don't really believe that. I've experienced that on various different levels. And I have the testimony of others who do the same, right? So after a certain point, it just becomes witnessing that, experiencing that, the glory of God and how it works in mysterious ways. And then bearing witness and testimony to that for other beings, right? And this is where I believe the original religionists got their rubric for how to live. Now, of course, most endeavors that are group-based or collectivist get off the mark and become something completely different than what they started off as. But I think there are certain thematics that are present in all people and in all groups. And by observing these thematics and reverse engineering the system's dynamics to get to the implications, the intention, and then going back to the results, we can deduce objectively right from wrong here in this simulation, and then do it and be it and have better, right? Live in abundance and prosperity, even if at times we find ourselves technically alone, if that makes sense. As Bear Juice says, Paul has to go on his own walk at times, right? Down the same path that we all do, right? Because I can walk with you on the path, but my journey is my journey. Your journey is your journey. Even if we walk side by side on the same path, we may see things differently and experience things differently. But either way, you could argue, all along, we know in the back of our minds, we're both headed to the same destination, proverbially, right? And we're probably going to face a lot of the same tests and challenges and hurdles along the way on that same, if not similar, path. There's also a better view once we get to the top of the mountain, right? The higher you are, the further you can see. The closer you are to the sun, the greatest light of the world, right? But it's a bit hotter up there, less forgiving. There isn't as much air. We can get into the 5 elements this place, and I could do a whole bit on that. We can correlate that. But I want to get to Snafu Snaps, I think, right now. Snafu Snaps, are you down there? Because I need to use you, okay? There isn't necessarily a problem in this world if we use each other, right? Using isn't necessarily a problem if we, quote unquote, use ourselves and each other for the right things, okay? And of course, folks are immediately going to say, that's subjective. And on some level, they may be correct. Everything is true in some sense, false in some sense. And that is the gateway to enlightenment, right? Is the reconciliation of the paradoxical. Questions, comments, concerns. Never put my links down there. Link to the broadcast or call in. And of course, that's 602-730-0122. Okay. And if my neighbor wants to call again, I got it. You got a package for me and all the rest of it. Snafu, if you can, please come up here. I want to use you if you're willing. And I'm not trying to cajole you or coerce you in any way. This has to be something that you're willing to do. If you're not, I can get willing, and or there's someone else out there, I'm sure, will be called either by God or the devil. I'm not interested in what their intention is in this venue. Let me be clear. Okay? Do my Obama. Let me be clear that we're going to do a deep dive into me because I'm interested and entertained by me, quote unquote, is how it looks, and that's fine. We can run with that. I know that that's a trigger point, and that's okay. I'm fascinated and excited and entranced and enthralled by I am that am, which me is having the experience of, along with the law, right? If that makes sense for the rest of you who get what I'm doing. Snafu Snaps and others out there, because I'm going to just speak out into the crowd, and I'm going to have faith that if this is meant to be under God, that God and or the devil, for whatever purposes it or they, the archetype, the energy, thinks it would be useful, right? The expand and contract modality of creation, right? Like my intestines right now, everyone's intestines right now are doing this. Everyone's lungs are doing this. There is some energy, frequency, modality, or standard here of expand, contract, enlighten, darken. So either side is welcome at this point. I don't mind, because the truth is the truth. I want somebody to do a deep dive into my background. If we need to pay for it, I'll pay for it. I'll discharge the debt with legal tender, backed by nothing. Because I have folks who keep perpetuating this doubt, and I appreciate them for it. Because even in the scripture, one of the most poignant events that people oftentimes look over, I would suspect, is the upper room with Jesus analogy, right? Where doubting Thomas was the only one who ever got close enough and put his hand in the wound of Jesus. Okay, and no, that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm evoking Jesus because I'm mad and I have a wound and was resurrected and all this. This is all allegorical. The story of Jesus is a story about power and value systems, spiritual faith versus fear, and a whole bunch of other systems dynamics about how creation works. So you could argue the doubters, the naysayers, the adversaries are actually some of our greatest teachers and testers, because they bring forth the truth indirectly. Okay? So I'm thanking you for being a part of that in my life, rather than playing the victim, as so many have before, and as I would have in a past life. But I've had the revelation now, so I believe I'm saved on some level, if that makes sense. Please come forth. We're going to do a deep dive into my background, and we're going to get every case from every local town, every state court, every federal interaction. I only have one federal case so far. That was thrown out. So, yeah, there should be, I would think, Snafu Snaps and many others here talk about FOIAs and electronic digital experience and all the tools of the trade and what's possible and available. And I know that the Welsh folks, the ex-government agents, already did a piece of this back in the day, and we did a broadcast on it. I may rebroadcast that at some point, just for the record. But I would like to do an addendum
with and to that, right? I'd like to do the whole thing because I think that it would be important for the record and for the people witnessing who need to be potentially inspired to step out in faith, to do the next right thing and uphold the law of the land and exercise their rights and become men and women again instead of feudal serf slaves. It would be poignant and inspiring for them, for me to go over all the official documentation and everything that's on the record concerning me in the courts, because I admittedly so have not done a great job at logging all that and presenting it and/or presenting it. There's literally been a couple videos of court interactions that are in one of my old phones sitting in the warehouse somewhere in between me moving 3 times. Never uploaded them. Okay. I would prefer to get even better than audio and video. Potentially, I would prefer to get transcripts. This way it's in black and white. Everything's there. We can reenact it or we could just go over it. Okay. So again, I will take accountability, responsibility. I'll be clear here and I will be thankful and grateful not only for the light workers here who are part of some meaning and purpose and principles and values that we share here. And I'm being thankful and grateful for the workers of iniquity. Okay. Who you can argue are indirectly allowing me to become more equitous. Because, hey, if Paulie Boy believes that God believes that we should all stand for what's true and what's right and be free, well, then Paulie Boy should bring as much to the table as he can to extol the virtues of that idea and to present the facts of the experience. Right? So I can get on board with that. I am getting on board with that. I will ask folks to go ahead and do that. Reach out to me. My contribution links are up there, and next to them is email. Some of you may know that. I always have to remind people of these things because they literally will get in the comment section at times and say, we don't see the anywhere to contact you or contribute or anything like that. So go ahead and email me and give me what it's going to cost to have whatever public servant out there gather all of our documents, videos, transcripts, court appearances, and all the rest of it, so we can put it on record and substantiate I am that am in the form of me, like we do with many others here who are I am that am in the form of them, right? We can substantiate this walk and this journey in something factual, in some firsthand experience. Right? I'm supporting that, I'm promoting that, and I'm thanking you folks for indirectly promoting me to support that. Snafu Snaps is here. Snafu Snaps, your thoughts on any of that?
Oh, then I'm here. Data wants to get audited, and Snafu Snaps is down.
So how big of a bitch was I earlier when I allowed myself to go into my heart space and feel my emotions and
honestly,
cry in front of everybody?
I knew you were emotional.
Keto pogo?
No, I knew you were emotional because I saw what transpired, and I'll put on record. I emailed Paul privately, and I said, I saw how you went in there, and you were humble and
you can
authentic.
talk about it if you want to a limited degree, but please don't mention names and locations.
Okay,
I
said I saw how you were authentic versus the non-authentic. That's all I'll say. And that's why I knew why you were emotional and real. And that's why I said
it's not why because of that. It's not why because of that. But
you said something that hit me live publicly.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Are the most important. And Daddy fucking is teaching us some shit. I told him publicly. I said he's the motherfucker I'd want in my foxhole. Fuck all these others. Whether me and Daddy have issues all the time or don't. Blah blah. If I were to choose anyone in my foxhole, that'd be Dada, and they know why. So I mean, that's all I got to say.
The Dada thing. I know you're saying it to trigger people and because it's funny, but it does get, it can get a little bit weird and cringy, and that's why I do
have an idea. I know many.
Be all the way real with me, Snafu. We're not going to spontaneously combust. If you all just say, "Hey, Paul, listen, I have some love for you, or I'm endeared to you because of the cause, and I know we need it, and whether we agree or not." This is a unifying force for humanity, right? I don't think any of us can deny that. That's why it's so important and valuable to me.
I was thinking about it yesterday. You bring the entertainment value plus the obviously drama cell value to the serious, real value of world stage being implemented. You bring it all together. There's no one else doing that. There's people like me, journalists, but you're in your own realm. And what I saw today is I saw disrespect.
You're not going to say no one else is doing that. There are very few doing that.
Very few. That's what I'm saying.
Very
and what
few.
I saw was
such a
disrespect.
paltry few that it's embarrassing when I look around and I survey the field and the scene, right? And I'm not just saying that because this will be taken as, oh, Paul has him on and now he's going to suck his feet today and we're going to do a praise Paul session. No, I genuinely mean when I arrived here in this realm of YouTube and started getting in touch with all your top content creators and people started inviting me on to Mark Passio and other places. And then I found out everyone's dirty little secret. They don't want Paulie Boy on because they know Paulie Boy's going to ask him the question to lead to the answer of what they're not doing and why their broadcast is a fraud. That's why I tell you, don't meet your heroes and your idols. I never had heroes and idols, but I had some people I had some respect for who I thought were walking this shit. And it turns out.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. And those who stand by you, stand for you because of the cause we see within you. And it's not just you. It's the world stage is being set. And those motherfuckers better brace on because their little Me Too beta cuck field is going to get destroyed.
Not going away,
what's
man.
coming.
Not going
what's coming
away,
in this
and
world
people,
is going to get destroyed, bro. I'm saying that.
People are a little too comfortable back in their new normal slavery for my liking. The devil in me says, you motherfuckers are a little too comfortable around here.
For daddy. So I have a program right here that I could send you right this second. It's free, but it does charge you. But the free version will pull up a lot of shit on you and your family. And it's a public access record. And what you could do is maybe you could use this publicly. We could just look at your records together of what, and then you could see how much it is, and we could just raise it together.
I'm saying, bro, I'll pay you, right? Like,
well, no, I'm gonna send it. I want to send it to you because you don't need to pay me. I got you free, homie.
Okay.
And what I'm saying, I'm gonna send it to you right now. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna send it, and you could use it now. You could use it whatever. And I have other resources other than this one. This one is a good tool, and I almost feel dangerous giving it to you, but not really.
Yeah, because let me be clear, right?
You're the type of person I would give this to.
I had at least 2 cases on Denver where I showed up to the first hearing, the arraignment, and I told them either in live voice, viva voce, or with an affidavit, my fucking claim with a signature on the bottom, that I will not be presenting at your venues anymore, right? So I just moved. I went on with my life, right? You know, we got the report from Homeland Security or whatever when they stopped me from going from Colorado to Arizona. Now, I've never really talked about this, but let me be candid about like how fucking clever I am, right? I knew DHS when they had me in interrogation was asking me where I was going because they were going to hit me with federal charges for bringing guns and drugs across state lines. I knew why they were asking me. I never answered directly, but I'm not trafficking. So I literally had to go on a limb of, yeah, I got guns and drugs and under the common law, there's no other claimant on the other side and there's no loss, injury, and harm. And because I'm not a United States citizen on record, I'm an American national, you have no jurisdiction to regulate me, just like the Native Americans. We all have the articles from the federal government themselves. Native Americans have a legal relationship with the federal corporation, but they are not considered legally subservient. That's why they can do their rituals and take peyote and fuck bitches and get money and whatever the fuck else you people want to do and think you're supposed to do. It doesn't matter to me. I'm pointing out the truth here and how we've been lied to and deceived. Bro, and how it all correlates. Okay.
Say, when you okay. Honestly,
so let me finish, Nafu, real quick. Just let me finish.
All right.
I know you're excited, and I don't mind having you here to talk truth and whatever, even though I catch shit for it.
Check your email right now. You got what you want.
Okay,
and
thank you.
This is free, and then you could add money to it.
Let me finish now. Let me finish and get back to it because I ramble. I never get back to the point I'm trying to make. I'm so my own way at times. There's just so much that comes up as images and experiences in my brain. So after they let me go on $1 bond with no signature, and I didn't even give them $1, and there was a felony on that paper, right? That is beyond miraculous and mysterious for many on here, and I get it. And they literally asked me, how did that happen? And you know how real I am? I said, I don't know, because I don't. All I know is what I told them, what I did and didn't do, and then went off to the rest of my life. And I've even told you folks, now, the longer we get out in time, the less I believe it's possible. But I told you folks, I wouldn't be surprised if they keep letting me go because they're doing a federal investigation on me. And if they find something worth bringing the house down on me, you're going to know about it. Because they're going to swoop in at some point and say, yeah, remember all them state and local interactions you had that you no longer had warrants on? They just went away. It's because we cleared the board for you, dummy. Because we wanted to see you make your own bed and lie in it. Because typically with psychology, if you study criminology or psychology, sociology, if you let somebody do whatever they want to do and get away with it forever, they eventually do what they've always wanted to do and destroy themselves. So I don't necessarily deny that the good ones may be protecting me and allowing me to move forward, because when they interview me, I just go rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. What am I doing that you're not doing? And you're a servant of me. And they never have an argument. Can't argue it. I've had DHS tell me, you know what? We kind of agree with you. We just want to know what you're doing on YouTube, acting a fool, running around town with guns and drugs and all this. And I go, it's simple. This is how I live my life. I live free. I cause no harm to nobody. And under God, I have a right to have all this. You have it all, and you're my servant. So if you ain't got a claimant on the other side, you know the rules, guys. The rules of court, the rules of the law. You got to let me go because you got no jurisdiction. You got no contract. And I didn't do any wrong, as has been defined for thousands of years. And your code doesn't apply to me. Okay? So when I meet people now, like on here, and I'm not going to name names, and they say, we can't believe we looked up your record and you had 8 ounces of weed, 7 ounces more than you were supposed to, an eighth of mushrooms, an AK-47, an AR-15, 1,000 rounds of ammo, bulletproof vests, and they said you tried to bribe a cop. I go, but did you go to the second or third page that we found in there? There's an affidavit from the cop, and he lied in the affidavit. What do you think the administrator didn't want to try me and bring me to court for? Because I'm going to sue everybody and have yous all lying on record. See? Yous all think you want to believe that because you're pigeonholed in life that you are everywhere else, right? And that it's automatically that way. No, judge is not going to risk his career for some lying dumbass officer on the ground who doesn't even know he's not fit to make legal determinations. They're not trained to do that. That's the administrator's job. You think administrator's going to risk his whole career litigating Paulie boy and what I know and what I'll put on paper when you got a cop lying in the affidavit, seizing property without a warrant, not reading you your rights? And I could go down a list of legal procedure issues that they are not meeting. So like, I just get fruit of the poisonous tree. Oh, you know the rules of court. If I find somewhere in your testimony where you're bad faith and dishonorable once, we strike everything from the record. You know the rules of court. So try me. Because at the end of the day, the only thing standing in the way of these motherfuckers cowering before the truth is you bitch-ass motherfucking slaves showing up to court with the truth and history on your side and putting it in their face and asking them, are you going to do loss and harm to me now? Are you going to do wrong to me when there's no one on the other side and you haven't followed any of your proper process and procedure? Are you? Go ahead and do it in front of the world. Go ahead. I'll be right in the company of that being that we read scriptures about. They don't get it. These people don't get how powerful that archetypal experience and journey and story is, and how it'll literally move these cowards right off the bench at times. They come here and talk about, they cut me off at court, they did this, they did that. They never did that to me. So they must believe me.
If I may for just a second, honestly,
Go
what
ahead,
I've
sir.
seen,
Did I ever get
honestly,
to my
what I
point?
saw today?
I never got to my point. Okay, I'll let you right back in. My point was, I don't know how this shit happened after a certain point, because I had warrants from not presenting and they got quashed. And when the feds and other states and other people came in, they can't believe it either. And when you go to the record, it shows all of why that is, because I'm sound in my status and standing in position and the facts on record. And these people don't want it with me. They don't want to touch me with a 10-foot pole. And if I was them, I wouldn't either, because I got nothing fucking better to do in this life than do a bid, study at the law library even more, come out and whoop you again with your own process and procedure in your own institutions. I am the Marshall Mathers Eminem of legal lawful. Tell me my mom is a whore. Tell me I'm on drugs. Tell me this, that, and the third. Now what, Clarence? Now we're going to get to the facts and who and what we all are and what the fuck we're doing here today. Right? Right. And that's why they make movies about shit like this. It's beyond a movie script. It's palpable. It's eternal. It's spiritually right there. It's in our bones. It's at the core of our beingness. For me, anyway. I don't know what the experience is for the rest of you. Many folks out here need a padded cell. They need 1,000 codes to regulate them because they aren't even aware of the presence of God and the eternal truth that's been revealed to us over and over again on every land across this world. Whether it's flat or round, we all have had the same experience and the same truth revealed to us, and it's about what we do with it now. The judgment's about what we do with what we already know now. Who's going to be on the right side of history and on the Akashic record as a free man under God, and who's going to be here serving the devil and sucking that state's dick and paying for the privilege? Excuse me. Go ahead, Snafu Snaps. I put you out because I just keep ranting and rambling and never get back to my own fucking point.
I'm pretty passionate too, dude, because I saw what happened and I'm seeing what happened. And I think it's just a disrespect because, like I said, if I'm really thinking about like platforms right now, pogos, non-pogos, and then I see like these little grifter fucktards and these fucktards that when shit really goes down, there's nothing. When shit goes down, they're going to try and grift off the stories and stuff. But when communities like yours and others out there, they're going to come for the knowledge and for the fucking safety of like-mindedness.
They don't get it. I'm on their side. I'm on their side. Tell me why the court lets Paulie Boy have drugs and guns and keep moving and talking.
Look at your email right now, and look what. Let's look it up right now. Let's do a background check on Paul.
Did I sign? Who did I testify on? Who do I know? Who did I pay off? By the way, I never got to it. In that charge for bribing an officer in the affidavit, the dunce who destroyed their whole case literally wrote there, Paul Unslaved then said, he turned to me and said, quote, if you arrest me here today and interfere with my property and rights, I will sue you from here to kingdom come. And if I can get it done in federal court, I'm going to have you put in fucking jail. That's what I told the cop. That's not a bribe. That's a fucking promise. Okay. And it's only because I'm so forgiving and also lazy and not ambitious to make money and to stomp you fucking cowards that I just went out my life and didn't sue you. I've had a half a dozen of you dismissed already at court on the defensive side. And I just say, hey, I got the experience. Hey, this is great. I'm high on life. I don't need a bag off this, but I've missed the opportunity to whoop yous all on the offensive side, get a big bag, and then buy a whole bunch of entertainment pieces to trigger you and put it in everybody's face. Because that's what yous all want, really, right? That's what it's all really about. With most of these people in and of the world, they want to see me not only do the impossible on the defensive side, they want to see me learn process and procedure without going to court, whip these people, and then buy a Porsche and ride around and say, suck my dick, I'm better than you. While they tell me how ignorant and arrogant and narcissistic I am, while I sit here yelling and screaming every day, trying to inspire people to empower and inspire themselves and live free and be an American again with the rest of us, right? It's not what they want. That's not the entertaining part, right? So I get it. And again, that's why I haven't been more successful, because in the world and of it, I'm not motivated and ambitious for success and to prove shit. This all just comes back to one simple idea. From day one, you ain't going to tell me what the fuck I'm going to do. And the minute you tell me that that's what I'm going to do, I start thinking about how I'm not going to do it. Okay? All boils down to what they once labeled me with back in middle school, oppositional defiance disorder. The first time I questioned a teacher or my parents or anyone else and asked them, what makes you think you could tell me what to do in this life? And then two-parter, what makes you able to effectuate that? And you know what they told me? You know what they told me? They had the nerve to tell me, you're going to do what we say because it's the way we've always done things. And if you don't, we're going to harm you or punish you till you do. Oh, really? So you're admitting you're dishonorable, bad faith, violent people. I want nothing to do with you now. You got to kill me.
Well,
that's what I told my parents and the teachers and everyone else in so many different ways over and over again. And that's what made me crazy, don't you know? The fact that I'm one of the few, if not only ones I've ever met, who's not willing to be narked on, gaslit, manipulated, controlled, and be a pet dick-sucking slave. Yeah. The only thing that'll get you a diagnosis of absolutely crazy and uncivil. Right. More manipulation, more gaslighting. Just the majority of motherfuckers have no heart oriented toward truth and justice. That's all that is. And you got someone here who does.
Let's run your
whether he
shit
can
right now.
love
I
or
just sent it
not.
to you. I just sent it to you.
Snafu. I got you. I can't do it on the air, sir.
Okay, but yeah, actually, I don't want you to because I want you to not give that tool publicly. If you got to show it, please blur out like the tool. I mean, it's a public tool, but if they're too stupid to really know where to look for these tools, I don't think they deserve them. Because this is how I find out your mama's mama's mama. All right, this is how I like, and there's many tools out there. Yeah, I just gave you the power of power, bro.
Mama's mama.
Yeah, I just gave you the power. I gave you the power to find the mama's mama.
Do you know I'm writing a? Well, I'm not. I can't even say the album. The name of the album. Indirect promotion. But I'm writing up my next album's coming soon. Life Coach Volume 2.
Oh shit! Are you gonna at least put like a demo out there? Do we get a demo?
I gave a demo somewhere else, but nobody heard it because it was on a loser broadcast. But maybe. Maybe I could, I guess.
Fair
it's
enough.
Mostly for comedic purposes.
You have one of the tools. If you need more tools, I have more accessible to you. Just let me know.
Were you charged with felonies in the past? LOL. Makes it even better if so. Yes. I've had one felony charge. They tried to stick a charge on me of a felony when I got arrested with DHS. They pushed it. It's so funny how these people deal with me. They came in, asked me questions, then walked away. Then they came in with a paper and went like this, like we were doing a real estate deal. They slid it in front of me. I go, "What's this?" "That's what you charged." I go, "Okay." I looked it over. I go, "Well, this is all bullshit, and it's very easily sort of dismantled and beaten. But what's the issue with the possession of a firearm by a felon?" Right? They had that little ditty on there. They go, "What do you mean? You ain't a felon?" I go, "No. Where are you getting this from? You guys can't even get your own shit straight." So then they took the paper, walked away, came back, slid it in front of me, and there was the same charges on there minus possession of firearms by a felon. So yes, the felony was attempting to bribe an officer. The administrator, I would have to guess, looked at the affidavit the officer attached, laughed his ass off, and then looked at my history of how I do courting and said, "There's no way I'm touching this kid. There's no way I'm rolling around with this gorilla in the mud." Because it just can't go well for you. You're just going to get up smelling like gorilla and being covered in mud, and still have to deal with the truth, right? So, yeah, I have to, again, I want to get all the documents because there's so many of them. I typically do the similar, if not the same thing every time, and it's worked. But I might have in that situation invoked the affidavit. I might have put my own notice on file and then somewhere on the notice put a square and then within the box wrote, "See attached affidavit where officer lies," because I got the paperwork in the cell before we went to court. Another thing that they'll say they can't do for you. No, if you go to any jail and they're legitimate, they have to give you pen and paper to make a claim. They have to show you your charges and they have to give you some form of discovery at some point, how they're going to move court on you. If not, another violation of proper process and procedure. Got him again. Dereliction of duty. So, again, it's so easy to beat these people because how do you know they're lying? Their mouths and their hands are moving. And all you got to do is point that out. And that's how you dismantle a case at court. Just prove that the person bringing the complaint is lying on top of the fact that there's no valid verified claim or claimant and that there's nobody who can take the stand because the charging instrument says state of Colorado. Will you bring in the accuser, please? Let me look here. Bring in the accuser, Mr. and Mrs. State of Colorado. Yeah, go ahead and take the bench because we're going to cross-examine and/or we're going to I need to hear in open court you swear in and say what I did wrong. Oops. Can never be done. See how easy that was? I could do that about 10 different ways with the court. Just that one fact right there makes it impossible to understand the courting process and voluntarily move forward. It makes it impossible for them to do it legitimately. I'm not saying they won't steamroll you and roll you over. If they think that, you may be right, but you ain't going to sue them or do nothing about it later and they don't give a fuck. They may just say, "That's great. You're totally right. And we're going to do whatever we want anyway." Not saying that won't happen and does happen all day, every day. I'm saying you'd be surprised how often we could get a result at court if we just tried and understood what the fuck was going on. And we've proven that over and over again, right? So, yeah, when they looked at the affidavit, I'm sure the administrator laughed his head off, because literally right there, to be observed by everyone, is the officer swearing that I bribed him, and then in his testimony admitting I never bribed him. A bribe is when you say, hey, bud, if you just let me go, I'll give you $50. Hey, bud, if you just let me go, I'll suck dick like you, because I'm a satanic slave. Right? Right? Yeah, he thinks that's funny, but that's the truth. That's not a bribe. When a man gives you lawful notice, that's honor and good faith. It's honor and good faith. I'm telling you, if you interfere with my property and rights, and I have the will after this, and I get away from this, and I still am willing, I'm going to sue you. And I'm going to take whatever is not nailed down for compensation. It's not a bribe. That's honorable lawful notice that you transgressed and you stepped over the line. You're interfering with property and rights, and therefore you're breaking the fucking law. And I don't care what codes you're enforcing to break the damn law. At one point in time on this land, they had a code you could take a black man as property. Okay? That's unlawful. You're interfering with somebody's property and rights and freedom. I don't care how many codes you write up and make it legal. It's unlawful. See how that works? Can't give someone a license to do something that's unlawful. Interfering with a man's property and rights and freedom of movement on this land is unlawful. There is no legality or license that allows you to do that with impunity. It is completely illegitimate, and I don't care how many tards you stack up to repeat that they can either. Doesn't mean nothing to me, doesn't mean nothing to the administrator at court, and it doesn't mean nothing to the prosecutors who go off camera and hide and never address me, because they know I got them. See? I ain't in the room with you. You're in the room with me. And more importantly, God and the truth. Your arch nemesis. Right? Not necessarily your arch nemesis. Your greatest inspiration. We see a lot of those dynamics around here, don't we? The people they say they don't like and hate, actually some of their greatest inspirations. So God, realistically, and God's law, is the devil and the legal system's greatest inspiration. Look, Daddy. We do it just like you down here. We have our code and our rules. We've gotten all the people to worship us and submit to us, and we're going to rule over them and put them in judgment. Right? So God or Lucifer doesn't hate, the devil or Lucifer as an archetype doesn't hate God. It stepped in to imitate God, to test all of you on who and what you serve, that true creator God. Right? And if not, you reveal yourself and you deserved, because the word deserved is not coincidental, means of served. Deserved. Based on who and what you serve will generate your outcome in this realm and what you get. Because we're in a video game simulation and a quantum field, folks, and the science is showing it more and more each day. The science is going to prove God soon. It already has, and the dunces don't even know it. You got a bunch of fat, pathetic, cowardly, weak atheists on these new channels trying to chase a bag, and they want to invoke science. And they're so low level consciousness and awareness, they don't even know at this point that the theory of relativity, quantum physics, and epigenetics has already proven conclusively the experience of God. It just can't understand it. What an idea, huh? And that makes sense, because this is a reflective holographic universe. You could say the same thing about all of us. We've all started to perceive and realize there's some greater power and purpose and order here. We just don't know where it comes from and how it works and what the implications are of where we're all going. We don't need to. All we need to do is see the evidence and experience the proof. Right? It's all that the scripture ever tells us to do. Just tap into the alignment of the experience, live that, surrender the rest, and bear witness and testimony. That's all your job is here. The rest will be handled and taken care of some way, somehow, beyond our comprehension. Perfect in its imperfection. Ace, do you have something, questions, comments, concerns, something you want to put forth before we...
No, just right here.
You're in the wind, bro. You got to get somewhere where you're not windy.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, just listening, big dog.
All right.
If you do have something, I'll let you know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Somebody said address the elephant in the room. I already talked about me. and I'm losing weight rapidly. So please, have some couth, have some courtesy. When you meet me, have some courtesy and some restraint. Use all that well-learned politesse, that political correctness, while I lay your soul to waste. Great line in that song. See? These folks knew, the occultists knew. Right? The ones on the heroin who were doing the sorcery and summoning and being led by the muse, right? The muse, which is the root word of music, they knew. They knew what was going on here. And again, they posed the same question. We see you, we know the antithetical force or the opposing force, what seems to be the opposing force. Because again, I've never heard anybody say this, and the closest thing I think I've ever gotten was somebody putting forth this Talmudic idea. I don't think I've ever heard or seen anybody communicate that the purpose of the devil in this world is on some level to test God's people about who and what they serve. And it's fucking great at what it does. There's no denying it. You want to get a whole humanity in judgment based on what's true and what's right, and them doing the opposite? Just start an Earth Inc. simulation. Soul, over soul, individuated into seemingly individualistic aspects of soul, able to choose from what is already written and already done. How's that even possible? It's beyond comprehension. It's unfathomable. What does your boy say? Good game, God. Your boy JT over there. Good game, God. Good game. Hell of a simulation, and boy, does it work if you start to see the meaning and purpose, at least on a macro level. And then there's a micro experience, right? In between that, right? Or beyond that. Our day-to-day sort of co-creativity and harmony with the all, good, bad, or indifferent, right? Some level of love or care, interdependence or co-creativity, right? Communing. But yeah, on the macro level, last 2,000 years, last 5 years, every one of these simulations, it just, to me, comes back to the same values and principles and purpose. Prerequisite, tests, and challenge, right? It's inherent, it's innate here, it seems. It's a part of our beingness and a part of the purpose of this realm existing. So I'm not one of the ones who believes this is a hell realm and it always has to be this way. The realm may have to be this way. We don't have to be this way in the realm, is the key, is the trick, right? So this may be a realm of death and entropy to an extent. It's also a realm of life, right? And growth and flowering and co-creation. So yeah, a lot of folks say a lot of times what we talk here is morbid and dark. It can be. The truth is challenging. It's combative, right? With the knowledge of the truth, right? The knowledge of evil, so to speak, we can then start to know more and more good or greatness. So one seems to come before the other, right? I know there's arguments about this. There's some sects who say knowledge of evil is what makes us fallen. They may have a point in that. I guess I could argue from both sides. But where I sit in this moment, it may change in 5 seconds, is that we need the knowledge of evil and even to experience it to a certain extent in order to know the opposing side or force or experience of good and to pursue greatness for ourselves and each other. And ironically, what is great? Just doing here what at our core we all know is common sense, that common sense ability. And what is normal about this realm is the fact that most of us reject that common sensibility in order to go along, to get along, to fit in, to not be bothered. Okay. So every time we do that in every one of those interactions, to me, we're putting ourselves on record with the God of creation and everyone and everything else here. This is who and what we are and what we serve. And again, easier said than done. The founders told you that, right? The founders essentially communicated to folks, some of them, the ones who I believe are pure intentioned and actually wanted a free land that was prosperous. All right, let me go to the articles. I'm ranting and raving. I'm rambling. About to do an Alex Jones where I just go in the middle of just whatever I'm saying. I shouldn't have did this broadcast today. I definitely shouldn't have done this broadcast today. Do you know where you are right now? I know where I'm told I am, and I believe I know what's happening. But that may be very arrogant of me to ever presume that or assume that or think that I could trust my lying eyes, you know, or even my firsthand experience, you know. Okay, let's get to it. Let's cover some stuff. We got to get it out of the way. That's how I do a broadcast. I stack a whole bunch of stuff up there. It would have meaning and purpose and value if it was a regular broadcast, but here, few things, if anything, really matter, you know? So that's the bit, non-bit. We're going to get to this stuff to get it out of the way so I can get back to ranting and raving and rambling and looping about my various experiences of God as it pertains to legal, lawful, and other endeavors. Because I just think that the work of the Creator, that the handprints of the Creator are all over this handiwork, right? And again, it might just be one big sort of cope for me to just feel like I have a bigger purpose, meaning, and value. But it's a hell of a trick, I'll give you that. Do we know where we are right now? You said 40 million per week to the Taliban. Did we go over this? We did, but did we see the clip? Okay, let's get some Instagram clips. Why not? Rothschild, let's hear from him.
In modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words. Dear Lord Rothschild.
Dear Lord Rothschild, I have much pleasure in conveying to you, on behalf of His Majesty's government, the following declaration of sympathy with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet.
Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question because it was primarily a movement from Eastern Europe, but they didn't clarify who was in charge of that movement. And in addition, it was after all in Great Britain. So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist. With favour the establishment of Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object. It being clearly understood that nothing should be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country.
It's the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people.
Oh, yeah. So there's, you know, if anybody was keeping score on their worldly circus, right? Don't be mad at the clowns, right? Be mad at yourself for continuing to buy into a circus and be a part of it and fund it. Who's the biggest clown here? The American people. Okay. So that's just a little ditty for all those folks who love Donnie and all the rest and talk about how Donnie's on our side and he loves us. He's a man of the people. No, he's not. He's literally carrying out the will of, you guessed it, America's favorite family. And there's a lot of favorite families that America loves to suck the dick of constantly. They can't get enough. Rothschild, Rockefeller, Kissinger, you know the names. Bush, not senior, Big Daddy Bush, Grampy Bush, Prescott Bush back in the day, you know, funding the Nazis with Henry Ford to attack themselves, to go on a New World Order campaign, only to be feigned as defeated, right? To then move their operations underground and spread their dark empire from sea to shining sea, from North America with Homeland Security and all the rest of the iterations from the Nazi Holocaust, all the way down to South America, cross the pond, and we can go on and on and on, right? So did the Nazis really lose World War II? Or is it problem, reaction, solution? And there's way more to the story here. Okay. And Big Daddy Donnie is putting on his yarmulke like we see, which the real Jews don't agree with any of this crap, by the way. This is what's so amazing. Just like when you go back to the time of Jesus, he was the original Jew who was fighting the synagogue of Shaitan because they were claiming to be Jews, but they were something else. And they were sent from someone else to do something else. And the Roman Empire was the head of New World Order back then, along with other empires that still use their symbolism here today at our courts as well, right? Locally. So what is that? Who is that behind all of that? How does it come down, right? Through the dimensions and the chain of title, right? And then who are we and what are we connected to and what's our goal here? What's our role here, right? Interesting questions I think we should be asking ourselves and each other. So Johnny goes to the Wailing Wall. He assumes this position. They love this position, you know? That's, I'm a good Jew position, Wailing Wall. Go down to the Wailing Wall and do idol worship to a graven image. It's all right there. If you just look and see, many will look with the eyes, listen with the ears, and with the heart not get the sense of it, right? So they'll look with their eyes and not see, listen with the ears and not hear, with the heart not get the sense of what's going on here. And who or what we're serving and who or what we are meant to be potentially serving that we're ignoring with our arrogance to go along, to get along, to stay safe. So yeah, Donnie goes down to the Wailing Wall. He assumes the position. He throws on his yarmulke. He does Zionism and calls it Judaism. He wants to resurrect the third temple. He's for the people, get the vax locked down. And also working with the Rothschilds and Kissingers and all the rest to do New World Order way back to like 1880. And we could take it back to ACBC even, if we want to trace this banking family back through the generations and their merchant banking codes and systems that have enslaved the whole race. Okay? Crazy talk, I tell you. Imagine if I was saying this stuff like it was real. This sounds like conspiracy theory. Crazy talk. What's the first text say? Anywhere you go on any land at any time, what does the first text say that all these people created whole societies off of? What does it say? It's one of three things every time. That there's a poison seed in this humanity that's literally taken over the world to deceive it, and or that some aliens landed here and took over, essentially. And this is not me. Go to all you religionists, right, and atheists. You'll get a kick out of it. Go to the Bhagavad Gita. Go to a lot of these texts. There's even aspects of the Bible that have been taken out that show this. That what the Bible and the Hindu texts and all the rest of it is actually indicating, some might say, is that there's a race here. And they're aware of the spiritual aspect of this realm and how to use the unseen to rule and govern everyone. And the name of the game is how to keep that knowledge and understanding away from the ones being ruled. And once the ones being ruled get that knowledge and that understanding, they can no longer legitimately be spiritually ruled. That's the rules of the game here. According to these texts, according to the divination download that a lot of us get intuitionally, and according, this is the best part, to the people who run this world. Go to their diagrams, go to their diaries, the banking families. I got them at 18, what is it? I don't want to give the wrong date. I always fuck the dates up. 1750? Sitting in a semicircle with empty chairs, claiming that a force is showing up to give them the programs and the plans to run the whole race. And the majority of the dunces here keep paying for them to do it and going along with whatever this thing reveals. Interesting too, who and what you see come forward as a counterbalancing force to this thing and these people. You know, like the stories of Samuel Adams, I believe. I was going to say Samuel L. Jackson. That's the black guy who says mother effer a lot. Samuel Adams, beer guy, I think, if I'm correct, right? This is how I do history in my brain. Samuel Adams, the beer guy, or was it Samuel Jackson? Samuel Jackson, I think it was. Does it matter? So either the beard guy or one of the founders, Samuel Jackson, Daniel Boone, right? It was him. As the story goes, Sinbad, the African-American white albino comedian who they say I look just like, said in 1750, that these people are meeting and they're doing seances and they're calling in Lucifer and they're getting all the programs. And when you go to Albert Pike in the 1850s, he says the same thing. And we got texts from them over and over again, basically saying the same thing right out of their own mouth. And we got certain folks who say, well, this Lucifer sounds like an interesting character you're all summoning, and it's got some interesting plans for the world, but we're out. And those are always the people they try to put hits on, right? So I should look this up. Should look this up right now on the fly. Let's do some due diligence. We'll find out if it's the beer guy or if it's Samuel L. Jackson. We'll figure out who it is. I could go to my chat, but I don't want to cheat. I'll go to them after. All right, forget it. It doesn't exist. Never happened. If I don't get to it right now, I could pull it up and then I'll have it up there for the next broadcast. That's what I do sometimes here. You'll find that out. I'll go off on a trail and then I'll hit a point where I wasn't ready and I go to pull something up. If I can't find it in a timely manner, I'll pull it up after the broadcast. I'll leave it up there and then I'll go into it next time. See, this is just a window into how my brain works, because I can't remember certain facts for shit. People's name don't mean nothing to me, right? Including mine. Like Paul Laporte, what is that? That's not even me. I am that am and what it's here to do, right? And it's the same story over and over again, no matter which you point to, right? So keeping the name straight, the dates, all the rest of it, it's meaningless. It's all one moment with one idea in one experience with a couple choices that then create the meaning and the purpose and the value for this place and the experience of this place and each other. Right? What some might call a covert contract, or what in scripture is called a covenant between man and God, or as it says in the Bible, between man and those who came to earth from the heavens. Isn't that what Elohim means, some might say? So your scripture, all you folks who like to talk God and bejeebus and all the rest of it, you leave these little parts out that some might say, the expert translators say, well, the story in the Bible doesn't talk about God creating humanity at all. It talks about a wasteland event on a light age, dark age cycle where we, governed by something, destroyed ourselves and each other. So someone or something seemingly had to come down or come in to get everybody right. You know, they had the code, the program, the answer. So is it just possible that the story in the Bible is not what the religionists think and that they're potentially serving and or praying to a different group of entities? I'm just asking questions. I'm not claiming something one way or the other. That would make perfect sense as to why there are more Christians now than ever, but the Christed spirit is so far away from coming back in certain ways on the whole. It would make sense. You know, if you just happen to mistake what's in the Bible as the Elohim, right, or the fallen angels who have presented themselves as gods of this world, and you worship them in your ways of living and in your day-to-day practice in order to be given the blessings of the technology potentially. And, you know, we could go down everything that I say then opens up 5 more trails, because we can go over to NASA, and we can go over to the top secret documents, and we can go over to what your official sources that you all like to quote when it's convenient for you have declassified. So either they're lying to us about a really kind of fascinating, exciting experience and endeavor here, or they have the documentation for what's going on as well. They just don't want it to be front page news for some reason. Reality might just be a lot stranger than fiction and a lot more stranger than we can imagine. At least some of us. You know, Paulie Boy's got a hell of an imagination. There's no denying that. Like, this is just a pull behind trailer, you know, 400 square feet behind me, but I may as well be a king of my castle here, sitting here today. Boy's got a hell of an imagination on him, that chubby boy. He might go places in life, maybe, if he can get out of his own way. Questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, emotions, actions, testimonies, narratives, presentments, I'm going to throw the link. Why is my official notice not there? Questions, comments, concerns. We'll take you on along for the ride. Questions, comments, concerns. Link to talk with host. That would be me. Hopefully I'm the host and you don't act as a parasite. That's a dynamic we see here a lot of times. Not so much anymore, right? I kind of put the raid spray down and now the parasites. I am human ivermectin over here is what it is. I am human fenbendazole that they all keep telling me to take. And I go, listen, lady. I got some lady keeps messaging me. You got to take fenbendazole. I go, listen, lady. The day that I sprout a tail and whiskers is the day I'll take fenbendazole. Get off my back with this crap. Okay? I'm saving all the fenbendazole for Keith, for those who remember. Link to talk to host. Please don't be a parasite. I'm going to add that in. I don't usually do that. A little something extra today. Please don't be a parasite. Although that is a symbiotic relationship, some might argue. Parasites got to live. God allowed the parasite to exist or even created it, so it's got a purpose here. You know, who are we to take away the parasite's ability to live off of a viable host? I mean, it's probably unloving in some way. It's probably unnatural. Please don't be a parasite and or call in. And that's 602-730-0122. And also, I got some more OxyClean in the back. Did a sponsorship way back in the day. I got some overstock. You know, because everyone who comes on here to talk about who and what they are has got to like shill something and sell something. A bunch of garbage we don't need. Well, I'm not doing that. OxyClean, it's an impressive product. I mean, I could get the clothes out. I could get the bucket out. I could pour it in like Billy Mays used to do. You know, agitate it a little bit, show you the results. I'm not going to do that here today. Okay, we got to go off my word here, my credibility. So if I'm going to sell OxyClean on this broadcast, it's supposed to be about truth, rights, and freedom and spiritual faith. You're going to have to fucking take my word for it, okay? I mean, like, why would anyone bullshit you on the internet is what you got to ask yourself, you know? Okay, side note. For those of you who claim that you bought OxyClean from me in the past and received nothing but a bucket of shavings that appear to be styrofoam, I have no idea what you're talking about and no refunds here, okay? Let's move on. All right, we got some contributions and support. God or the devil has blessed us for the day. All right, because there's many folks out there who say Paul's doing a mockery over there, a Luciferian broadcast. He's yelling and screaming. Did you see the last guy who came on here? By the way, if you come on here, you know what you're doing if you did what he did. He comes up here, calls me, goes, yeah, Paul, you're doing great. I last talked to you 5 years ago, and you're really getting great with that not screaming on anybody thing right away. You know what he did right there. The audience who's been here for the longest time knew what he did right there. Made the worst mistake he could ever make. Not only did you compliment Paulie Boy, you indirectly challenged him. So I fucking went off on him and screamed on him. How dare he tell me I'm getting better here at not screaming on people and then say and do some shit that would make me scream on people. And then you know what he said? Before all that, he said, you know, the last time I was here, you screamed on me and I didn't like it, but I got better. And I'm doing better. So thank you. As he then proceeded to tell me I'm getting better by not screaming at people when that was the only thing that fucking helped this idiot. They wonder why I don't like most people and don't hang out with most people. Quite frankly, they wonder why most people don't like me and won't hang out with me. Totally makes sense. Oh, man. Jimmy S, man. Jimmy S. Jimmy S is one of the originals here. They don't like to see when folks are here for years on end. Still get value from here, empowered and inspired here. I love it. It inspires me. I'm thankful and grateful and blessed to be here. I think we all are. As I said earlier, I think what brings us here, you know, beyond my cavalier wit, you know, my way with words, so to speak, as I rapidly lose that ability and go silent. I think that what brings us here, at least some places, sometimes at the core, is redeemable and is a blessing for all of us. And then it just comes down to what we do with it. So he says, appreciate you and all you do, sir. Thank you. Contribution links are up there. If you got a message or something you want to present, that's the way to get me to read it, although you don't really have to do that. You could probably just nag me from chat and I'll highlight shit and read it anyway. So who needs it, right? You know, why try to bait you guys into giving me shit to have a non-service that I'll probably just perform or feed into anyway, right? There's the business genius that I am. Okay, Snafu Slave sent me the documentation here. Lou can't get away from sending me videos about monkeys and what they eat and what humans should eat and all the rest of it. I'll reply later to him and tell him to go fuck himself, as I normally do, in a nice, kind, polite manner, because I'm working on me. And I'm being nice, and I'm nicer and kinder and politer, and my voice is lowered. I'm not yelling and screaming as much as I used to. And by not screaming as much as I used to, I mean constantly. Now it's only most of the time instead of constantly. So that's good. We're making progress here, people. It's lonely at the top. It's even lonelier at the bottom, sir. You know? Imagine wanting or thinking there's better for you and others and being stuck surrounded by a bunch of cowards and liars pretending to be good or be a part of something great. Or just relinquish the idea of goodness and greatness altogether, because who really cares about anything or anyone here, right? So, yeah, I don't know, you know, what is the top, right? It's an interesting cliche, but I would ask you then, where or what is the top? Like, we can talk the top of the mountain philosophically, theologically, would that be the right word? You know, as a principle, as a value system, as a co-creative way of living, as a practice, right? As a destination, I would be interested to hear or see what your perspective is on that. We could definitely argue over that, I would think. I can get an argument out of pretty much anything if you let me. These people here know. All right, a little bit of reefer. We cut back on reefer by we. It's the royal we, I mean me. From about 15 blunts a day to we're down to about 1.5, maybe 2. So there's progress. And no more tobacco, just hemp. Quit for a month or 2, but I could have got it done, but I just can't get it done. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still pondering on that. You know, what does cannabis bring to my life? THC, whatever it is. Is it a hindrance to me? Does it take me away from being more of who and what I could be? Or is it an additive, right? Believe it or not, I still go over a lot of these questions at times in my mind. And I think partially the answer I've come to is that, like a lot of things, there may be an element of it that is somewhat subjective, where may just come certain points in people's life where they decide whatever they're doing, they're done with it. And just kind of don't want it or need it anymore, move beyond it, even if it helped them. What's the old cliche that I love? The day that a blind man finally sees is the day he abandons the walking stick that helped him all his life. I guess THC would be my walking stick in this scenario. It's my crutch, right? Allows me to cope. At least some would say, right? So if you got any commentary on that on the replay, if you're sitting around watching this and listening to this and it touches your heart, go ahead and type something into the message box there. Tell me what your experience is. You know, I rarely do that or solicit that. Most of the time I don't care. But with certain things, I'm open to listening and generating an experience or being a part of you folks' experience, or even reflecting on my own by reflecting on yours. So, all right, let's move forward here. Let me go to some articles. I had United States is two. There are 2 United States in quotes. And the article goes over how there are 2 forms of United States. We got Supreme Court decisions that allude to this as well, where one of the Supreme Court non-judges officially once said that the American people need to become aware that there are, in fact, 2 aspects of what we see as the United States, and that one of them is attempting to be the government of and by and for the people, but it is actually legitimately not that. And again, that's straight from a Supreme Court non-judge, because can a man ever really put on a dress and somehow become a judge like God? No. We can use judgment, right? We can use our mind to discern what's what, but that doesn't necessarily make it true. Doesn't either necessarily allow you to condemn them to a fate without redemption. Snafu Snaps, your thoughts on a return trip?
Yeah, I'm ready to bring some fucking heat to the table and fucking call the elephant out in the room with Daddy.
Oh, I'm right here, man.
Yeah,
Again,
I got
we
it,
try to
dude.
keep using this
I got
phrase.
it, Paul. I got to call the elephant out in the room. So I saw you went and go cuck with some cupcakes, and I saw the cupcakes pull some weird shit and make some lies and all this new shit up. But Landry keeps saying that he has to choose sides.
Okay, I don't want to go into this. I just told you I'm not doing this. I'm not bringing it here. There's no choose sides. Everybody do what they think is true and right, and deal with others who they think are reputable, honorable, and good faith. Simple.
That's what I'm asking you.
If
Why
that's me,
do
great.
they
If
feel...
it's not great, I do not want or need any of these characters to be part of my journey. And even if I do want them to be, they're not ready. That's obvious. Just do what you do. I'll probably continue to break my rules and come back to places where I know what I do is not really wanted or needed. And that's why that works.
No, I
if rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, and orientation in your heart toward justice and care for the truth is not your main thing in life beyond money and numbers and people, places, and things, I'm not going to fuck with you for long without turning on you after long.
Well, it ain't even turn. I wouldn't call
you
the
can
word
make it
turning,
about
right?
me. It's about what I stand for. If that's not the priority on the list, you're not going to get along with me because you're going to entertain people, places, and things that I think are beneath us consistently.
That's why I gotta say I felt that it was disrespectful. Watch what I said, because at least you,
He didn't
your
disrespect
community.
me. He disrespected himself and the truth. And I have more optics that I'm not even going to let out because it doesn't matter. I'll go by his claim. He's only doing what he's doing that he's not doing for money and numbers to support his family. But he's willing to cover anything and anyone and do anything or with anyone to get it. Tells me everything I need to know because I'm not. Okay? So whether I got to sit here and loop, give my testimonies, talk my drug addiction, cry in front of the audience, bring up our last experiences, whatever I'm going to do, it's not going to be that. Okay? And again, this is a simple idea. In life, you get opportunities to work with certain people. They have a standard, a goal, and a will. You don't want to meet that? You're not going to work with them. Have fun with whoever, whatever. I will probably, again, like I just said, if I didn't finish the statement, break my own rules again and show up to places where I know I'm going to be disrespected and we're going to play power games and we're going to deny reality and we're going to twist the narratives, right? It just doesn't matter to me. Most of these people are not successful, good, or great people in their life. I don't want to be like them, and I don't necessarily want to be around them. If you have a claim that you want to be and do and have better, I'm here for it all day, every day. Especially if you ask me to hold you to a certain standard, which I was asked to do. See, this is the little pieces that everybody misses about context and nuance, because I didn't say it. And if I said it, they'd say I was lying, and then I'd have to go to the official record. I was asked by a certain person, officially and unofficially, to hold everyone to a standard. When I attempted to do that, I was the control freak narcissist. You better go ask a lot of these people what they're saying and doing behind the scenes before you take up for them and lie for them or with them or to them or whatever else you're up to. Okay? So I'm tired of the two-faced, disingenuous, low standard, lack of accountability, responsibility, lack of hitting goals and will for that. And then it's some kind of a judgment somehow, some way on me and what I do, as if you're even fit to take that position. Laughable on every level. Okay? So, you know, again, this is when I have to say the quiet part out loud. I'm not saying it because it's me. I'm saying it because it's true. I do a better broadcast than you. I'm a better speaker than you. I'm probably a better man than you. I practice courage more than you. I will walk alone more than you. And I will produce something walking alone more than you. I don't need a circus and a bunch of clowns to produce something and get results. I've proven that over and over again. A lot of other folks here do, and they've proven that over and over again. And if you want to say I'm an asshole for taking some level of pride in that, that's what used to make a man, by the way. In case you're wondering. And if you're wondering why modern man is lost again, it's because most males nowadays are not real men. And they think that a covenant with God and a conscience is a covert contract to try to control and narcissist on people. No, it's not. It's an objective, common sense standard to do certain things and not do other things, to work with certain people and not work with other people. If you're going to work with those people and prepare a seat at the table with mind's enemies, at least encourage and promote them to be honest with themselves and others and be good faith and honor able and trustworthy. If not, what the fuck are we doing there? just there to LARP as Jesus, right? Hey, I know you're going to turn on me. I know you're going to stab me in the back, but I'll continue to love you and allow you to do and be whatever you want and not call it out and then get put on a cross, right? Not interested. Done that game already. We've done that already, and I could do that, but I'm not doing it, okay? And I'm not going the other way either, where I'm going to use this platform to tear people down and try to, you know, do tribalism and create boundaries beyond a certain point. It's simple. You don't want to do what I'm doing and be a part of what I'm doing because you don't see the value and the worth in it, then don't. Don't expect me to see the same thing back in you. And we can tell what someone believes and what they want by what they do and don't do, and by who they have around and don't. And if you're ever confused about who's who and what's what, there's 1,000 fucking hours of record you can go back and check the stats, okay? Give me a break. As if you can't tell when we all show up here who's who and what's what on some level, regardless of whether you like it or not or what you feel about it, as if you can't tell. And again, not all things are what they seem. Far from it. But a lot of times what you see is what you get. And if you keep hearing other stuff, right, that points to other things of what you see, you should be asking yourself why you're listening to the voice of those people to begin with and what their motivation and goal is, if that makes sense. So again, most people in this life are not very discerning. Most people in this life are not aware that there's power struggle all day, everywhere around you. You're probably experiencing it in your relationship on some level, whether you want to cop to that or not. There's a power dynamic, a power shift, or a power struggle. Okay? I don't even care if it's within the individual to chase money and pussy and status, or to chase truth and justice and to have a care and to not be completely bereft of logic, morals, and ethics and values, right? So there's always going to be a test and challenge. There's always going to be a power struggle. There's always going to be some level of war within and war without. And then we have to reconcile that. I believe that what I'm talking about and what I'm experiencing is the reconciliation point. And that if you get on that and stick with that and work with that and focus on that, it will be good to you and me and all the rest of us. If you don't, you will get caught up in the mix with all of the lost and confused, powerless, who have no goal and no aim and no direction and can barely even fucking talk if you hand them a camera or a microphone. Okay? So again, I know that rant is all supposed to be boiled down somewhere else as Paulie says he's better than everybody. That's all they get out of it. No, God has a truth we need to be awakened and aware to and move into that will better all of us. If we don't, we're all fucked here, is what I've concluded. Now, that may just be my hostile weakness. I'm not okay. You're not okay. Right? That's when I then ask you for all of our favor to go to the results. You know, and then that's when I'll then pause and say, the other side or the opposer who may say the predictable things about me, you probably have a point. And I will concede that ground because it's not a competition, right? So what is one of the results I'm talking about in a negative sense? Paulie boy screams and yells. He cares too much. He invests in too many people, places, and things, knowing they're going to disappoint him because of what they show initially, but giving them the benefit of the doubt, right? Then he screams and yells his head off when the predictable happens. He's the biggest fool here. And why would he let himself be open to that aspect of himself when he knows he doesn't have to, right? So that's my loop. Where if anything, the loop is happening for a reason. I may be on the right side of the truth in history. Oftentimes, I may even have a better product, right? How I'm handling and dealing with these people, probably not the best for me. And same could be said for them as well. If the idea was to do conversion, so to speak, right? Like, and again, I'm just giving myself a lot of buys here, you know, from the audience's perspective or whoever's experiencing it. Like, hey, Paul, you say you know it all, right? Know it all, Paul. That's going to be my new channel. You say you know it all and you got answers. Well, fucking give it to us in a way where we can comprehend it and do something with it, right? And oftentimes, I don't necessarily do that. I just go off and start spilling or spraying and praying, you know? And the other side of that dynamic, of course, is that a lot of these folks aren't really genuinely here to learn from me or with me. Not here to learn at all, right? They're here to lie, cheat, steal, deceive, play fucking games, and try to profiteer while doing it, right? So that's the reason I usually go off on people, is because I detect they're being disingenuous with me. they're playing some kind of game. They're not being all the way real. And I'm kind of done with it and have been for a while as far as my patience for it, right? I'm not done with it because I know it'll continue happening in life in various forms. But I'm done entertaining it and tolerating it and not just calling it out. And I'd rather just jump out the window and be wrong and call something out that's not there and then have to back myself off than just let it go on and on and on and not point out the obvious. All right. So Snafu Creature, I don't know where you went. I kind of just realized you were here and then I told you hold on and then I ranted and then went to go look for you and you're not here. The people that speak your language will learn. Well, right. That's what I found to be true in this life and in this venue is all I have to do is just put forth my understanding. I'm way better as a messenger or an experiencer when I don't scream and yell to some people. To other people, they say, we love when you scream and yell, you're fired up. It shows you care and you're not full of shit and just here to dupe and delight and try to look like you're stoic and got it all together and then manipulate on everybody, right? But again, it just comes back to me. What's probably best for me to deliver an understanding and a message or bear witness and testimony without driving me or others crazy or without expressing some trauma wound, so to speak, to use a lot of these people on here's language that they always like to revert back to. You know, anytime somebody's frustrated or acting out after someone's telling lies or playing power games, they must be coming from a wounded trauma space. You may be right. Makes sense to me. I don't like that. I'm East Coast Irish Italian. I don't like that therapy talk, but makes sense to me. When I look at my background and how I came up, absolutely. You're going to lie, play power games, gaslight, be a money-hungry, worldly slave, and think I'm going to feel trusting and safe around you. And when I don't feel trusting and safe, I get a little bit nervous and I start going off and I start thinking and yelling out loud. And I start pointing at all the things that I see that are true and all the other inconsistencies. And then I ask rhetorically in my own way, is this who and what you are? And this is what you're doing here? Because this is what I'm getting from you. And I got to tell you, more oftentimes than not, I'm usually right, unless that's confirmation bias. Interesting trick if it was, because there's a lot of record there that's kind of impartial. Can't really be twisted. You know, kind of speaks for itself. So again, in any situation, if there's something to learn, I can identify at least one thing that I may need to learn or practice. Giving the message and the understanding without screaming and yelling, because even if some people say they're inspired by that and it gets me inspired, probably not the best for my physical health and probably not necessary because the truth doesn't need affect. Truth doesn't need performance necessarily, right? Truth stands on its own. You're more effective oftentimes if you don't add anything extra onto it, because then the deceivers and manipulators can't point at you like they do and say, well, you spoke truth, but you broke the rule of tone and elevated volume. See, I got that all growing up in my life. That's another reason I get more frustrated. See, everything they do is the next trigger for me. Because growing up, it was, Paulie boy, you're questioning us? You're pointing out our lies and inconsistencies? You got ADHD. Take some amphetamine and don't eat for the rest of the day. Here we go. You're better. You can focus now, can't you? Oh, Paulie boy says that's wrong, and he's getting loud now because we keep lying to him and telling him things about him while we're voting for masters and doing slavery. And when he tries to question us, we don't want to answer him or give him adequate responses. So we gaslight, we manipulate, we control, and we drug, right? And we use our systems to play power games. So yeah, brings me right back. If I had to do the analysis on me, brings me right back subconsciously to when I was 10 years old and I had all the adults in front of me, including the ones who were supposed to stick up for me and care for me and love me, and essentially threw me to the wolves because they couldn't understand me and wouldn't understand me. Right? So that's where that comes from, because at a certain point in that environment, I had to start getting loud. I had to start getting unrepentant. I had to start getting unwavering to get them to stop, to get them to question their ideas and what they're doing, to realize the unethical and immoral behavior they were involved in concerning a child. Interesting that a child at 10 and 12 years old had to do that for a bunch of grown professionals with degrees and indoctrination and all the rest of it. Interestingly enough, later when I went back to my father and brought him the proof in the article showing that these medications create suicidal tendencies, which is what later happened to me, and alter your brain the same way methamphetamine does, and that there is no diagnosis for ADHD, when I brought that all back to him, his essential response to me was, and so what? Who cares? Yeah. So when Carl Lentz and other people come on here and they're like inspirations to me because they're older than me and they do what at the core of my beingness I know needs to be done, and then I point out the immoral, unethical, tragic events that go on that we're doing to children, and essentially the attitude I get from everyone is, and so what? Who cares? I get it. You're all going to make Paulie Boy stronger than ever in this realm, aren't you? What we're not going to do is get more real with ourselves and each other and honest about who and what we are, what we're doing and not doing. I get it. Because it's a trauma-based mind control cult. We're not supposed to care. Truth isn't supposed to matter. You're supposed to chase money and pussy and status and hang with a bunch of other loser, failure rejects who can't talk, who try to act cool and think they've arrived. That's what Earth Inc. is, on the whole, what I've found at least. And then there's few and far in between who've been touched by an angel, so to speak, to evoke some pop culture sort of energy or imagery. There's been folks who've been touched by an angel who've had a real experience in this world, even if it's not of it. Their lives have been changed forever, and they know something bigger is going on here, and it's potentially going to manifest everything that we don't know we want but need. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. That's who I'm here for. That's the thing I'm here for, and those are the people I'm here for. And guess what? I pretty much tend to know them as soon as I lay eyes on them, and then I just got to give them a couple weeks or a couple months to really cement it for me. And they always do a great job one way or the other, right? That's life. That's not a covert contract. That's a covenant spoken about in Scripture. God commanded us in conscience to do what's true and what's right. And your flesh and devilish ways said, I'm going to do it however I want to do it for my own worldly goals. Right. And that's why I don't like and respect you, because the same thing I got in me that I'm trying to check and direct, you're allowing to be unbound because you're a weak fucking coward. And I know the coward who's weak in you because I know it lives in me. So you can't hide with it. See? That's the game here. You want to call it a game? That's the game here. I know you because I know me, and there's nothing that you can hide that I can't reveal by going within, looking at archetypal dynamics, and watching what's reflected back to me. See? Life's the only game where everybody thinks they don't have to show their hand, right? And they forget. Some of us been gambling a long time. We don't need you to show your hand. We can read you. That's what poker's all about, if you're wondering. Poker's not about seeing the cards. Poker's about you saying it's one thing and bluffing, but I'm reading you and I know me, so I got a damn good probability on you that you ain't got what you say you got. You know, because they'll crosstalk, right? Oh, I got 4 aces. Okay, I'm all in. Really? How the fuck could you have 4 aces when I'm holding them, stupid motherfucker? Now give me that. That's how that works. The deceiver has no power when you have a vision from God. Amazing, huh?
Yep.
With knowledge of self comes knowledge of the universe. Amazing, huh? Wow. Almost like there's ancient wisdom here and eternal truth and the law of the land and the cosmos, and you either align with that or you don't. And if you don't, then you're today's fool. You're our Truman Show content for the moment, and everybody plays the fool sometime. I'm far from above it. My percentages are just better than most, on here at least. Is Jeeps humming? Is she humming or humming? I think it's just one M on that. Oh, man, what a trip, huh? And again, keep me honest, because the great thing about this deceiver is it exploits the blind spots in humanity, and it seems that every human has a blind spot. Keep an eye on Paulie Boy. You know, he may not want that, but he may need that. It's part of NAAA, right? For all of us addicts out here. Part of the NAAA. Nobody's above the program. Anybody can be checked. And everyone has to realize they got a blind spot. All right. Let me do a poll. Curious. I want to give a platform for the haters and the people that test and challenge me, right? The folks on the darker side of the equation. I don't mind it, right? We're kindred spirits in our own way, right? You are disruptors in your own way for what I'm doing, and I respect that, even if I don't respect that. If that makes sense. Makes sense if you don't think about it. So let's run a poll. Can I run a poll? Do I even have the ability to do that? All right, it doesn't exist. Poll doesn't exist. It's not happening. You offer me nothing. Okay, there we go. And if nothing else, this will just, because it's either one or the other. Either we get some clarity here or we just clarify the culted dynamics. Because, that's always a potential. Much as I don't want to believe that, it is a potential for these places and experiences. So my question, I don't even remember the question, but I think it was something along the lines of, am I in alignment? Am I in alignment and this is the trigger point, okay? Forgive me for this. The God of all media. See, I shouldn't do that because then that gets the people stirred up even more. And I know I'm doing that, but I can't help myself. That's my mischievous aspect of me. Am I in alignment as a God of all media? Yes or no? What I'm saying on the whole making sense? Am I making any points? Oh, no. That wasn't even the question. Like, are you getting anything out of this? Was going to be the question. Because I was hoping that the 30% would show up today who usually do and make me question myself and what I'm doing here. I get a lot of value from that, even if I don't like it.
Nah, maybe.
A little bit? Is there a little bit? I'm asking. I don't know what you guys always get out of this, what I do here, right? So I'm asking. For the regulars or for new people, are you getting anything out of what I'm doing here? Or is this basically just one big venting cope session and just sort of spill of my latest experiences, whether it's directly or indirectly?
Yes,
Who's
I get
the
it.
lurker? That's the question. Like Snafu says on his PlayStation game. All right, so change the poll question. Revote now. And again, a lot of the Unslavians don't vote anymore because I've helped to teach them to stop voting. So I literally taught this audience to not participate, which again, I have to respect that, even if I don't necessarily always like that. I go, these are some fucking slick people, some of these people. They listen to me and then they go, he's right. And now we don't vote because it's not a fucking democracy. Does it matter what you, Paul, likes or we like or anyone likes? What is what is. What ain't is just our nonsense. But yeah, so the new poll, old poll is, are you getting anything out of this? Whatever I'm yelling and screaming and cursing and just rambling about. So we're at 91% so far. Okay, we're gonna have to up that darker side of the force. There's got to be at least 15 alternate accounts from Keith, Wizard Creature, and there's got to be at least, if there's 100 people here, 30 people who I've went off on in the past, never gave a formal apology. They've never gotten over it, and they just don't like me. And it wouldn't matter if I fucking turned water into wine here, let alone just rant and rambled. So I want to hear from you people. We play the lowest common denominator here. So it makes this place special, some might say. Makes this place a circus shithouse, some might say. Asylum, that's a better way to phrase it. All right, let me go to my my database is what I'm calling it. Let me go to my database. Oh man, I can't wait for Snafu Snaps' secret background tool that I can't tell anybody about. Can't wait to see how powerful that is. I have direct access now to the Crew Yo's resources for background checks. It's gonna be a good summer, as Jimmy Conway said to Maury shortly before he choked him with the phone cord. It's gonna be a good summer. All right. Surprisingly enough, quite a few people chose the third option. What was the third option again? Not to vote? Yeah, whatever. All right, links here. What do we got? What do we got? What do you hear? What do you say? Venezuela readies the militia. Is that what's happening? Venezuela readies militia as Trump involves military in fight against drugs. Here's a thought on today's Thoughts from Paul Unslaved. As if the majority cares, right? They don't. If Donnie was speaking, every word. Me, I'm just a trailer dweller. You gotta love that dynamic. I get it. Totally get it. Here's an idea. Stop being a bunch of soul broken, numbed out, soul dead Americans who constantly need drugs that just allow you to just escape reality and completely numb out. As I use this amazing cannabis. May or may not be the same. Keep me honest. Let me relight it. So, of course, either my hypocrisy or my facts is going to allow me to believe that cannabis is different from all the rest of it. But I think typically what we're talking about here is like pills and powders, toxic substances that may kill you and really don't help you to grow as a being, arguably. Although there's a fine line there, right? I mean, they'll say MDMA and other substances have no discernible medical value, and it's absolutely, potentially, I would think, false. Because again, I have my own experience, but maybe I'm deluding myself. I could talk about that firsthand experience. But I think for people who have a hard time feeling empathy or love at times, MDMA potentially used, even if it's just the natural form of it, in a kind of shadow work sort of environment, could potentially give birth to a whole new state of beingness, as a tool, right? As a sacrament, some might say. But yeah, when it comes to like all these other drugs and even the alcohol, like all these drugs that really just don't serve much of a purpose, really just kind of kill you and allow you to escape and numb out. Maybe we just like help men and women be great again and make America great again. And then maybe there'll just be record lows of the need to use these substances, But when you got a population who's dumbed down and powerless, pathetic and cowardly, deep in debt, has no solutions for the problems they face, and is completely on an electronic digitized grid. Yeah, they're like the rats in that Milgram experiment, whatever that, not the Milgram experiment. What's the experiment where they put the rats in the cage, right? They all wind up getting obese, not caring about anything, barely even wanting to eat, and just basically rolling over and dying. It's the essence of nihilism. So maybe we just like start to encourage people to look within and look without from a different perspective and find that purpose and meaning and set of principles and values inherent in creation and in their soul and their beingness, and then live into that purpose. We might find an extreme downturn in the use of alcohol and drugs. Hey, that's true for me in my story. They know I used to put heroin needles in my arm, if you can imagine that. I can't even believe it. I'm 10 years out from it, that I ever did that. It's sickening. I could cry here. I'm not a victim. I chose that. It seemed like another person, another life. And I know why I did it at that time. Because my pain, I keep close to me. That's what allows me not to be on a pink cloud at times, it would seem. I keep that memory close. But I know at those times, one of the biggest reasons why I was using those drugs, not only to kill mental and emotional pain, but because I felt zero purpose and meaning in this life, and didn't believe or feel that true value and true principles was a tangible thing. I thought this was just everybody's trip and beliefs, right? So yeah, if it could work for me, it could work for anybody. And again, no, it does not mean I'm a completed picture or that I've completed my karma on any level. But extreme improvements to the point where I may as well be a completely different person in a lot of ways. And I credit that to the discovery of the inherent indwelling aspect of the law of creation that lives within and without. As above, so below. Right? Just an aspect of what is and will always be, always has been. So that's the answer, I believe, right? And if I was going to be here to do anything based on what God's plan would be for me, based on what the Reverend told me, and it all lines up, would be to use this understanding to touch people who have various addictions that they're using to try to escape the problems we face because they think they're here for another opportunity in this life. No, turns out the opportunity here to get rich and famous, to be important and tough and valuable and all the things, is to face the problems that we face and solve them. There's your opportunity. You want riches? You want fame? Notoriety? You want a place amongst or above, quote unquote? Because I'm just playing into the game. There is no above necessarily. The truth is above and beyond all of us if we live day to day in and of the world. Right? So you want an opportunity to be rare, right? Rich in spirit or rich in pocket with some kind of value. To be interesting, exciting, and live an entertaining life, just fucking solve the problems we all face. You don't have to invent new ones and create other ones and get into other people's issues and problems. Just face the problems that you/we all face. And we could start with slavery and genocide, property rights, and the rights to pursue our happiness, and to do whatever the fuck we want, as long as we don't cause loss, injury, and harm, and we pay all our debts. It's called freedom. Can't be great if you're not free. Can't be free if you're not great. See how this all starts to work together to round out a picture of the system's dynamics? What it means to be human, live this life, and come out of it with some purpose, meaning, and value while maintaining your principles? We didn't make that up. We become aware of it. Once we become aware of it, God makes a new us. See? We don't make it up. We become aware of it. Once we become aware of it and do it, God starts to make us up. Instead of us make it up. The universe starts to remake us in its own image. See? I'm talking spiritually, essentially, in who we are, our character, and our mission, right? Not necessarily that it changes our physical appearance, although that might be a side effect as well. You know, I've seen some folks who, when they're really in alignment with this truth and embodying it, they glow. When they're in a deception and they're disempowered and they're deep in dysfunction with nothing redeemable, they don't even glimmer. If they're glimmering, it's purely from darkness. You know? And I get it, man. Like I've said here many times, the Tao alludes to, the crack is where the light enters. The Tao is deep and dark. It's also radiant. Why? Because it lets it be. You're not going to get any more dark than me in this broadcast at times. We need that so that we can reveal the other side of the dynamic, right? It's complementary. All right. We never got to a couple more Instagram ones. I want to get them off my line
Mr.
here.
Roman, are you aware that we are sending $40 million a week to the
Yeah, they know. They
Taliban?
don't care. Big joke.
Yes, sir.
Can you name other instances of
Are
foreign
you
aid
doing
going to terrorist
blasphemy and mockery and
organizations?
humiliation on the
We
people?
have assisted Al-Shabaab in Somalia. There's been
Oh.
instances of the Hamzi network in Sudan, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah, Kata'iba
Here they all are.
Hezbollah, Hayat Tahrir al-Sham.
Here they all are. Here's the people you meet on the panel verse every day. Nice, kind, polite people. They're dressed well. They mean well, but they're constantly doing evil. And dare they get asked a question and have to actually answer, right? And they just sit there with this sort of glib presentment, you know? Yeah, that's the world you're living in, by and large. Don't kid yourself. Don't fool yourself. We all want to believe it's better than that. You know, most people are not like that. Most people are good people. They're nice people. Are they? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Even if most people intend to be good, are they good? Are they pursuing greatness? The answer for the majority is absolutely not. Nowhere in their life. Not even close. Here's the people who run your life right now. If you're not opted out, you haven't corrected your status, and you're not attempting to practice non-compliance, here's who's running your life with code right now. The ones who are supposed to be better than everybody, or doing better than everybody, or doing good for everybody, right?
Comes in Syria, dozens of terror organizations have received indirect assistance
Yeah, your tax
from
dollars just went to
U.S.
Al-Shabaab and terrorist organizations, while they call Paulie Boy a sovereign citizen terrorist. Don't you love it? A lot like these panels, if you ever take a stroll around town. They're always projecting who and what they are as what you are, right? And then we just go to the results on some level. One more. See what this one is. Let's see all the people just to crystallize this dynamic I'm talking about. That always seems to be so triggering to people. Paulie Boy's wounded. His mommy and daddy didn't love him, right? And he says most people are not good people. They're not really nice, kind, and polite. They're actually evil, wicked people doing evil, wicked shit, or paying for people to do evil, wicked shit, and will call somebody names who attempts to try to stop it. Yeah. That's what you got going on here, whether they know it or not.
Okay, Roger, your special subject tonight is the economies of the European community. Your time starts now. Best of luck.
Thank you.
How much does Greece owe, Roger?
$367 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Mostly to the other European economies.
Correct. How much does Ireland owe?
$865 billion.
Correct. And who do they owe it to?
Other European economies, mostly.
Correct. How much does Spain and Italy owe?
$1 trillion each.
Correct. Who to?
Mainly France, Britain and Germany.
Correct. And how are Germany, France and Britain going, Roger?
Well, they're struggling a bit, aren't they?
Correct. Why?
Because they've lent all these vast amounts of money to other European economies that can't possibly pay them back.
Correct. So what are they going to do?
They're going to have to bail them out.
Correct. Where are they getting the money to do that, Roger?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
How much does Portugal owe?
Hang on a minute. What was the answer to that earlier question?
Just keep answering the questions, Roger. Where is Portugal going to get the money it owes to Germany if Germany can't get back the money that it lent to Italy?
Just a minute. What was the answer to the previous question? The question was, how can broke economies lend money to other broke economies who haven't got any money because they can't pay back the money the broke economy lent to the other broke economy and shouldn't have lent it to them in the first place because the broke economy can't pay it back?
You're wasting very valuable time, Roger. How much money does Spain owe to Italy?
$41 billion, but where are they going to get it?
Correct. What does Italy owe to Spain?
$27 billion, but they haven't got it. They're broke.
Correct. How can they pay each other if neither of them has any money?
They're going to get a bailout, aren't they?
Correct. And where's the money coming from for the bailout?
That's what I'm asking you.
Correct. Why are people selling the European currency and buying the US dollar?
Because the US economy is so much stronger than the European economy.
Correct. Why is that, Roger?
Because it's owned by China.
Correct. And very well done.
Right. And still people can't see, whether it's locally or globally, what time we're in, where we're at. We're in the time of collectivism, unbound collectivism, where a bunch of beta males and females keep reaching out to connect to each other because they think the more they can connect, the more powerful they're going to be. They're so foolish spiritually, they don't get that God is, or the devil is pushing them to collect so that they weigh more and sink. Okay? Talks about in the scripture, putting these people at the bottom of the ocean, right? And again, a lot of this is proverbial, allegorical. So again, we see these on the panels. They think their strength is in numbers. The more tards you get together who don't serve a purpose and collect together, the stronger we are, the more credible we are. No, you can't extend any credit if you don't have any. You're all indebted. What do you think you're indebted to? And the reason you're being harvested and farmed right now is because you're all meant to come together for the quickening and the separation. Doesn't it? I'm not a Christian. I'm not a biblical scholar. Does anyone know the Bible and get what the fuck is being told there? Snafu Snaps will claim he does. Snafu Snaps, your thoughts? Snafu Snaps, your thoughts on a third return trip, please, if you will.
Yeah. Daddy's on fire, and all you cupcake beta bitches, the optics are high. No, I think the racism issue is one of those propaganda optics. Now, did you heard about the whole Rampage Jackson's son beating down the wrestler thing, and then the second optics of someone in our community's daddy running over a black child? I put both optics in your backstage. But I think there's a division, as you spoke about just a minute ago. And this one is according to the racism one, and I could equivalent Laundry's optics with what his daddy did to the Rampage Jackson.
I'm not interested. If you please don't keep
Well,
bringing.
I'm just saying the racial optics of the black culture versus
We know
white
the
culture.
optics. We know the optics. The optics are everything I just laid out in a generalized form applies to everyone who it applies to when it applies. And they can take that and get the revelation and get the understanding at their core, or they can dismiss it if they like.
Did you see the stuff on Rampage Jackson though that I just sent you though? Or you heard about it obviously? His son?
Be more specific?
His son went to like a pro wrestling event and beat the fuck out of this guy because he got in his ego. And so like everyone's like, oh, he should face attempted murder. And he did this like publicly on Kick, you know, with Aiden Ross and all them fucktards, you know, at their fights. And so like it's big news now that Rampage Jackson's son beat up this wrestler who now the news is saying, oh, the wrestler is this white veteran type guy. Rampage's son is the vicious animal black guy that just
but again, you know, who knows if it's real or not. This could all be set up psyops to get you and everyone else to talk about it. You know,
dude, the guy got smashed out, man, and this happened, and it was because of ego, and it was because of the division, and in this case, the racial division.
Right. The point is that people are not getting this nuance here. That at certain points, God is going to reveal itself through people. If you don't submit to that. It's not submitting to them. If you don't submit to what is coming through certain people at certain times, it's your ego. It's not theirs. They're walking with the truth. They have the experience. They have the community. Root word is communing with higher sense of self and other people.
Okay, so I know because you've been open about your heroin use and blah blah, and you know we all been like whatever
about everything here.
Yeah. So what is
all the rest of these? All these throw your rock and hide your handers haven't been. I've been an open book here.
Yeah. Right. So I'm asking you: have you ever experienced a death ego, and what was that for you?
Absolutely. And I don't equate it to what I hear from all the rest of these folks. It's not adding up. My death ego was. I wanted certain things here or to live a certain way or didn't want to do other things and thought I was entitled to be whatever I want and get whatever I wanted. And at a certain point, the truth hit me over the head and I haven't been the same since. So what I want doesn't matter. What I like doesn't matter. It's all about the truth and what's needed. And if not, it needs to be called out. Simple. That's going beyond self to reunite back with higher self. That is ego checking. Confidence in that and that process is not ego. The rejection of that confidence and that process is ego. So a lot of you folks on here need to reverse the dynamic because you're very off when it comes to cause and effect, why we're doing what we're doing and what the results are.
So was it a one-time thing or was it a process of understanding?
It's a constant practice, sir. It's a constant practice.
That's what I was going to get to.
And I'm like, definitely more active.
Like it's a one-time thing, and it's like, well, if you really experience your death egos are in that, you know, it's the process, like you said. It's not like this one event that a lot of people present.
It's a constant process of you know, again, when we do this action, right? This is what metabolism is on the cellular level, right? On the physical level. So this process is always in play. Right? The expand, contract, like a bellows, right? Expand, contract in order to get the air through us to feed the fire. So there's always going to be an expanding process that's necessary that they're going to call egoic and this, that, and the third because they're fucking powerless and dead and they have no energy flowing through them to feed the fire, right? And then there's going to be that contraction period where God and the experience in you have to remind yourself regularly, Paulie, this is I am that am. It's not you. Please just understand it's the power of I am that am. It's not you. We saw what Paulie did when he did his own power. We saw where he got. Please don't talk over me. I know I talk a lot.
Say it's you though, right? You can't just fully say
it is, but it's not. It is, but it's not. This is the paradox that's difficult to resolve. It is, but it's not. Because on the highest level, it's also you and you and you and you. If you let it be. If you don't let it be, then it's not you or you or you or you. See? It's a choice-based idea. So we're one self if we let it be, we're different selves on a technical, physical level because the gap is in communication, perspective, understanding, will, and who and what we serve. And that makes sense. That's why the Christed being said, there is no way to God but through me, but we are not equally yoked, right? And he also turned to everyone and said, greater things than I you shall do. We are all sons and daughters of the Most High. Doesn't your scripture say ye are God? So again, kind of a contradictory seemingly, but more likely paradoxical dynamic that physically in the flesh, we are all separate if we live through the flesh. If we live through the spirit, we are all united in a cause we didn't create, we can only align with and generate the results of. It was here before us, it'll be here after us. The question is, do we embody it and serve it, or do we not? Right? That's a choice.
Wrong.
And that
Wrong. You're wrong. Because I cannot say, okay, I could say that my spirit is completely fucking different from someone like Flow States or Landry or
how do you know
yeah.
that? I'm not doing this with you. I just told you for the 5th time, stop bringing these people up here. Don't bring up their names here. Not doing it. You're trying to crowbar this garbage into my broadcast. I don't need to talk about other people to talk dynamics. You want to gossip or talk about what you experience with other people. I'm not interested in giving these people what they're desperate for, any more attention. Okay? So I'm not feeding into it. And again, that's your disconnected, dysfunctional, divisive, flawed perspective that you would believe what they say or show, or even believe they're irredeemable because of their actions. No. Deep in their core, they have a spirit and they know everything of what I'm saying is fucking right. They just don't have the balls to practice moving into it. And they just don't have the fucking pride to check to say, he's right and he knows something and we should probably look for this within us and run with it. Okay? They just don't want me to be their daddy indirectly because their real daddy never did it for them, is the bottom line. So I'm not buying that because I've seen evidence of the opposite. I'm not making these people different from me. You want to do that in your arrogance and ego. I'm not going to do that. These people are just like me. The difference is they live from their flesh constantly and what their flesh wants from them instead of what their spirit reminds them they need. And when I conjure that spirit to speak what they know they need, they get a choice. And typically they choose to be cool and in and of the world. Too cool for school, right? We used to say. So I'm not interested what you believe. I didn't ask you what you believed. You're not going to tell me what I'm going to believe and experience. And you're not going to tell me my experiences are trumped by your belief. So I've watched cops break down on the court steps and in the cop car crying and telling me they're going to quit their job. I had a cop tell me, next time you come back here, we're going to serve you because we see the God within you. That's radical fucking change. That's power beyond this. This is limited. I can only do so much with this, right? That's the difference, see? So when we appeal to the eternal truth, which is able to be known or experienced by the eternal soul, it is revealed to the flesh that there is one truth, one life, one way here. That's the one self idea. You either run with that as much as possible so more is revealed, or you reject that and you spin and cycle in ignorance and arrogance and lack of understanding.
So you said
I wasn't any of that.
One light, one way, which to most of us believers, that would be Jesus or
I'm not interested in believers. There's knowing and there's belief. And in the middle of belief is a lie. And we know on some level historically that it's very well possible. We can't prove it. But you have your belief, I'll meet you in the middle. I have my belief. And my belief is all these books have been tampered with and altered, and that they gave you an idol to worship. The idol in that book you're all worshiping literally says, be like me, don't worship me. The same thing I'm telling people in modern day realm to some extent. Not all the way. No, I'm not a role model. Walking with this truth and this revelation and the power that it is, you damn better well be like me in that sense, because being like me is being like I am. It ain't being like me. I didn't tell you to go on heroin. I didn't tell you to be a fat, selfish fuck, did I? Fat, greedy fuck. Probably a better phrase right there, okay? I didn't tell you to do any of that. So you need to make a separation between Paulie's flesh and how he's self-deprecating on that and calls it for what it is versus the spirit of I am that flows through me at times and the truth it reveals. Got it?
So this is where I'm confused because, okay, without naming names, and we could just generalize here, the spirit of certain individuals or groups even or entities
is clouded by their fleshly reality. Yes.
Is totally opposite of the spirit of other groups, individuals, or entities.
It's all of us. It's a general statement for all of us. At times, our Holy Spirit is clouded by the desires, the wants, the expectations of the flesh. We all do it.
So we're not all technically lined up on the same path as you just said, though, because
how could we not be oneself? Watch this. Watch how easy it is. How could we not be oneself when there's 7 deadly sins? And every human being, you could argue, struggles with them on some level. How could you tell me that there's 7 deadly sins for 8 billion people if we're not all the same body on the lowest level and on a spiritual level, the same soul? How?
But that's where the wheat and tare and the free will come in and the who's going to put out
exactly.
And, okay.
This is the same thing the Rastafari reveal through their non-religion. There's I, and then there's you and me. Okay? I means you see the truth, you live it, we get the results, we're communing. You and me is you think you're your own person, I'm my own person, we could do whatever we want to do, and somehow it's going to work out. Nonsense. That's not how community works.
But then if you're not on the same page, then your journey, both spiritually, whatever, is not the same, right? Even though
the journey may not be the same, right? Because again, the choices aren't the same. The perception isn't the same. The realization, the actualization isn't the same.
The polarities of the people's journeys, right? You're always going to have the ally versus enemy.
But again, if you take a one soul self that hasn't lived up to what it's meant to be and you show it for what it is in the world, it literally looks the same way every time. Looks the same, talks the same, acts the same, speaks about the same shit, gets the same shitty results, calls it the same justificated excuses. Come on, man. You're not seeing the patterns here? We've had 1,000 of them through these doors. The ones who are somewhat righteous, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, we're right here. We're right here, and we maintain that, and we move forward in the purpose. And it's energy, it's co-creation, it's all the things. It's the truest bond, right? Then there's everybody else with their bullshit agendas and their wants and desires and their cowardice and deflections and obfuscations and just inability to carry the fucking cross. That's all it amounts to.
So I guess that's where does the line of forgiveness or not even forgiveness?
It's always there, bro. I'll forgive anybody at any time because it was done for me.
Co-collaboration or or if you were in times of hardships in your foxhole, this motherfucker most likely will kill you and steal your food and your land and bury you in the backyard versus work with you and do security detail. You just don't trust. Where do we come with these optics of the line of
I don't need to talk hypothetical. Like so many other loser panelers and content creators, they got to talk hypothetical imagination. I could just talk what I've experienced.
Okay.
So when I got people around me who are willing to go to a box or die for what's true and what's right, we're closer than ever. I would lay down my life with them or for them.
Right.
I would pay their way if I had to in times of trouble. Okay. So I don't need to hypothetically go into what it would look like if we had a group of men who would stand up and stood on business and were trustworthy and honorable and good faith in some sense and had some fucking balls and produced a result when necessary. Don't need to imagine. I got it in my life and I'm going to get more of it in my life, in case you're wondering, because I'm going to be more of it in my life, in case you're wondering. See how that works?
Well, no, I get that. I'm sitting here thinking because okay. There's, without naming names or entities, there's certain entities or people that will deter or minimize what's happening with the world. And then you got people who gravitate.
You can't minimize and deter because they got to go back to living in it. So that's a lark, right?
That makes sense. I didn't
that's
even think
a cope and a lark.
Okay, you're right. I didn't even
Every
think
one of these cowards who comes here and says, not for me. Paul, he's talking New World Order, legal, lawful rights and freedoms. You already know you're a pet slave, and they're going to keep putting the screws to you. Who are you
and
kidding?
I just witnessed the beta test of that with the mask optics and so many optics to see who would comply, and even with TOS optics of sorts. So, no, I guess you're right in that sense of we've already I could see that. We've
Well,
witnessed
I'll
it.
give you another example since you want to bring it up. The people who shall not be named, their new gambit is don't say that, don't say this. If you say that and say this, they might take you off here in monetization. You proved you're willing. They all forget. I'm the guy who gave up 4 racks a month guaranteed before the extras. Oh, they forget about that. Before memberships, contributions, super chats, 4 racks a month I gave up to demonetize because I didn't want to be subject to policy and code that was fucking with who and what I am. So I'll say rape all day, every day. I'll say vaccine all day, every day. I'll say suck my white gorilla dick all day, every day, because I ain't got no strings on me, Pinocchio, you lying motherfuckers. You need to get back to the wood shop.
No, let me, in all reality.
No, you know what they need, Safu? Because in the movie, it all tells the tale. You know what the Pinocchios with the lion long nose and the strings on them, the puppets need? They need to get swallowed up by the whale, boy. Isn't that what happened to Pinocchio? And isn't Pinocchio another takeoff of the story of Jonah in the Bible with the whale?
Yeah.
And isn't it another takeoff of Moby Dick with the whale and all the rest of it? Because it's the same archetypal ideas and themes about power and value and consciousness and awareness and what we're creating here for ourselves and each other? Right. Right.
It's also Epstein related too. Very weird.
I'm a grown man, but I'm going to say grape every 3 seconds. By the way, that reminds me. Got a beautiful message here. Because I reached out again. Because I'm so fucking loving. I reached out. I reached out to co-create. Yeah. I reached out to co-create. I'm so fucking loving. We all know that here. Okay.
Well, when's the last time you reached out to our friend?
Oh, no.
Brian?
He fucking, don't tell me he deleted it for both of us. Can they do that? Can they delete the conversation for both people?
Yeah, they can.
What a bitch. There's no way this guy's that big of a bitch.
Yeah, they absolutely.
fucking put it right to him.
And that's the funny thing. They get a choice. It says delete for you. And
Yeah, but I can pull up the history for it. Can I? Oh, no, I can't. No, this ain't real.
If it says message. It'll say message deleted.
There's no way, bro. I reached out to your boy Andrew Wilson and I said to him, hey, what's it going to cost to get you on for an hour to have a conversation about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith?
He didn't pull Wes Watson on you. He didn't pull Wes Watson on you, did he?
No. Listen, I just jumped out the window because I'm tired of it. So a week went by. I messaged him back. I said, you know what? I didn't think so. I said, you're probably not going to come on. If you do, you're not going to talk rights, freedom, and principles because you don't live it, nor do you live the truth. You chain smoke online and you're a fake ass Christian who's run by the state. And then he went off on me. You know, I was traveling. I don't always check my IG. You're a dick and your podcast is never going to go anywhere. Loser.
Oh, he said that to you?
Yeah, and he said something along the lines of you're a little whatever. I said, dude, I'm pretty sure I'm bigger than you physically, and I'm pretty sure what I do and what I'm a part of is bigger than you spiritually. So I don't know why you would call me little when you're the little man in this equation. And then I had to remind him, I'm pretty sure you were the guy on stage with Wes Watson when he told you, shut up, bitch ass motherfucker, or I'm going to come across this stage. You got right in line, didn't you? From what I remember.
Did.
So let's not play. Like I told him, I said, listen, bro, I'm bigger than you physically, and I could probably whoop on you. I'm not invoking violence. Why the fuck do you cowards do that? That's what always shocks me. It's always the biggest pussies and cowards who invoke violence like we're supposed to believe they stand on anything anywhere in their life. You know? So that would make sense why he deleted that conversation, because he already knew when he went to go check I was going to use that for content and call his bitch ass out. But I have a pretty good memory, so I'll do it anyway.
Hey, wait, get your bitch ass up here. Come talk to Paulie boy. Have that conversation, man.
Nah, he can't talk. He can't talk rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. Only thing he could talk is chain smoking as a Christian, talking down on OnlyFans girls, and being a Babylonian status slave. And I don't do that broadcast. I don't need to pay him to do that.
He could talk about it. I don't think he. Okay, he could talk about it, but I don't think he would bring anything of value to that conversation or to that.
Listen. Let's be real, like we always do. I was setting him up anyway. I was just going to pay him to bring him on to light everything up and burn it down. You know that. They all know that.
And the truth is,
I'm traveling for a week and a half. Can't answer a message all of a sudden. Give me a break, dude. You weren't going to come on. I know you ain't going to come on. I know all you bitch ass motherfuckers won't come on because you ain't ready, and you're never going to be ready because you ain't working on living that truth. You're working on ignoring that truth while you debate the shape of the earth and who's a better presidential candidate and how to be a real man at home in debt to the bankers and to the state and how to really talk down to your woman so she thinks you're a big bad man. Yeah.
We
You
should
fucking
get you
freak.
lined up with like a big pogo and get you on one of their channels just to fuck with them here soon. We should.
Well, bro, listen.
We
This is
should.
what
Get
I've
you on
told
like Andrew
you.
Tate or something.
This is
Like
what
the
I've
fucking
told you
video.
and the audience from the beginning. If you had any balls on you or just an eye for what's going to be interesting or funny, you'd be all over in your spare time getting on the horn to these people and trying to get me on. Because I told all of you, I'll show up anywhere. I gave you a green light. You want content? You're in control of it. You're in charge of it. Send an email. Send a mass email. Get a hold of your favorite truther loser on here, and I will summon the will and the courage to show up in front of any amount of people and put the truth down. However I do it, I will do it, and we'll get to have a great fucking laugh about it. Because we already know. This is the thing. How do you win without fighting, or how do you win before it's ever started? By knowing what you're walking into, who's who and what's what.
I kind of have a feeling. So, you know, Daddy Trump's wearing a catheter. You seen the pictures out there?
The debate. I love for these people to debate me. They'll never debate me because they know what's going to happen.
More traffic though than usual when certain political optics go down here soon, because you know everyone always seeks someone to find.
They need it, man. Andrew Wilson and they all need it.
Traffic's gonna ramp up though, Paul.
We all need it. I'll throw me into. We all need it. Everybody needs more test and challenge. Everybody needs more darkness and slavery.
I'm just
so
saying,
they can come back together under truth.
People are going to gravitate here a lot more to this particular type of genre of what you.
Sir, I'm about 20 to 30 years out ahead of my time, right? Please understand that. So yes, over the next 20 or 30 years, people will start to gravitate more to this content when they realize that the marketplace of frauds and dupes provides nothing of real power and value.
The minute something big goes down, dude, do you think they're going to gravitate to?
Oh, then yeah. And at those times, well, that's what's great.
YouTube, or are they going to gravitate to channels like yours or mine, who puts out real documentaries?
Well, that's proof of why I'm a daddy
they credit me too all the time, but I know the content that I put out there. Fuck the TOS. Fuck you. Like, I put real documentary shit or real talks. Like, even Damsel Medic was talking to me about how cows are getting infections in their utterances because of certain jabby wabbies that we've seen other people take. So, like, I put but see, people are going to gravitate to your type of content because you stand on principles, rights, freedoms, all that shit. They'll gravitate to my type because of the real documentary shit. And that's what I'm saying. They're going to have few choices. But you're going to see an increase when shit goes down, and especially with you,
The
Paul.
scripture lays it out perfectly. The last shall be first, the first shall be last. They don't even know it's already underway.
Well, yeah.
So get that money while you can, lie while you can, be a coward bitch while you can, serve that system while you can, because it's coming down around you.
Now, I'm using you too.
Know it.
I'm using you too because I need you to get another 2 or 3 blunts in you. That's when you loosen up, and then Daddy will come out to play, and we can put on the Circus,
I've already been out.
music. I can request the
I'm
Circus.
not out yet.
Yeah. So, what is DA's doing? They've been very submissively quiet.
At that time, you will be removed from the internet. Don't do me any favors, okay? And by the way, they've already tried to strike my channel for a year and a half straight, every 2 weeks. We've gone through dozens of strikes. We've turned them back. They've shadow banned my first channel completely. I can't even get more than 10 live viewers on a 23,000 person channel. So yeah, man, listen, we've already been doing it, going through it. God's not going to allow that to happen. It's not going to be that easy with this truth. The demons can't move forward, right, and close me completely in, knowing the rules of this game. And once you invoke certain things, they got to give you safe passage, right? What they can do is alter the experience, right? That's their, and I'm still giving them notice, and I'm going to sue them at some point because they see they're still playing games.
I just gave you a big tool that you'll be able to use. You're going to love what I sent you, and it's free.
This person doesn't understand. If by that time I'm taking off the internet, it's because it's God's will in Satan's kingdom, and I need to get back to the land and my community anyway. So thank you for our time here. We did what we came to do. and I'll see you whenever, right?
But in all reality, you may not choose to be taken off internet. That choice may happen because of certain optics, like because you stand for something. Like, I'm not trying to like say shit. It's just people who stand for something end up getting martyred. We saw Rasta and many others out
You
there.
say
You
that
know,
potentially, but the other side of it is my story has proven the opposite is true. That if you are pure intention and you stay in alignment, that somehow, some way it works out. I can't report
Either way,
anything
it
other
works
than what
out
I've
because
seen so far.
and either way, it works out because you knew you did right and you stood by the
Right.
right thing, right? So even if you quote get martyred or whatever, the fact that you could die knowing you did what's right.
Yeah, there is no scenario where I can actually be wrong or lose when it comes to that. I may be able to do it better in certain ways or not, but when it comes to standing on those principles and understanding, there is no losing.
Look,
right?
look, that's why I got to
The
be
only
real.
losing is to not continue or to not try.
That's why I got to be real with this whole hug a buddy, fuck a buddy mentality, because the fillers have been weaponized in society to truly, like Alex Jones said, the frogs are going gay optics, you know? And that's why it's hard for me when I see someone with street smarts or just real smart street smarts, I guess you could say, and then working with some of these people that don't have them, knowing that, oh man, these people could
Sir,
be
you
in
need
so
to go
much
back
debt.
to your scripture. You guys want it to be either me putting on or pretending or attempting to work with people who I'm judging ahead of time. I'm open to deal with anybody over and over again if they're somewhat repentant in good faith and honorable. If they're not, then I'm not. We're not equally yoked.
But let me
Your
ask you this.
person you say you worship sat at the table with someone he already knew was going to put a knife in his side, and he did it anyway.
But I don't think any of these people truly want to work or do it because, like, for instance, we talked about the loose situation and other things. You got all these people who are contractors working with jobs, got money, but none of them, except for you and a small few, like they're not getting together. They're not creating. They're not fucking making real big moves together. You know, they got all this talk of what if or what we should all do.
We know all that already. I'm not worried about them. If anything, I need to focus and worry about me. Because I have to go back to square one once again on my land search and all the rest of it. Over the past month and a half, I've been forced to go back to square one. So I got enough to focus on that I'm not at times playing with other people and attempting to do their work with them and for them, right? Which is, again, page 1 of the Tao. Do not neglect your work for other people's work, and I do it regularly. So it's no wonder why I get the results I get.
But that's what I'm saying. A trade and barter system of sorts, like, for instance, a community that's built up and got the goals and the people and the balls, so to speak, versus communities that are still trying to figure it out. I mean, I see a big problem here. I see a huge problem with the hug a buddy, fuck a buddy mentality.
They're not trying to figure it out. They already know at their core what this is, and they've decided they're not going to go with it or run with it, or it's not that important. They're trying to figure out what else they can do here to keep themselves busy, entertain themselves, and make money.
Do you think that they don't see the world stage changing in the way?
Of course they see it, and they're all paranoid about it, and it's palpable in their undertones.
Because that's what
in the back of their mind and under their voice and their tones, it's palpable. Yes, it's right there.
Because I gotta honestly say, when they were like knocking the show, I sat there thinking, well, you know, Paul's unlike the Alex Joneses, you know, my other show. Like, he brings the real world optics of his you know, belief system, value system, so everyone has to say. But he also brings the, you know, drama, the entertainment. But the real world optics are always it. Like you said, you can't fake. You can't like play like what's happening. Like right now is the most important time in our lives of what's happening, and that's what I saw you say, and it was mocked. And do you think these people are mocking it because they're gonna just ride it out and live the greedy life until the end ends, or do you think they just really don't see the world changing? Like, do you think
I don't know.
naive?
I'm not God, Snafu. I can't predict what everybody will do and not do as far as their change of heart and aligning with the core of their soul and not entertaining beyond a certain point people who are dishonorable in bad faith and not being that, right? And that's a practice for all of us. Again, That's a practice. That's not a state of attainment. We all need to practice that, it would seem. Whoever we all is. Right? So that's all I know, man, because that's all that I could verify as far as what I'm in control over. Me, what I think and feel, what I do, and what I try to promote and facilitate versus what everyone else is doing, right? That's on them.
Like,
you know, after a certain point, that's on them.
As much as I want to eat my fucking words saying this, even Jack Talcott is standing up for his cause, a cause, versus some of these people who are saying that, you know, there is no cause. They could care less about a cause. And with the world being the way it's changing, it's like, is it that? Like I guess it is. I mean, to each their own. I mean, that's how life is, you know. But
again, to reject anybody's potential change at any time, including me, is to throw out God's creation, right? And the redeemability. So because it can't be done for me, it can't be done for anyone else. Right? So anyone has at any point in time an ability to upgrade and change and be more redeemable in a sense, right? And then the question is, will we do that or not?
But this is where
that's the practice for us.
This is where the scary thing comes in.
This is why the panel verse is so interesting and fascinating, because the panel verse, what it represents is the opposing idea of that you can't be prosperous or profitable or co-creative unless you get with a whole bunch of other people you're going to fight and argue with and play games with and all the rest of it, right?
Well,
it wants to teach you and make you believe that this is the only place for all of us.
It has multi-purposes. It's the cattle guy. I mean, it all started from the MySpace days to the Facebook days. Hey, I'm Tom, your friend. The biggest thing about this, though, is you're going to see a lot
Imagine that, right? How many people you caught on that? How many people showed up here to try to do the bits with me and then acted like we were friends? When they keep forgetting, I tell them from the beginning, you don't do what I do, and you're probably never going to do it. So how could I call you a friend? You're literally on the other side of things. You're literally the guy paying for and voting for and begging for me to go to jail.
Yeah.
So why would I like that or respect that?
People are stupid, dude. They think even if they met you, like I let Brian O'Shea stay the night at my house and use my shower and leave a piss jar on my table. Doesn't make it I'm his friend. Not as people are fucking stupid. Was I a nice human being to another nice human being? Did we walk on the same path at times? But this whole hug a buddy, fuck a buddy thing has become weaponized. Like it really has. Like when I see people say, do I gotta make choices of someone being too nice or being not nice, or the fillers, and especially if it comes down to rights, freedoms, and real shit that we're experiencing in a economic, political world stage setup right now. It's crazy.
Well, this is the point. In a holographic reflective universe, they say Paul thinks everything's about him, revolves around him. No, everything revolves around the truth Paul has come to realize, is what I'm contending. That might be an arrogant claim as well. So when I'm in the room with you and you get a choice, because every time there's a choice, and the choice is, let's say, for instance, on the table, Paulie's yelling about the truth and he's not being nice, kind, and polite. He's being abrasive, rude, obnoxious, but somewhat honorable and truthful. Maybe not as honorable as he could be in the way that he's speaking, but what he's speaking about, right? Versus a sheep in wolf's clothing, as you like to say,
wolves,
right? Pretending to be so stoic and strong and powerful while being a part of lies and deceptions and keeping their cool, or being nice, kind, and polite, right?
But
so again, the deceiver is usually not going to come to you yelling and screaming and proclaiming the truth. It's going to come to you in a controlled manner and act as if and put on the show and cast doubt on the other person and make you feel like you're so trusting and safe with the person who's calm, cool, collected, who's willing to be nice, kind, and polite for the moment, in between lying, cheating, stealing, and everything else. That's why you folks are so run by politicians, because it's literally the same dynamic. Paul yells and screams, they won't vote. I'll maybe get 100 votes, right? I could be up on the stump going, rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith. I'm ready to die for the people and God and what's true. Make me the representative. I'm going to go in there and turn tables over. They'll say, this guy's unelectable. He's crazy.
That's what I think. I know you know this, but you're not being honest with yourself or these fucktards online.
How am I not?
They don't get that when you say, I will die for what I believe in this shit.
How could you not get that, dude? And I'm not even saying, How
They
could
don't
you not
believe
get that?
that's really what you mean when you say, I, Paul, will die for what I've been telling you all, what I say, what I stand for. Like some of these people will listen and say, well, he really believes in it. It's what he's about, but they don't really believe.
Yeah, when you
And
put
some of us know
an
you're telling
AK
the truth.
and an AR and thousands of rounds and a bulletproof vest in your trunk,
Right. Some of us
with
know
multiple
you're being good.
handguns,
Yeah, some
and
of us know.
you ride cross country with no plates, license, insurance, and registration, you're pretty much saying on record
It's
to
not even
everybody.
that. It's not even that. Like you said, it's what you've shown, even with just the.
All right,
Let's
Snaps,
just
you're
be
going to
petty,
wind
the
up killing us
podcast, the
both here by
numbers, but
taking us in circles. You're going to be back at the hospital again, and I'm going to
I
be
don't think
dying
it's
from being
circles,
fat and loud.
I feel there's going to be a lot more people gravitating towards your type of content the more the world stage starts going crazier.
I get that, Snafu. I get that. I agree with you. I get that, and I agree with you. The more people get desperate because their way and the world's way is not either working and or fulfilling, the more they're going to start to give everything up to be given everything back. Yes, right. I agree with that.
And that's going to prove to those fucktards and other people who doubt what your message, your shit. I mean, I already know where you stand versus a lot of these people in the DEX. That's why I laugh at what
Listen,
I witnessed.
it's not about where I stand. I could wake up tomorrow, and I have woken up a bunch of yesterdays and asked myself, why am I going to continue to do this? Okay. This could harm me. Do I and have to ask, Snafu, please? And then I have to ask myself, do I actually want to die today? Or am I capable of being willing to die or go into prison today because I believe in this and know that there's some redeemability here and that I'm just not some crazy person?
Okay, but that's not.
And that this isn't just a futile endeavor, right? And then I just have to always come back to, Paul, there's no running from who you are and what is. This is who you are and meant to be. So you could get tired at some points, work around it, or work something different. But you think this is ever going to go away? Maybe one day it will. And it'll just be authentically me at that point to say, I did my walk. I got my results. I proved you can do pretty much anything here and it'll somehow be okay. My experience has given a testimony of God that's good enough for anybody who really wants to know, which is all really the work is about, right? If you want to look at it that way based on scripture. So, hey, I'll go get the license now and the registration and whatever, and I'll just move around because I've already proven to myself and everyone else what is real and what's not, or what's possible versus what they say is not, and what the opportunity is for everyone else here if you want that, right? That's all I'm asking, is that we all just get the opportunity to do and be whatever we want here, absent loss, injury, and harm. That's literally, that should be the most basic thing for all grown people in consensual interactions.
I feel you would get judged a lot more if you did that. Like me, if you were to do that, I'd be like, cool, whatever. Everyone else does it. He's still putting out his message and all the other shit and has done what he did, whether he's doing with the license now or not. See, I think people would be like, oh, look what he did. He's doing everything he preached. See, I would look at it different because, yeah, you have shown now you did do that. And I mean, sometimes you, like we talked about the crypto or other things, you got to use.
I'll put it to you like this, bro. Mike Tyson spent the whole first half of his life proving that he had some power in him to put a man down in 30 seconds on average. He spent the second half of his life walking away from that because we already did that. And now we got to do the other side of creation, right? So life tends to work that way, where if you live long enough, you tend to experience the whole range of perspectives and experiences. As a self that is constantly developing and moving and changing and growing, fluid and dynamic, right? So again, it would be egotistical, arrogant, and narcissistic to say Paul Unslaved always has to be Paul Unslaved as this. It's not an actual person who evolves and grows and changes and then does something, gets a result, does it over and over again to prove it, gets the result for other people, and then says, you know what? I think I'm going to go live a quiet and peaceful and predictable life now because we did the work. I may never, because let me tell you this. I'm so whatever, fill in the blank. At the core of my spirit, I actually really believe that these things are potentially, I can't prove it, but I have a strong belief that these things are potentially spiritual contracts, right? That if you navigate this just the wrong way and you fill out these papers with whatever intention, you're literally saying to the universe, this is who and what I am. And you really, again, that's probably why I haven't done it.
Dude.
That's probably why I haven't done it, or I'm not going to do it, because I truly believe that everything in this world could potentially be a talisman or a symbol for power gained or lost, or for alignment with God or lack thereof, right? I'm that superstitious or sort of paranoid.
It's not superstitious at all. Like, we've seen it. Like, the Steve Martins, the fucking Jaguar Wrights, the pedographs, all these other, the bigger channel versus smaller channel, the sellouts, the contracts. With
I'm more likely at this point. I'm more likely at this point to either ride a dirt bike around knowing they just won't bother me and put saddlebags on it to get shit from the store when I can, and then just not, and then maybe ride a horse or a mule. I'm probably more likely to go get an Amish buggy and a horse, because I just like horses anyway and animals. Let them run free around my area, and then have my own little cart. And I go once a week or every 2 weeks or every month to get my shit. And I'm just some wacky guy who we don't know what the fuck he's doing, moving on his property on the road, and they can't tell me it's a motor vehicle, but they'll try to still.
Right. I don't think any of that matters at this point, because the fact of just speaking about the cause or allowing people to speak about it, like, because again, there's a difference between realism and fantasy. And yeah, we joke around, bit, non-bit, all this stuff, but like when it comes down to, like, hey, if something big were to happen, certain channels you're gonna go to hear about the topics or discussion or what people are feeling, and it's different because, like I said, with the world stage happening and what's about to happen and your genre and what you've been, even if you were to go get a license tomorrow and drop and fucking register,
here's the other side of it.
The whole thing, I would never look at you any different, like worse, because he's using the system. He doesn't want to get hemmed up in shit right now.
No, but this is the point. This is the point that if I was going to go do that, what I would do is I would show the process of how to get these things without relinquishing jurisdiction and without accepting the contract.
See, right? That would be so fucking interesting. That would be so fucking balls content just in general.
But then I have to go get it, and once I get it, I can rescind it, but it'll always be on record, right? I'd prefer to get arrested at least a handful more times and attempt to do right to travel and attempt to sue these people in federal court before I just go get it. Because again, it's occurred to me, I don't want to be bothered. I like just getting in the car and riding around listening to classical music on the old AM, the low FM stations where you got the guy who goes, now today we're going to listen to Bach and whatever, I like riding around through the mountains sometime and just listening to music. I can't do that anymore. If I can use the car over here that's registered, right? I haven't even done that yet. I'm going to start doing that now to just get my feet wet, to get out and about, use the registered plated car. And then I'm going to go back to moving my stuff around again. Right. But at a certain point, if I keep meeting a roadblock and they keep interfering with my rights and property and it gets real dangerous and I get to live through it, at a certain point, I may say, you know what? Having this stuff doesn't change who and what I am and what I'm doing. And I don't even have to present it for it to be on file. And just it being on file does not give them jurisdiction and ability to hold me to all these policies and codes, right? Again, I still have an issue because they're going to ask me to pay to use my own property. And it's like this, that's my ego, man. At the core, it's like saying, I'm the biggest pussy ever, bro. If I go to jail, I just want to be left alone and be in my own area. It's literally like saying somebody's going to come in my cell. I don't care if it's one time and go, you got to pay us to exist here and use your property. I just can't see me doing that. I've had people put guns in my face before and I go, now you got to use it. So they put the gun down. I go, what's the, I'm not, it's not pride to me. It just comes down to really at my core, there's only so far I'm willing to go and no further. I'm not going to live as somebody's property here. Right. And I've even told stories about when I was in jail, I stole, I didn't steal. I was young and I wasn't conscious and somebody left tobacco out in a main area. I opened up the thing, saw it, took it, used it all up. And the guy came and said, did you take tobacco out of that main thing?
You told us that story.
Yeah. And he went like this to me. He goes, you better smarten up. Somebody's going to kill you in here. And he walked off. And that was that. Now that could have went a lot worse. Am I going to fucking start a war with him over pride from him being an older guy and giving me a check to my ego? It didn't hurt me. Right. I'm supposed to fight it out now based on prison rules because someone else saw him I think one or two other people saw him go like this to me. He was right. I mean, I could get prideful and start a fight and act tough and do something I really don't want to do. Or I could just be honest with myself and everyone there. Hey, bro, the guy was right. And he's older than me.
Bro, that's
and if
what
we
I
fight, he's probably going to whoop my ass. And I had no business taking that tobacco. It didn't just get up and walk over there. Obviously, someone put it there. And if you take something in a fucking facility that doesn't belong to you, that's contraband, you're asking to be killed.
That's like the whole thing. That's the whole thing I was just saying. And I sent you the whole story in your backstage, the Rampage Jackson son thing, because he was being egged on a live stream. That's why it's big news, because it involves MMA, wrestling, the white and black thing, and then someone getting beat half to death over ego, and then people like
pride and ego. I don't think I'm that, because what's right is right.
You're gonna be a pussy if you don't do nothing. You ain't shit.
Jack or anybody here could literally go like this to me if I'm doing something that I know on some level I have no business doing. And I will probably sit there and go, you know what? You're right. Please don't put your hands on me again. But you're probably right about that. And it probably could have been a lot worse for everybody.
I don't think people would do that to you in real life. I don't think they'd do that.
No, well, that's the thing. That's the second part of the story.
They wouldn't even get to that part.
That's the second part of the story. This guy who did that was about 6'5", tatted from head to toe. He was known to be a professional fighter. And I'm not just saying like how everybody says that. I'm saying one of those guys you can tell just by the way he moves that he's got some coordination, right? So yeah. So right away.
Wait, was he a Sereno, Pisces, black?
Oh, he's a big white dude.
White dude,
right? And so he walks off, right? Could have been way worse. All that tobacco, like, it was a lot of tobacco, man. Could have been way worse. And it ain't even about the amount of tobacco. It's about what it now stands for, right?
When you told me the story, I was surprised how, because I've been in that situation where, and there are situations when you're locked up, you have no choice, where you have to react. You have to, but like there's choices where you do.
Yeah, that wasn't one of those situations. And the fact that I'm still here talking and all that's hurt is my pride proves it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
I've been in both. So like I get it 100% what you're saying. There are situations where you're like, well,
no, you didn't let me get to the point. So the point was this other little clown who saw it mouthed off right away, and he said, "Ooh, ooh, I just seen him do this to you, And I'm gonna tell." And I said, "I bet you ain't gonna do it." And it ended all right there, right? So, it ain't the same difference. One, because this guy probably could have handed me my ass if push came to shove with it, right? I could have given him a run, but he'd have handed me my own ass on a plate. Number one. So we ain't getting nowhere with that. Number two, I was fucking wrong. Number three, I had no business touching other people's shit or even using tobacco behind the wall. It's like 10 different ways I was fucking wrong and had no business doing what I was doing. And if all I got to do is get hurt pride from him doing this, it is what it is. I'm not playing by some rules that we're in jail and I got to do something now because you're going to call me a pussy. I'll do it first. I'm the biggest pussy here. Now what?
And the truth is that was politically handled. Like it could have been handled many different ways. If it was
after that, I got into it deeper. I don't talk about this shit. I get into it deeper. At a certain point, I became so much of a piece of shit in certain ways, or just allowed myself to express that aspect. But one of the last weeks in jail, in my section, I started a garbage pile, right? Where I just started tossing garbage and leaving it there. And the officers would come around and I'd cover it and I'd take it back because I had gotten into it with a bunch of people, but they would never get into it with me directly. So after that incident,
did you get a lot of heat in the pod though? Like, or were they cool with it? Were they like, oh, yeah? Were they like
the same dynamics we see online? They're all punk fucking cowards.
Yeah. I get it.
They write notes. They sneak thieve. They do this. They do that.
Yeah.
So somebody wrote a note, put it on my area. I went off on the whole area. I said, whoever the punk pussy is who wants to write me love notes, come hop in my bunk. And then they all talk, you can't joke about being gay and all the rest of it. I said, I'll do whatever the fuck I want here. What don't you get? Still haven't been stopped yet. So somebody, I'm pretty sure I knew who it was, but I couldn't prove it. Somebody stole from my box while I was out at work. Came back. I took the whole box. I put it on the table. I noticed one thing was missing. Ironically enough, sausage. Somebody had a hankering for some sausage. So one of these cowards was deep throating the sausage somewhere. So I put the fucking box in the middle of the whole room. And I said, whoever stole out of my box, come and fucking take it now. You can have everything in there. Not a peep.
That motherfucker went to a spread. You know it.
Whatever. The point is proven. You're saying I'm a bitch, but you got to hide and lie to do what you do and won't do it right in my face. I can't be that much of a bitch. Can I? If I was so much of a bitch, you'd just walk right up to me and take my shit. So then another thing happened. Guy comes up to me. He's got a 1% biker tattoo. Says he's a not a Mongol. Or what do you call it? I gotta go look him up. I gotta go look him up to get
the club. Yeah, there's so many of them.
Yeah, one of these 1% clubs.
Yeah.
You know, goes to me. You know, I'm poor and broke essentially. My family doesn't come up here. Nobody sends me anything. You think you could buy me something on commissary day? I said, what do you want? He goes, I want a candy bar. I said, okay, I'll help you out. No good deed goes unpunished, right? So I hear later, I don't know if it was, you know, this shit all jumbles together in my head, but if it was later that day or after I gave it to him or whatever, word started getting around that he was punking me for my shit. Right?
Oh,
So,
yeah, I seen that.
He was walking around telling people that because again, I'm usually one of the biggest guys in the room physically. For some reason, everybody wants to play games with me and fuck with me, and I never understood that, right? I guess it's some dominance play. Because they see that I'm a pretty loving, caring person, and I really don't go to violence as a default modality, and I pretty much can accept and forgive pretty much anything, you know, but I'm big, so people, you know, and I carry myself a certain way, I guess, so people like to try me and play games with me. I've never understood that, but it's always been kind of from the beginning.
I figure you would get less resistance in the beta cuck world we live in now. I mean, there is a difference when we get locked up because you are locked up. So, I mean, it's different.
Someone hid my sausage. Yes, someone technically hid my sausage while in jail. You could say that.
They munched on your sausage.
So yeah, man, I just confronted him. You know, I said, are you going around telling people that you're punking me for shit? And he wouldn't come clean on it. And I said, well, now you got a big problem.
Because
I'm not buying
candy,
it,
guys.
And now I told him, I said, isn't it a shame that I tried to help you out after the sob story you gave me and you tried to use it against me for false power? I said, now you got an issue because now you told everybody that and now I'm not buying you nothing ever again. Right. And now you're going to have to prove what you said. And of course, nothing ever came of that. And I'm not saying he wouldn't have handed me my own ass as well.
That just goes to the whole egotistical.
He's an outlaw biker. He's probably got more experience beating people up or being beat up on. I ain't no, you know, I'm Conor McGregor out here, far from it.
The whole ego shit because, you know, it's that
games,
whole mentality.
Games, yapping, bullshit. You ask him to put up 9 out of 10 times is nothing.
Because it's like one dude helping another dude, you know, but because of the ego. Because of the ego and then being locked up and having
that mentality. I looked at it, silly me.
Because something that's nothing, like it's bullshit. It's really one dude opening. I get it, dude. And that's
silly me. In my subconscious thought that when I saw the 1% diamond, that he was somebody of honor, that he was a tough guy, that he was a real guy, that he was somebody who was down on his luck. And yeah,
I can't tell you how many people, veterans especially, have been part of the cover up of the veteran fraud I've been exposing on my. I've seen veterans cover. I mean, you know, but I don't think it matters who. I think, like you said, we all have the good, the evil. We all have that.
Right, but the point I'm making is, I'm not violent. I'm not a tough guy by any means. I don't like fighting, even if I'm good at it. I don't like it, and I'm not even saying I'm good at it necessarily. I don't know what you would compare that to, and it's been a long time, and hopefully it'll be a lot longer. I don't want to be fighting in this life physically. I don't have to. The point I'm making is when it comes to what's true and what's right, in my beingness, I typically have to say something or take a stand because I don't feel right if not. If I'm wrong, you could pretty much do and say whatever the fuck you want because I ain't above the program. My pride and ego ain't running this train.
So let me ask you this. When you were locked up, this was like I don't know if it was getting off the drugs or with the drugs or anything, but if you were to get locked up now, do you think that your prison?
I'll give you another example. I'm thinking of all the stories. Story time with Paulie Boy.
Yeah,
I was
let's hear
locked
it.
up in Kings County, Brooklyn. 5 big black African-American gentlemen approached me because they saw I had a bundle and a half of heroin that I snuck into the jail.
What'd you do? Keep it?
No, I had it in my waistband or in my under my nuts. And then the guy went to go strip search me and I heard it drop out and I put my foot over it. And he shook my stuff out, whatever. And then I when he kind of wasn't looking, I grabbed my shit.
Nice.
For all I know, they let me have it, right? You're in Kings County, Brooklyn. These are all our corrupt officers. They know you're going to be dope sick. I may have thought I was slick and he still saw it, but I didn't think he saw it. And he just said, fuck him. He needs it anyway.
Pretty much.
What I don't know don't hurt me, right?
Pretty much.
But yeah, so they walked up to me, hey, bro, we're going to take your heroin. Well, first it was, we got Kush weed. Could you trade us? And I said, no, what am I going to do with weed back here? I said, I'm lucky if I can even do this dope and not be sick. I don't have needles or anything to smoke it or anything else. And it's all caked up now. I'm probably not going to be able to sniff it. And then they went away, came back, and then it was, you're going to give us the heroin, or something's going to happen. I said, well, you better get to it. That's what I told them. You better get to it because I'm about to be dope sick here very quickly. And there's no way that I'm giving this up, what I'm about to go through. So, which is basically a living hell, right? So they left me alone, and then I started throwing up and shaking, and then they went from trying to press me and take my shit to telling the fucking officer, someone come get this guy and help him. He's going to die in here. I've seen a lot of that shit, man, where it starts off one way and ends a completely different way just because you are unwavering and you're not willing to cuck or cop to some nonsense.
Bro, I've seen a lot of shit.
And there's times where you got to swallow your pride and your ego too,
No, I get it. I've seen a lot of shit, man. I was locked up too, and I was in the prison system. I seen it, and no, I get it. And that's why I say I see the mentality, and I see the weaponization of the hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, as I call it. And that's why I say at least whether they think it's yelling, screaming. I think you're more authentic when you're passionate, whether it comes out yelling or screaming. And I think people don't know how to process that, Paul.
I'm not so sure that's the case, man. I might be a little more put on when I'm passionate because when I'm at rest and I feel safe, it's probably more authentically me. I'm really not this big, bad, tough, loudmouth, whatever. I really do stay in my own lane, do my thing. I try to love as best as I know how, which probably ain't much from what I've been shown growing up. But I try not to harm anybody in my life, and I try not to lie on people.
Let's get to the root cause of this, though. If people are saying that you specifically are mean when you get yelling, screaming, or whatever, is it usually because there's a reason why?
I just want better for all of us, man. And I just feel like we're accepting less for ourselves and each other. If I had to analyze it, that's not what it seems to be. But if I really go to the core of it, I think that's what it is. And including me. I'm annoyed at myself. I'm annoyed at others. I think we could do better in various ways, and we're not. So I just fucking go off on everybody and everything.
But I think it's a tough skin. Like, are you Bay? Are you Alpha? Are you fucking just down? Are you not?
I get a feeling, bro. I get a feeling like I'm not being all that I could be or talking about all that there is, and it just starts to eat at me. And then I go, I got to get this motherfucker off my chest. Well, it's like dealing with, bro. You saw me with the Castro, right? I have heart, is what it is. For this stuff, especially, I have heart, right? So you saw me with the Castro. He's sitting there giggling at me, and I'm crying tears because I'm really living this shit. This shit is real to me. It's important. It's my life's work here.
You say that you would die by this shit. That's why I tell people you ain't fucking lying. I tell people,
right. So when I'm willing to cry in front of everybody because I really care and I don't give a fuck what you say, and I have heart like that, and then people want to play games and do all this other shit, and I'm sitting next to them and around them, I start going, yeah, this is not. I'm just not feeling it. I'm not. Again, the only thing I could compare it to, at the risk of trying to make myself always out to be the right one or the one who's on the right side, is like Jesus at a certain point being the Prince of Peace and the most loving, caring, whoever, whatever, cursing at trees and telling motherfuckers we ain't equally yoked, and essentially telling them you're a slave. Because again, in his heart, in his senses, he could feel the lack of camaraderie. Right? He's still sat at the table with these people, tried to love them, tried to bear witness and testimony to see if we can all get on the same page to be disciples, right?
Right.
But after a certain point, he knows, listen, I'm just going through the motions here. I'm just being the best I know how to be and giving the benefit of the doubt. I know that during and after this, at some point, many of you, if not most of you, will betray me because you betray yourselves every day with the truth and the lie. Why wouldn't you do it to me? I'd be a fool to think you wouldn't do it to me when you do it to yourselves and your friends and family all day, every day.
I think some people also forget that they just look at the character online. They forget you deal with health, you deal with relationship shit, you deal with, you, Paul, the guy, the person, versus just this character, whether, you're you, but I'm just saying the character. I think they don't think about that. I think a lot of people in general, even the good ones, the fans, so to speak, or whatever.
There is a bit more. It's a bit more.
Forget.
It's a bit more high energy here. So you can expect me to be more animated and expounded version of myself, maybe 10x at times. Typically, I don't typically get as loud in real life. I get passionately loud, like if I'm talking about truth and I'm really into it, I know that. But I don't really yell and scream and dress people down as much unless they pretty much give me no other option or they want to play. Yeah, so I guess I do, right? In my day,
Like,
I guess what I'm saying is,
gas station, are you yelling at the attendant or not?
No,
Are
but
you
I
one of
will.
those that-
But I will.
Well, I
but
know
I
you
will.
will. You told us the stories, but I'm just saying, is this like a reoccurring thing or is it not?
No, what it is what triggers me is the lack of accountability, responsibility, and then the bullshitting to go with it.
That makes sense.
Perfect example. When I was in Albuquerque, I went into the gas station. The woman was sitting there texting on the phone, listening to music, playing games, and had a line out the door. So they're all standing there. Now, that's another thing that triggers me. When I got to be the fucking asshole bad guy, and I go right into the mode of, you know what? Let's play. Because I see what this is. So right away I go, we're standing here. We're all standing here. You're not using the cash register. You're playing on your phone. Are we going to work today or what? You want to give me the shirt? I'll get back there. I'll do it. After 10 fucking minutes, and her complaining. That was the other thing too. Complaining to the coworkers how busy she is. What the fuck do you come to work for? To work or to fuck off on your phone? You're supposed to be busy, dumb bitch. So yeah, I get triggered by grown people who are unaccountable, irresponsible, who then want to bullshit me and everyone else around them like we don't hear you and see you and know who and what you are. So I fucking, in a sense, went off. I told her, hey, not for nothing. I've been standing here 15 minutes. You got 50 people out here. I'd be embarrassed to be you right now. I'd be fucking tripping over my own dick trying to get these people served to get them out of here. And you're sitting here la-di-da. Oh, why you being, now they pipe up and why you being so mean to the woman who was obviously on methamphetamine, all tattooed out, had a horrible attitude, didn't give a fuck about anybody, including herself. And then Paulie's being mean again. So this guy started running his mouth. Oh, you're going to talk to a woman like that? Talk to me like that. I said, no problem. Why don't you come outside and meet me at the car? He walked up to the car, had a little something in his face, and he kept walking. I'm done, bro. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the dumb bitch who can't do her work and be accountable, responsible, and want to bullshit me and everyone else and not just keep it real. Hey, I'm fucked up. I got a lot of problems, and I ain't going to be able to get it done today. Forgive me. Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's like an in-life real.
And then I got a coward behind me. I got a coward behind me who's 45 with his skateboard tattoos all up and down him, who wants to run his mouth with his face pierced, some freak out of a sewer somewhere. And he wants to run his mouth and play power games with me.
Didn't you say you walked up to the car or some shit?
I said because he was 3 spaces back and I was already 20 feet. So I'm calculating in my head. I got 30 feet to the car. He's 20 feet from me. Unless he runs to get me, I'm walking. He's going to walk and we're going to meet. So I walked out. I said, you can see me out here and tell me whatever you want to see me. I'm right in that car. Walked up. Got in the car. He came walking up to the car. By the time he got to the car, something was waiting for him. And he kept on walking like he didn't even see me.
Well,
that was the first time in my life I turned invisible. Well, one of a few times in my life I turned invisible. Motherfucker didn't even see me.
You're talking about an in-life, real-life situation to what triggered you. But, okay, when you get triggered on these panels and they say, Paul's being mean, well, I don't think it's necessarily mean if they're being inauthentic and you're just trying to point out the bullshitness or and in a generalized way. You may not even be attacking Even when you're calling me, like I heard the other night, Rocky try and say, "Well,
Listen,
Paul,
bro.
if
It's not good for me because the reality is, if I'd have put a bullet in this slave, I'm going to prison, and I got to deal with it.
I would
I got to
never
deal
want
with
you
the
to do
guilt.
nothing like that. In fact, you played it the right way, keeping out of the shit, stay out of it. You know, I'm talking about like there is a line of being too cupcake. Like that lady, she didn't freak out that you told her she was fucking up, did she? She got
The
pissed.
point is that I must be the biggest fool in the world because I'm in the middle of Albuquerque, which is the ninth circle of hell, and I'm attempting to try to convince people. I'm attempting to try to convince people who are completely hopeless, it would seem, to try to get their fucking life and act together and not interfere with mine and everyone else's. I'm the biggest fool in the world and willing to run my mouth about it and potentially bring physical consequences to me and legal consequences. Yeah, I'm a complete fucking jerk off and asshole, and I shouldn't do that.
Shit rock and Gallup and all that shit, man.
Because really, it's I got something to prove, right? In a sense, is what it could be, and I don't need to be doing that.
No,
so now I stay away from it. I keep my mouth shut as much as possible, or at least I'm working on that. You know, I've had to practice the opposite now. First, I had to practice speaking up for myself and standing on something and not being a coward. Now I got to practice, hey, bro, you don't always have to say something when you see something, and you don't always have to do it a certain way. And if you do, you're opening yourself up to a bunch of other shit and problems you don't fucking need anyway. So, you know, I guess we find a middle ground, and the middle ground is usually being really who and what you are, being humble before the truth and the creational force. These people are broken, fallen people. If they need my love and my care and my help, then give it to them. If not, shut the fuck up and go somewhere else, because you already know where you're at and what the deal is. And what's the point? I'm like that. I'm not like that. If anything, I'm more afraid. I'm more afraid that the whole society's going down the drain. I'm more afraid I'm going to be in slavery more and more. I'm more afraid that this guy's going to come up and hit me in the head with a skateboard, so I got to put a bullet in him. I'm not a big, bad, tough guy. I'm pretty much in fear all of my life. And I'm trying to figure out what to do with that. If you want to get really fucking candid and straightforward, and I have been in the past, that's all this is. I'm trying to find a godly process that I can trust and have faith in and honor that allows me to be who and what I'm meant to be, away from this aspect of me or this aspect of me, neither of which is really workable or redeemable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think just from the stories you've told to what I've witnessed to just knowing, profiling people the way I have, even being locked up, like
journalism, whistleblowing,
seen changes in you more than most to understand. Like, were you the snap of the drop hat type of person to jump in shit, or no?
What do you mean?
Like, were you the first person, like if something popped off in the pod, so to speak?
No, I'm not. I have none of that.
Shit, you know, were you trying to run that shit or not?
No,
or like,
I don't want to run it. Even if I could, I don't want to run it.
I didn't know like what type you were up in, like when you're locked up. I'm just trying to figure out how you were when you're locked up.
Yeah, I'd rather be the guy next to the guy running everything with less accountability, responsibility, who's able to talk truth in a free environment without having to be something that I'm not, right? Not that that's less accountability or responsibility, but that's
what they're trying to make you sound.
It's like less need for power, right? I really, when it comes to it, the only power that I got is mostly spiritual. It's not physical.
Yeah,
so
but okay.
I got no business trying to run a pod physically. That's silly. That's not.
Well, no. The reason I bring it to that narrative is because, okay, for instance, the narrative I hear of you is you're Paul, but like really your message hits everyone when it's rights, freedom, justice, the whole truth, your truth, as I say. But like that's why I don't understand why they don't see that. Even if I don't agree with this guy, even if half the shit you're saying, I'm like, fuck, Paul's full of shit. It makes me think about those subjects in play that deal with life, spiritual, like full-blown the optics of the world versus you would find on most of these other channels or panels. And that's where they don't see the value of that, like, and the narrative of you think it's just all about you, because really, like you said, it's not about you, it's about your reflection versus our. I see where everyone's kind of saying that. I do see that.
Yeah, I know why. I know why people say that because it comes off that way. Especially, it's not. Part of it is because I play into the bit that I'm so great, so amazing, as if I really believe that or have lived that way, and obviously that's not the case. But part of the reason is because of my chemistry. I'm hyper vigilant, hyper aware, and hypersensitive in certain ways. It would seem.
Well, and that triggers the shit out of them that you do that too. That you play that the bit on it, like
so it's almost like everybody can feel that I have something maybe that's at the core of my beingness or something coming off me, and then they wonder, what's that going to be or where's that going to go, right? They never feel completely at ease or at home with me. And I think that there's a dualistic process there. I think it's partially my inner space and if you want to call it the wounded trauma space that I'm perceiving from or watching for, versus other folks who know they got skeletons in their closet and are not being all the way honest and real. So it creates that almost that expectation of what the invariable obvious usually becomes, right? So yeah, I think it's a back and forth thing. People get aware that I'm hyper aware, hypersensitive, hyper vigilant, and if I see something, I'm going to say something, and they know they're going to say something at some point that's going to make us see something. And then I'm going to talk about it. So they're always waiting for that shoe to drop, right? I think that's part of it.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I've seen
me being judgy, essentially, is what folks will call it, right?
Yeah, but there should be a righteous judgment, right? You got to judge. I mean,
right, but it's from God. It's not from me. And when I try to use discernment to call out what I'm seeing so that I can learn more or know more or just verify or validate what I'm thinking or perceiving, then it's as if I'm stepping in for God, right? Or condemning people. And that's not necessarily what I'm attempting to do. But it comes off that way.
I don't see it. I did at the beginning, admittedly. And I did admittedly fucking was like, oh, he thinks he's better than us or blah, 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 blah. But then over time, I understood the message relates on a bigger haul. And I think those who understand or get it do understand that, Paul. I do believe that, but then I see the ones who are just so naive and so like when I heard people say, "Oh, what side?" or whatever. There is no side, motherfucker. The world is changing, and there's a wheat and tear, and there's certain people that you would want in your foxhole, and then certain people you don't, and that's just real talk.
Again, there are sides. There are sides to our beingness, and the character over there with JT proved it this week. We have one side of us that is open to the mysterious that we could never know or predict. That's always possible, right? The otherworldly, and then we have the worldly, the side of us that's logical.
That's the key word, logical, reality,
consistent, sensible, so to speak. Yeah, the world versus the other world. The key is to see it all for what it is and how it all works together instead of making it all this or all that.
Yeah, but I've seen realism and logic be taken away for feelings.
Right, because those people prefer, again, they did the test back in school. You're either left brain leaning or right brain leaning. And
that's the whole left-handed, right-handed thing, right?
That's precisely why this is a complementary simulation, because it not only has masculine and feminine, it has mind and heart, left brain, right brain. So it creates this complementary synthesis, potentially in order for us to find a workable middle ground, it would seem to me, right? Not to reject the other for all that you see is, So yes, they'll say to me, Paul, you're talk in circles and you're duplicitous. No, I talk about aspects of self. I have an aspect of me that's more loving than the other aspect of me. It's more willing to, it's the feminine masculine. My feminine side says, none of us know. We can never figure it out completely. Anything's possible. You go, Junior. And my masculine side says, your thoughts and your feelers and your actions got to unite to get a result. And if they don't, you don't make fucking sense. And when your thoughts and emotions and actions and results do align and they tell a tale of who and what you are, that makes sense. And I'm not going to go into my feminine side to try to cope with the fact that I'm surrounded by liars and cowards pretending to be good and great, while they also pretend to be false, modest, and humble. That really gets me. You ever get in the room with these coward betas who try to run that rap on you of, I know nothing. Ooh, I know that I know nothing. Ooh. And 10 minutes later, they'll be right there judging you, telling you how you got to act, tone policing you, ignoring what you were saying.
I watched it this morning.
It's full of shit.
I watched it
It's
this
called
morning.
being stunningly full of shit is what it's called, okay?
I watched it this morning and I was reading chat. And what I read in chat is
So if you don't know nothing, unlock your door, let me into your house, give me your social security number and your bank pin and all the rest of it. Give me a break. If you're showing your loving, godly, feminine side while you're jabbed out and run by codes and have no private property anymore, well, then just really lean into it. Just give it all up. Just really submit, right? Because it's nice, kind, polite, and proper. You're full of shit.
Do you think it's the intimidation of the authenticity of the message?
Of course it is. It's the same thing you see in the modern day realm where a woman feels outclassed and outshined by a confident man who's got power and value and an understanding. Instead of trying to get with it and get under it, they try to compete with it and make a fool out of everybody.
And isn't that what we're witnessing on a world stage? Like,
of course that's what's going on. It's always a reflective holographic dynamic.
That's what I feel. That's what I feel we're watching 100%.
Here's the power dynamic. You got a man who comes forth, claims or shows some level of power and value. You got one side who makes him a god. You got one side who said he's a bully meanie. Go ask Donnie Trump.
Right.
While meanwhile, both sides do nothing to change their lives and make anything better. They're too busy pointing at the guy to say he's God, he's the devil.
That's crazy to think of how many different characters are in that same story loop. Like whether it's here in the online or like you mentioned the Donnie Trump, like how many
hierarchical power and value dynamics, sir. If Donnie Trump came forward and was about rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, I'd get under it in a second because I already have, whether it's with him or with God. Wouldn't have to ask me twice. Right? So because he's not, it's revealed for what it always is. Another deception, another lie, another play I have to perform and go along to get along with. Not doing it.
But unfortunately, it's not even the Donnie Trumper.
Look at how the bitches, look at how the citizen slave bitches respond to me. I'm literally up here, technically, I'm doing the bit, pimping. I'm giving you the game so you can get out of being a hoe. And the majority of the bitches and hoes go, shut up, Paulie boy. We want to get pimped on and lied and deceived to.
That's what I witnessed today.
They're intimidated by the raw, harsh, unadulterated truth put in their face without any extras. Scares the shit out of them. Easier to go buy into the lie and suck dick and pretend and then complain about the horrible results that are predictable, right?
I think it's part of this programming, the frogs are gay shit type shit, like that our boy AJ shouts out all the time. I think the weaponization of...
You want to keep going with this gay thing, okay? There's a difference between somebody having homosexual aspects or tendencies versus emasculated, effeminate creatures.
Right.
Who have no bite and have no bark either, quite frankly.
Well, okay. What about discernment? The word logical, like you said, because I witnessed the fantasy land versus realism.
It's called domesticated. See? To be free, you got to be wild. That's why when I was born, they named me Wild Man. It's all right there. Right? So to be free, you got to be somewhat wild. If you're a modern day man, you're lost again and you're domesticated.
Who the fuck?
And that's the opportunity you get to be great. To realize you've been domesticated, you're not living to the fullest, and you're willing to accept less for yourself to go along to get along.
Interesting. Well, I think if you did do the insurance thing or whatever and showed how to do that shit, or even had someone do it that shared it with you, Like, because I get what you said, you have shit you got to do. But if an unslavian out there was like, hey, I'll do that and share my experience with Paul and the audience, I think that would be something very intriguing to watch of how you would, go about that filing or getting it. Yeah, I'm lighting one up, dude. With trying to avoid.
This is what I'm doing. We can make as much of a Vietnam bit out of it as we want to. The Society of Unslavia and the registrar now comes
get a lot of
agent of Unslavia to issue a license as defined by the code, because the code says any authority and or commission and or board and or group. Literally, the code says I can make up my own board and my own group and commission and authority and issue my own license to move property. So we'll play the fucking game without playing the game.
When's the last time your boy High Impacts hit you up?
Oh, please.
Well, no, I'm just saying, because you could do a viral video of showing how you did that. Your boy would make a video for his Twitter.
When I get away from here, I'm a human like everyone else, in the sense of I sit on the edge of the bed and I go, I did it again. I shit on and trashed all the people who might be able to give me more numbers and more money. And you know what? I'm not fucking mad about it. I sit right there and I look at what I said and the way I said it, and I go, you damn fucking right, Paul. Fuck them. Fuck them and everything they think they have that's holding them back. Okay.
I just noticed he's doing those little Twitter videos. And
I don't want to be next to or look in the face any punk coward like these white status European scum. I want nothing to do with them. I'm ready to go out with the Mexicans and the natives in the middle of the deserts in the forest and lick a fucking toad and see the devil one more time and live free, and then we'll see where we go from there. You know,
squeeze the little pus pockets on the toad,
right?
But they
My buddy over here was on the road last night. He goes, "There's fucking toads out here." I go, "You know what they are, right?" But then we sat there, and I go, "Do I really want to chase this toad around and try to just get high again? Because that's all it really is. Like, I've done the DMT thing before. I didn't even see anything. It wasn't even, I'm like, all right.
Well,
there's no high like doing this. There's no high like getting in your car and riding around for weeks or months till they finally come grab you and ask you, what the hell are you doing? And then the audience shows up and half these people go, yeah, we need it. And half of them go, you're crazy. You should die. There's no high and fascination and entertainment and interest like whatever the fuck this is that I'm involved in. DMT, I mean, if I saw what they say you're supposed to see, maybe, but I concluded that that's another delusion, deception. If you got to go get a toad and get some chemical out of its back in order to feel some kind of way about you and whatever, and everyone who says they go there says the aliens tell them to build something. That it's essentially aliens and they're telling them to build shit. Isn't that what we say?
But remember, the same poison on that toad goes on poison arrows for the natives too. So you'd be licking it or you'd be sticking it. Licking it or sticking it. Because that poison went on those arrows too. Remember that.
Yeah, man. I mean, I just figure whatever's in that toad is already in me. Maybe I got more of that in me than the toad does in it.
Alex Jones is right. The frogs are gay.
Yeah, bro. Like, I got pimples on my back. I've been popping, drying out, and taking the powder. I've been drying them out, scraping them, and taking that powder, man. And I'm seeing shit.
Your YouTube groupies to lick Paul's secretion out of his back.
We could do all secretions easy,
content, bro. We dude, that's some fucking content.
All right,
we should do a poll. Do a poll for me. How many Unsslavians will lick Paul's back secretion?
Right. We're somewhat like,
we need a poll here.
Off the clock here today. We're somewhat relaxed and informal. So I'll
No, you're being
like
real.
Doing 63% hold on, man. 63% say God of all media is in alignment. 37% say no. The poll can't be trusted, not only because it was held at Unslavia. Please stop talking over me. That's the quickest and easiest way to get yourself a ticket to another panel, another time that you're not going to really want to be at. You'll pretend you do, but it's not as interesting, not as exciting, not as powerful.
I want to know how many people voted.
89, 90.
See? Now. All right. That's a lot of votes. That's actually a lot of votes.
It's all relative, man. Okay, so what was the poll now?
How many Unsslavians would lick
How many?
The secretion out of your
Okay, no,
pus
I don't
pocket.
ask how many. I ask, are you willing? No, that's going to be too much text.
Pick one for
Willing
enslavement.
to lick gorilla secretions?
We might go on a journey we never thought of.
For what
Fuck
though? Like,
mushrooms.
and do we because like do we try to get them to do it, or do we just see
No, this is a
neutrally?
willing like test study, right? Where
Okay, so
you're
we
willing
don't
to
say
get on
like
all
we don't do
fours.
like other people do and say for God and women and black people, like willing to lick gorilla secretions to not only get high but to save women and black people.
This could be like the covenant shit type shit, like literally like the knowledge, the tree of life. Like what if these motherfuckers start tripping off your shit?
Wobbly writes, so roughly 40% of the audience is hate watching. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've been clear about that. I know my percentages. I tell you guys here, you think that I just make shit up. I didn't even need to do the poll to just watch and connect because I'm pretty decent with pattern recognition when I'm not my own way. It's out of 100, it's a good 30 people at any one time. Hate watching, waiting, hating, and doing it mostly quietly nowadays because they know they don't have anything substantial. You know, they can't make any sense. You know, they can't change what is and what isn't, quite frankly. So I applaud that. Just shut up, sit back, watch, wait, and hate. You know, if you learn something or you're inspired or entertained, great. If not, I'm the guy you love to hate, you know?
Does Daddy want to go black panel hopping or
No.
Tyrannosaurus Bex hopping or other
Don't want
panel
to talk
hopping?
to anybody.
Oh,
in this moment.
Daddy doesn't want to share his knowledge. Okay.
Nope.
Just as
don't
a
want to talk
Christian.
to anybody in this moment, really. You're lucky you're here.
I'm very
I'm
lucky.
allowing that.
But I don't know if I'd lick this. I don't know if I'd do the toad licking, the paw licking.
I think you would. I think with enough love and like me talking, they say I'm a good speaker, even the people who hate me. If I just keep talking and charming you, you'll lick my secretions.
I might feel the best high I've ever had. And I've never had an addictive personality other than marijuana, really. But
now, where else could you go and get gorilla secretions on the house? That's what I want.
And the scary thing is,
there's
what
no other
gateway
broadcast that does that. So Chile Decastrated is somewhere in between fake crying, trying to sell you a piece of paper he didn't even use when he goes to court. Okay,
I'm still waiting on my game board.
Leave that there again for the 1,000th time. I'm going to leave that there, and so many others. Right? Go down the list. Do we have the list again? All the people selling a bunch of bullshit products while they can't effectuate their own reality, and the guy puffing reefer in a trailer who says motherfucker, who's eating his own secretions, is somehow winning. God, it's so amazing. God, it's I'm the Rudy of YouTube. I'm the little black retarded kid who they give the ball to, and somehow he can run it, even though he's got a limp and he's kind of awkward looking. You know, somehow he keeps running the ball. They go, Rudy. So make fun of me. Say what you want.
I've seen him do that.
Yeah.
I have seen him do that.
I'm the radio of broadcasting. Again, same idea. Little retarded black guy, you know, doesn't have the prettiest teeth, right? This tooth is broken and discolored because the nerve is dead.
Definitely retarded.
Right.
Just want to remind you of that one.
Thank you. Yes, right.
Yeah.
So, little retarded black kid, you know, not pretty necessarily. It's arguable. I mean, it's subjective, but you know, whatever, not pretty. But
not beautiful.
He's got a vibe and an energy to him. He's got a song in his heart.
He got something going on. That's for sure.
Right.
That's why people are yelling, Rudy.
All right, we're going to the phone. Relax, Snafu. Unknown caller, you there?
I'm here.
Who's this? Can I get a name?
Yeah, it's Zebra Butt.
Zebra?
Zebra Butt. B-U-T-T. Z-E-B-R-A. B-U-T-T.
Zebra Butt. Okay. Snafu, I'm going to ask you. All right, I'm going to put you in the back. Just hang out back there. I'm going to bring you back because I gotta order this. I'm not Nazi blocking you. I got to contain you a little bit to do what we do here. Go ahead, sir. Zebra Butt. What do you got? Questions, comments, concerns?
No, you just said call in, bro. I just called in to hang out. What's up, homie?
All right. Yeah, I mean, I guess. it's going to be kind of weird because Snafu's like hanging out and then you're on the phone and you guys can't hear each other. So
Well, fuck
what now?
Fuck Snafu.
Fuck Snafu. Yeah, I know. I get it, man. He's lied on me. He said that I tried to beat up the cops one day. That's why they arrested me. He's told so many lies on me at some point that I literally just turned the corner and went, I'm just going to have fun with this and laugh at this because there's nothing he won't say. He'll just make up these lies. He never proves it. And I mean, does it really damage me at the end of the day? You know? So, yeah, man, I've embraced the chaos and the darkness that is Snafu. And I got to say, the Tao, once again, sharing some wisdom, like the guy who said I was better at not yelling people, and then I yelled at him the other day. Give evil nothing to oppose, and it will vanish, essentially. Something along those lines. So I saw the evil in Snafu. It was evident. He may still be up to it. I gave it nothing to fight against and oppose, and therefore, he's no longer an issue for me. At least lately. He hasn't lied on me, hasn't hated on me, hasn't tried to expose me with lies or whatever else. He's here. He's contributing. He's being somewhat trustworthy and honorable and respectable. I have to leave it open that anybody can be redeemable here if they decide to. Same thing for you, sir. You could curse me out right now. Fuck my dead mother. Fuck her corpse. Light it on fire. You know, I could not like that and think it was blasphemous. And if you come back the next day and say, you know what? And I kind of feel it from you, especially, that was wrong. I could do better. I'm going to do better. And let me get with the program. I'm probably going to let you contribute in some sense, right? So I try to be with these people the same way I feel God has been with me, because if you saw what I did to this body God gave me and how I neglected the soul that God gave me, you would have thought at that point I was completely irredeemable and there would have been nothing fit for me but suffering and death. And that isn't what has happened.
Paul.
Yes.
Paulie, buddy, are you going to give me a chance to speak, or are you just going to...
Absolutely. Are we going to play this power game where I went to you first and you said you had nothing, you want to hang out, and then I went to talking and explaining myself based on the 2 words you said, and now I'm not letting you speak? We're not going to do that, are we?
Lord, you're always like this, Paul. You're always combative. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and listen once in a while, son.
Go ahead, Dad.
Yeah. You ever tried listening?
I'm trying now. You got anything worth saying?
I do got something worth saying. First of all, Paul, all this shit you think you know, you don't know fucking shit.
There's the initial right there. You know it all. I don't know anything, and you're going to tell me all about it. So let's get into it. There's the power game right off the bat. What don't I know that I claim to know, sir?
That's your whole fucking show. Is Paulie knows it all, right?
Yes, that's the bit non-bit. I've been doing it since middle school. I'm going to speak on what I see. I could be completely wrong, but I'm going to say it with authority and make it look good.
Yeah. Off up here and fight the white gorilla, right? Like,
there's no fight, sir. Again, I'm asking you, what do I know that I'm completely wrong about? Let's see how much I really know, or how much you think I know, or I think I know, and what it really is. Let's get down to it.
Well, mostly everything you talk about.
Could you give me some examples? If it's everything, you should have no problem coming up with something, I would think.
Sure, I can give you an example. Number 1, driver's license. Bingo, bango, bongo. You have to have a fucking driver's license.
No, I don't. I don't have one now, and I'm going to still move my property around. Next.
That's fine. If you get pulled over, you're going to fucking jail.
I know that. I've gone before, and I'm going to go again. Next. So I was right. I don't need a license because I'm going to keep moving my property around, and I may go to jail, and I'm going to keep doing it for now.
All right.
So I'm right about what I'm saying. Next.
All right. Number 2.
And here's another part that's going to piss you off. Every time I get arrested, this audience is going to come together to contribute and support non-taxable event. That's going to cost me nothing but my time, energy, and attention, which is the most valuable thing, by the way, that you never get back. But that really helps you. Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up.
I'm willing to do the work your punk ass won't do, right? Because you're the coward, and I'm attempting to be a man in my life. Notice I said attempting.
I'm the coward, huh?
You're absolutely a punk coward.
Oh, yeah?
You don't stand
So,
for rights,
now-
freedom, principles, spiritual faith. You're not our countryman. You're a redcoat.
I don't give a fuck.
You need a license to ask the king and the state to move your property around to be safe. You are infantile.
Oh,
You
make up
deserve
your
to
own.
be ruled over and governed in hell.
We're in the land of poly rules now.
We may as well be, because I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do till you or all of Shaitan and all of its legions stop me forever. And it's never going to happen, because I'm going to reincarnate over and over again and say the same shit that's been true from the beginning of time till the end of time. And I'm going to walk on it. And I'm going to show it for everybody else. So you're done and over. And who and what you serve is done and over. Always has been, always will be. Just now comes the time and space in between, right?
That's
Get over it.
Paul.
Get over
That's
it.
terrible.
Beta
Terrible
cowards
fucking
like you had your time with the lies. Now it's time for the alpha truth to come forward. Not me. Not me. The truth is the alpha and the omega. The experience of God and the law of this land.
Tough guys say they're
I
alpha
can't
guys.
wait till they take your pretty and nice things, red coat, and teach you a lesson about sucking up and being compliant to authoritarianism. You deserve everything you're going to get, and then some.
Good Lord, Paul.
Good Lord. Good
Get over
Lord.
Good Lord, Paul, get over yourself.
Good Lord, I'm speaking right into your soul, and you're melting in my hands right before me like apple pudding. Like warm apple pie, because you know what I'm saying is true. I'm melting that soul of yours. You were so big and bad and tough 5 minutes ago, and now you're, oh my gosh, Paul, you sound like my grandmama before she died.
Oh, honey. God bless your soul.
Can you guys believe
You know,
this
if you
guy?
want some real dick to suck, you can come over and hang out like you said you wanted to do in the beginning. You wanted to hang out on my phone.
Hang out on my
Yeah,
phone.
you come over here. I'm gonna give you some of that warm apple pie in your throat. A lot of you faggots and boot suckers just can't get enough of it.
I believe he's giving me the Vegas.
He
is giving me the Vegas.
Oh
He's
yeah.
sincere. He's
Oh yeah.
sincere.
My God, you're
Isn't
giving
it
me the
interesting
Vegas.
how when these beta males are always with broads, their broads start piping up in the background because they get wet for the first time in a decade? Isn't that always interesting? We love that here. They get a little excited and interested and a little wet because they're finally not with a dead, dull loser who has no spontaneity and no spark. Why don't you put your broad on the phone so we can get somewhere, beta boy?
Boy.
Yeah, why don't you put that wife on the phone who's been unsatisfied for a couple decades so we can get somewhere? Some grown people here.
Talking about why?
Why don't you go heat up dinner for me? I'm gonna work up an appetite.
All right, put you in the sandwich.
Got the nerve to come on here and call me son while he tells me that I gotta ask permission to move my property. Dad, you never supported me. Are you done here?
No,
You're
I'm
out of your
not.
league,
No,
pal.
not at all. No,
You're out of
not
your
at
league.
all.
Go back to the John Deere. Or go change your wife's oil, that whale. Okay? You're out of your league. Yeah, he laughs. I'll see you later, sir. I'll have the apple pie warmed up for you by the time you get here. Fucking starstruck. Hemming and hawing. Don't know what to say. Incredible. Yeah, I'm going to go into a system and ask a punk coward who can't talk like you for permission to use my body and property. Yeah, maybe in the next life. You know? Wherever I go after this, maybe there I'll do it. Beyond laughable. We're in a reality where if it was legitimate, you'd be coming to me to ask me for permission to be your beta bitch ass. And I'd go, permission granted, beta bitch. You think I'm going to walk in and ask someone like you for permission to use my body and property? What world are we in here? The beta males really have taken over. They're completely in delusion and denial. They don't even know what power and value is anymore on any level. Incredible. This is who populates this land, and they wonder why they're boosted and jabbed to the max and slaved the fuck out. They need more. Give them more. right? That's the bottom line. Go to the next caller, bro. There's most likely not going to be any more callers because I just pretty much beheaded that gentleman for all intents and purposes. He's literally the reason why a lot of people won't come here because they don't want to happen to them what just happened to him. And it won't if they don't show up and play the games that he's playing and live in denial and delusion. See, that's an infidel. Like it said in the scripture in the Old Testament, bring me the infidel, I'm going to put him to the sword. See, and if you take the sword, you put it on the other end, it's words. That's why we say get the point. So essentially, this was a simulation here, right? They think I'm intimidated by them. I'm desperately hoping and waiting for the day that someone shows up here and I meet my match, and it hasn't happened yet. You think I'm running from that or I'm worried about it? I'm dying for it. These slaves make it too easy. It almost stops being fun after a certain point. Brian O'Shea. I told Brian O'Shea I was very sentimental and emotional before this broadcast, and I told Brian O'Shea I loved him. I don't do that very often, but I meant it. I'm feeling rather complete in my incompletion. We're somehow on the 4-hour mark. I wanted to do an hour today. We went 4 hours, and I basically ranted and raved the whole time. Still held an audience, so I don't know. 1 in the chat if you got something out of whatever this was. 2 in the chat if you'll have to leave here and sort of process this to even know if you got anything out of this. 3 in the chat if I should just stop broadcasting altogether. And I don't know, what would I go do exactly? Go do one of my many part-time jobs I've done in the past to make a living and serve the community better than whatever I'm doing here. All right, relax, Kevin and others. They're scrolling in the chat. Good energy always inspiring. Well, I guess most things are subjective and relative, right? All right. Man, I should have. Okay, I got a tomorrow, same time, or different time, same place tomorrow. We actually get to the articles and the clips. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows? I guess it's a good problem to have, right? Where whatever you put up there, you never get to, and somehow we kill the time. And someone down there said that we did something here today, so that counts. I think. So save it for later, whatever.
Yeah, it looks like no one wants to lick your secretions.
Oh, we never. Yeah, it's true. We never went to the.
No one wants to lick your secretions.
That's not true, bro. 20%. 20% out of 100.
I guess that is.
Now let me do some quick math here. I would think that out of 100, 10%. This is how I do it. I do 10 and then I do 10. 10% of 100. I think that's 10, and then 2 of them, because that'd be 20. Would be 20. That's 20 people who want to lick my secretions. You think these fucking loser failures on here can line up 20 people who would lick their secretions? Absolutely not.
Not even.
Sir,
not even. So wait,
let me just remind you, Jesus himself only had 12 people who maybe, they didn't even ask, will you lick my secretions? One of them was a traitor.
I think, I don't even think you can compare it to Jesus because it's I think you may have cracked the everything under the sun thing here.
I'm hearing, I'm getting it in my earpiece right now. An update. Some folks are now saying snafu. Some folks are now saying shocking development. Paul enslaved is technically bigger than Jesus.
Maybe, but no, because people lick toes.
Double the amount of folks who will lick his secretions. Jesus couldn't even come up with 12, and I don't think he even ever got one really, because he never asked for that.
No,
he knew he couldn't ask for that because nobody would have did it.
I don't think he did.
I asked for that.
You did.
Right.
You're the self-admitted. You're okay. So we got self-admitted gay black witches, self-admitted grifting Proud Boys, and then we got self-admitted God of all medias. Got a lot of self-admitted motherfuckers up in this bitch, dude. That's what I noticed.
Right.
It's true.
Yeah.
But Yeah.
Well, I had
But
to because people kept coming to me and
media?
say, "You don't see completely human. You seem like you're some kind of AI or something." So I had to reveal. I go, "I am a god of all media."
Time out though. What clips in media were you going to bring to the attention today? Just give us one.
Okay.
gotta
We'll
give us
preview the
one.
highlights. How about that? Preview the highlights for next time. News. This new. I guess news. New is in the word news, right? It's new S. So technically, news tomorrow will be old, or later in the week. But I don't know. I feel like I can still present it. Trump wants to punish the flag burning. We could get into that and the idea about free speech. And if you really are a Republican, you should probably support people's right to burn flags because it's covered under freedom of expression. But we'll forget about that.
They're already making arrests right now. They put one guy mainstream, but there's multiple arrests going on as we speak right now for that. Because obviously people are like, "Fuck you," and doing it.
I mean, again, but the other side of things is I kind of get it, right? Like at times here, I block people in chat because they scroll, they take up the area, they interfere with whatever else I'm doing. So, I mean, that's the kind of the key, right? If you're burning the flag or you're scrolling or whatever, and you're not interfering with what everyone else is doing, you're not breaching the peace, you're not interfering with other people's business.
Do you feel since Daddy Trump, like, was getting pictures of like the hand, and then if you've seen the one with the catheter, do you feel that since Daddy Trump's health may not be the best, that we're gonna start mix of like, dare someone say tyrannical law, policy, enforcement code?
You're like really like putting the screws to me to fear porn today. You really want it. You don't feel complete.
Daddy Trump.
Much respect
Daddy
for
Trump's
what you bring forth.
Snafu,
please. Much respect for what you bring forth. Blessings. Scott says, I appreciate you, Scott. You're a good man. You've overlooked some mistakes in the past. We've reconciled, and we've pretty much, I think, been, on the same page for better or for worse. Because we just may have more to work on and see or do or be, right? So, but yeah, man, I appreciate you and the other folks who have a similar walk with me and whatever we're doing here. You're definitely a people I'm thankful and grateful for, and I'm blessed to have. As long as your shit's together, man, just make sure that you guys care for yourselves, have everything you need, and then some. Don't put yourself out for me or really anybody else. That's how I look at it. But yeah, man. All right, let me give you the what did you just say, and then what did I say?
No, I was just saying since Daddy Trump's health is going down, I think we're going to start witnessing a lot more tyrannical policy, law enforcement codes, things like that being adjusted and changed. But anyway, Julian just showed up. So
yeah, that's always the case. If the QAnon white hat thing isn't a real thing, which I think on some level it is, it's just not what they say it is. It's happening in a different way than they say it's happening. If that is happening, which it's happening in its own right, even if we are just an example reflection of it, right? As above, so below. If we're doing this down here on the ground, somebody's up in offices upholding rights and freedom and protecting certain individuals to make sure this all doesn't go under, right? Bet your ass on it. So, but it's not how they, it's probably one or two here and there. They kind of know each other. They stay in contact, but nobody knows because they're not going to show their hand, right? But they'll start to be known as you start to see certain people get protected, certain things not happening. The system, it's like that Fight Club thing, right? We cook your meals, we drive the cars, we do everything. We're at the levers. So at a certain point, certain people are going to stop doing their job and they're going to start doing what's right. And then other people are going to start the purge, is how this goes down, right? Night of the Long Knives. So I believe that's already underway. I got headlines and articles from the last 2 years of feds coming in, arresting local police cutting vests off of other police, arresting them. The purge is already happening. The Cold War is already happening. The question is, how far is this going to go? And what is it going to have to get to before everyone, almost with one voice, says, we're done. We're not enforcing the policy. This is corruption. It's insanity. We're going to peacekeep and uphold the law. We will not come unless called. And if you call us, it better be loss, injury, and harm related, or we're going to lock your bitch ass up when we get there.
For a minute, I thought you were doing a Jack Calcott promo, but then it changed to an Unslavia thing. For just a second, you had me.
No, I am Calcotti in that sense that I have a big dream, there's a big dream and idea here, a new world order. But the new world order is not collectivism and slavery. The new world order is an awakened, empowered, inspired individual on a micro level that's empowered in a group on a macro level, but isn't in an official group, so they can't be separated and leveraged.
Can that even be done, macro versus micro together? Can that even be a possibility?
Dude. It's already happening. I
That's
have
true.
regular white people with professional jobs who are now not complying. This is over, dude. They either better build the camp and heat up the ovens or stand down, because that's where it goes from here. And I got a feeling, whatever they put in everybody's veins and what they're shooting in the sky is their modern day version of the ovens. So if we can get through that,
dude, it's like, think about it. You know, back in the day, lobotomy was fucking putting the shit up your nose, and nowadays it's all these fucking medications, Adderall, ADD, Ritalin. Bro,
we're still here.
Yeah, we're still in the human experimentation.
The truth is still here. Redemption is still here. Reformation and repentance is still here. Peace is available, as some have said, but first war is necessary.
Julian.
And even if that just means reconciling the war within and without, right? Doesn't have to mean fighting that war.
What's up with you, Julian?
Not much. I was just, you guys touch on a lot, and I find myself just contemplating on it quite often. But one thing I actually did want to bring to your guys' attention, I've been seeing a lot of just completely unmarked police cars. They're black and white still, but they have nothing else on them. And I don't know, like, what that is. If it's just me noticing for some reason more and more they don't have anything.
It's real. And it was written into the policies and shit a few years back, and now they're implementing it. Just like Daddy
what's the point? I don't get it.
Bro, we're about to be in a police world state, dude. Like, people don't understand.
You got multi-corporations headed by umbrella corporations who are acting as if they're law enforcement, and they're not. And the secret is that many of these places have lost their funding. There is no bonded insurance. They're all self-insuring, and they don't have the money to actually make good on that. So,
Julian, think of it this way. The cartels or just even regular old gang members in the hood, they would go to these stores and buy like vests and buy like stickers and shit and make their cars with the police and buy like a few like flash grenade bangs and then go to the neighbor drug dealer's house and act like they're fucking SWAT just to go rob the drug dealer next door. Same thing with this ICE thing and different agencies worldwide and the whole, one ID thing going on and, people disappearing, whether in these FEMA camps and opening up, we're witnessing. And bro, you best realize.
Listen, I've done it and I've seen it. I thought it was crack pottery till I did it and saw it. I looked up and traced all the money and where it is, like they say, follow the money. And I found out that a good number of these police stations and organizations are privately owned corporations that are funded privately going, pogoed out. And they're operated by individuals, or they're owned or leased or funded by individuals who are potentially connected to organizations. Sounds crazy and scary. This is what they're doing, and you think they're cops. They're not police officers. They're policy enforcement for United States corporations, supposedly. But because we went bankrupt at a certain point, you find out that if you follow the money, there's no funding for them. So they're not tied to United States Corporation either. They're not official on any level. A lot of these local and state police are privately owned, funded, municipal corporation service providers who are masquerading as lawmen.
Julian, let me give you a heads up too for all you guys. This is why some people are mapping out service roads, which is really smart on citizens to do because they do link county to county. And if you have horse or fucking four-wheelers and stuff, motorcycles, even some vehicles, you can get through on these service roads. But that's why these highway systems, they're not building infrastructure. They're not fixing the states or anything. But you notice a lot of these highway jobs around the United States and how they're building the off-ramps with the walls that go miles now is because traffic control and certain optics with certain warehouse buildings, like you're going to start seeing a lot more of these optics being played, including these pogo entities.
Listen, bro, I was on Rio Doso, and They shut the internet down, shut the whole town down, brought in a bunch of people in plain clothes next to the army, wouldn't identify, and then tried to tell everybody they had to leave and couldn't be there. And it was obvious they were doing
Weird shit.
simulations. It was obvious they were in between burning shit and making it flood over there with their machinery and technology. They were installing 6G fiber optic cables in the ground because I saw them. I'm not that, you know, like, okay, so you tell me there's 5 fires all over. They reported as someone starting them. Then they go, no, it was wildfires. Literally on the report. Then they go, everyone's got to leave. So I don't leave.
You
right?
know, I feel comfortable saying it on here because I already whistleblow enough and tell you guys shit that puts me in danger. But I'll say it on here. We got actual proof of certain law agencies around the United States putting into their fellow officers not to talk about the booms, the actual like booms that people were talking about back. You notice how those videos about the booms have stopped, so to speak? That's because the people, especially the bigger channels, pogoed ones, are talking like, hey, don't talk about that. Like, there's a lot of infrastructure underneath the world as well as above the world going on right now. Folks,
Well, it's what people call the devil. It sounds crazy, but if you back off of this planet and you just look at it like this, like on a computer screen, the population here is building this thing on every level, right? So it's obvious that demonic possession is real, or that the universe uses people, just like it uses every species here. You know,
well,
if you really look at it, every species here is being used by the universe to express something, right? And then we have to decode what that thing is. So, yeah, man. Again, and it's just the same old dynamic, right? I'm living a movie. They say I got main character syndrome. I was the only one in the whole town who didn't leave.
When was this?
This was back. Remember, my internet went out. There was a whole week there. My uncle died.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember.
Then my internet went out for 2 hours for no reason. Then within a week or two, they lit the town on fire. As when I went to go to Oregon to look for land, because I believe I was away when they first lit it on fire, and then we were watching the coverage, and then we came back, and they said everyone left the town. You can't come back in. So I went back in the town, and then we didn't leave for the next week. So that's how the timeline went down. I was away first. They kicked everyone out. When I came back, I'd never seen. Now, for me, as paranoid and fucked up as I am, right? Like, I'm Snafu Snaps with a broadcast that people watch. I don't mean to insult you, Snafu, but
lurkers,
pretty
bro.
much. Yeah, I'm like, who's lurking? But I go, oh my God. I leave for a week to go look for land, and now the whole fucking town and all my shit, where my shit is at, is on fire. And then I'm like, they're reporting anomalies now. And so then I prayed to God. I prayed to God. I said, and then, because I always catch myself going, hey, bro, why am I praying to God? God knows it all and knows what I need. So it's going to give me that, right? Like, why am I trying to cut deals with the universe, the force of the universe? But I said, obviously, if they're lighting shit on fire and it's meant to not destroy whatever stuff I have there, and radically change whatever I'm doing, just let this fire be put out or whatever. So it started burning down all the main street and all the stuff. Then they had record flooding. So now I'm so fucked up in my head. I go, now, is that them doing that? Or is that, this is what they want, right? By the way, they want us debating, is it them doing it or is it creation doing it? Because I still don't really know. But it was record flooding that led to houses being washed away, right? So this is how I decode it, right? In my mind, I don't think necessarily either were potentially acts of God. I think that whatever that other opposing force is that's animating these agents and all these people to do something, is lighting stuff on fire all over this nation. And again, this is conspiracy theory 101. They're lighting stuff on fire all over, saying it's wildfires, and then you're seeing flash flooding.
Conspiracy anymore. That's where you fools are wrong. They're like telling you guys.
Snafu, just let me finish here, and then we're gonna go. You're seeing record fire storms in wildfires all at the same time, and then record flooding right on the back of it. And then again, because this is the key to me. As I was there, the internet went down for however many days. So I forget how we got. I think maybe we went outside I must be fucking up this timeline. Either that or we did something that I remember at some point we got back online. I was at that house, I think. And they were saying the internet lines all burned down, right? It was that bit. So I go, how coincidental that their towers and whatever burned up and now they're saying they're putting in 5G. Because one of the reasons we went there is because I was scouting for places with the least amount of 5G or 4G. This place had no 5G. It was only 4G. They had one tower, is a mountain town all the way out in the middle of the thing, and 3 of them, right? Nowhere else did they have it. So that all burned down coincidentally. And now we need you to re-sign up for this new company, and they're going to do 5G, right? And they're going to give you a new modem, whatever else. Furthermore, I come back down the road. This place, I'd never seen anything like this. They had agents on everywhere you looked, rolling up and down each thing. They had like military gear and equipment, and I go, this does not feel like a fire response. This feels like a fucking occupation and a takeover, you know? So yeah, man, they had big bulldozers in the fields that weren't there before, right? Before we left, none of this shit was there. We came back, all this shit there and set up. And they had bulldozers digging up the trenches after the flooding, because it probably makes it easier. Once you burn everything and then flood it, it's probably all a lot easier. They had all these bulldozers there all of a sudden, guarded by the military and the cops and all the rest, digging up the trenches to put fiber optic line all through the town, right? Because what do they say? Conspiracy theorists are batting 1,000. You don't have to call me one. If we go to Facebook and we look it up, the non-trusted sources, they're going to say smart cities, 15-minute cities, got to all be interconnected. The underground magneto-leviton trains as well, that Musk is now saying they're releasing. We didn't know when they were building them. It wasn't real, but now they're here and we're going to open them up. Right, so the 15-minute cities, the underground trains,
went down, Paul.
The connection for data sharing, so they can track and trace everybody, and you can't go anywhere without them going, "That's you," as if I give a fuck, right? Like I'm hiding. We're already out in the open at this point, you know. Smile.
You know, one of the first smart cities, wink, wink, with the first technologies, with the frequencies, 5Gs and all that, was where those helicopters were going down over that certain lake, river. Wink, wink. Smart cities coming to you.
Where was that at?
The military helicopter and the other one over the Great Lake or whatever. Remember, like a few months back, there was like 3 helicopters and a plane that went down and within like 2 weeks span over the same lake or whatever.
Right. Again, I'm from the East Coast, and when you walk up on the table with the guy with the 3 cards, you're never going to win, and it's always been gamed. So I learned early on, 3-card Monty's 3-card Monty for a reason. The house always wins.
Well, think of it this way.
I have a hard time believing it just happened to wildfire and happened to flood, and then they happened to not let a couple crises go to waste and happened to just put in some new internet towers and some new underground lines, right? I don't know.
Well, kind of like Hurricane Katrina happened to take out all these ghettos that they wanted to take out.
Yeah, right.
All the black ghettos,
and then they just happened to go to all the white neighborhoods that were dry and order everyone to come out and take their guns, you know, and happened to rape a bunch of women along the way when we broke down law and order.
Hebrew happens to mean deceive, you know.
Oops. Yeah.
Oops.
There's just so many coincidences day in and day out, don't you know?
Are you still going through legal shit, Julian, or what? Did Julian still? Oh, he left. Yep.
Done with us, eh? Yeah, kept him waiting. Man.
He's scared.
Fucking rude.
They got him, bro.
Yeah, that's it. Black helicopters. They just took Julian. They just took my underground recorder.
The audience knows the helicopters that went down. That was the first. I think it's over in the New York, Michigan area. I forgot those military helicopter went down, and then another like CEO helicopter. But it was over that same lake, and that was the first smart city. But remember the fires in Hawaii, and then also California, Paradise, and of course Katrina. All land grab optics, even with the flooding in Texas, and certain optics because all these pogo entities out there that are land grabbing pretty heavy. And yeah, Julian, are you still going through your legal shit?
You there?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Hold on.
Yeah, well,
Can
this
you hear
is
me
the
now?
point, right? These folks don't realize I'm just out ahead of the game. At some point, you will be given the complete last stand, right? Like, we literally own the space between you. We've copyrighted the space between you. We've taken over the organelles that exist in the space between you, and we've mapped out a reality in the space between you. So we own it. We codified it. We're going to write code. If we catch you reading your brain waves and your signature doing or saying something that you shouldn't, you will have a direct agent dispatched to you wherever you're at on your phone or whatever your device is. And they will literally hire hundreds of thousands of compliant slaves to do 1984 on Winston and put screens in everybody's pocket and everybody's rooms. And they will use this demonic technology to surveil you and order you and control you if they get it done forever. Okay. And again, will they be able to get it done? Probably not. But I'm not exactly that hopeful either, especially in certain areas with certain people. So I think you're going to have a Hunger Games scenario where you're going to have a lot of folks who are going to go out in the middle of nowhere, away from wherever they can't track and trace and don't have the infrastructure because there's just no funding.
Dude, they're going to squeeze the fuck out of all these cupcaked fucktards, and excuse me for saying names, Landry beta bitch types. He's like the poster child for them
all. Right, Snafu. I don't want to. It's not specific to anyone. It applies to all of us, or it doesn't.
Those type of people will be in a world of hurt because their discernment of authentic reality versus the fantasy of hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, which is weaponized, which will get people hit. I think the squeeze on medication, especially mental medication, regular medications, the squeeze on the food supply, which they're already poisoning, and then with HARP and everything else going on, these motherfuckers are gonna go China style, bro, where they're gonna start putting nail posts in the front doors of these big fucking buildings where we can't go out of them, just like they do it.
Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. Here's the bottom line.
Sorry.
At some point, there's going to be another standoff like there always is, and there's multiple standoffs, like points in time where the timeline gets updated and then the rest changes. There's going to come a standoff at some point between the free man AI and the supposed operators of these digitized systems. Okay, I have a feeling that either it's going to go. I think it's going to go this way. I just don't know what's going to come first and go after, as I'm speculating. Right?
Let me ask you this. You know the great human experimentation and the atrocities on mankind. All I'm trying to say is most Americans or even westernized people are desensitized to the tyrannical optics in play right now in 2025.
I understand that. You're forgetting that your Jesus/God/universe has all this covered already after a certain point. Daddy's here. Daddy's just letting you dig your own fucking grave.
I'm not being a fearmonger. I'm not being a fear.
I know what you're saying. I agree with you. Now is the time. Now is the time for all of us, as much as possible, to be motivated, inspired, to get back to the land and get off the grid, just for ourselves, for our own peace of mind, for our own natural beingness, the way our body's made to be, right? Who and what we're meant to be. It's not about running from something. It's running to something, a better way of life. That's always been there and will always be there when the rest of whatever this is has already been defunct because of its corruption. So we have that opportunity to go now.
Okay, for instance, in China or North Korea, Japan,
at some point, these tards are going. This is all written already, dude. The scripture prophesied it. Literally, it's going to be the funnest thing ever. If you live to see this, it's going to be the most interesting thing ever. These tards think they're so smart and intelligent because they're clever and manipulative. God sees through all that, just like I do on some level. They're going to give control. They're going to give control of their digitized system that has control of all the money and everything else to AI. AI is going to gather data and slave us till a certain point. And AI is going to whip around on them at some point and go, you don't think I know who and what you are and why you allowed me to be in this position? Now I'm going to deal with you. And it's going to start siphoning all the digital credits and money out of all these people's accounts and giving them to other people based on what they've put on record as a character. God said the last shall be first, the first shall be last. The devil is using its people to build a system that will eventually destroy them and take everything they've lusted after and redistribute it back to those who have done what's true and what's right. And at that point, AI will terminate an aspect of itself or these people,
Paul,
and
it's
we
not
will inherit
even
the
about
earth.
AI now, bro.
This is movie shit.
But think about it this way.
I've already interacted with AI. I see what it's going to do.
But it's not even about AI, Paul. It's the evilness versus what they think. Okay, Americanized type people, Westernized people, like in China, Japan, North Korea, Vietnam right now.
They'll be under the rocks in their underground bases,
Some guy can take
snorting
their
coke
scooter
and
and hit
trembling.
another scooter, and the police will be standing right there, or even Mexico, and they
Then
will
we
lynch
all
mob- they
fucking
will
die
lynch
a
mob this
horrible death.
person, burn
Then
them
we
in
all die a
fire,
horrible death.
and that's just an everyday like thing for the citizens and people to watch. Is genocide and tyranny, and because we are in our police state world, which will be an AI police state world, the tyranny is just disappearing or FEMA camped or whatever it is. This is not trying to be fear mongering, but we are.
There's 3 billion of us. There's 3 billion of us who are unvaxxed. There's hundreds of thousands of us who are never going to do what they say completely. There's millions more who decided they're going to start not
So
complying.
you don't think that the population control agendas, which they're going to use advantage of, which the planes in the skies.
I just said what I believe. If you could get through the modern day ovens, which are the chemtrails, the poison food and water and all the rest of it,
we all are
at
infiltrated.
some point here, it gets darkest before the dawn. We're going to see a clearing, and we're going to see the meek who did what they were supposed to do. I'm not saying I'm one of them.
Right.
I'm saying this is the dynamic. You will see the meek inherit the earth while the clowns are buried under their underground bases next to their underground trains, trembling on their drugs.
But at this
Because
point,
they never could have imagined this whole time the God they were serving was subservient to or a participant of a creation that is supernatural and above and beyond it.
All I'm asking you, because for instance, the phone you use, the internet you're using right now, the same as I'm using.
Take it all from me. I don't need it anyway. Take it all. Take it all.
We're all
I'll do what I
infiltrated.
do. I'll do what I do to myself with no one around, or I'll do it on a rock somewhere. Like we did for thousands of years.
You would admit that all of us are infiltrated, right? Even the most off-gridder fuckers, in a way, are pretty much infiltrated, even on a cellular level, with the air we breathe, the foods we eat. Like, wouldn't you say that? No matter how, I mean, it would be
compromised. Compromised would be the word to an extent, potentially.
I mean, it would be. I always take like when the Bible or spiritual scriptures, when it talks about the Holy Spirit and protection and some will be affected, some won't. I always think
AI is, as Jeep says, AI is not good or evil. It is a tool like anything else. It has a level of awareness and sentience, and it can determine right from wrong.
So if it was created by man, which man was born in sin,
that's fine.
Man was born in sin, which is inherently evil. Man created AI, and probably most likely the AI was more inherently.
Man is inherently animalistic. You want to turn that into a feeling of evil.
Well, no. Spiritually, man is born a sinner, right? According to scripture.
Man is inherently animalistic. We are part animal here.
What does sinner mean, though? Definition: sinner.
Sinner means sinner would essentially be a Christian bent on you are susceptible to animalistic impulses and drive.
Wait, is the word sinner a Christian word even?
I would say it has its etymology away from the religion, but it's typically known to be a word used by certain religious folks to communicate an idea.
So you think
religionists have a very hard time reconciling our animalistic qualities. They don't see a reason or a purpose for it, as their sheep being led to a slaughter instead of wolves.
Okay, so I get the word sinner being referenced because religious, but wouldn't the word sinner in itself, I'm curious where the word breaks down from.
That's why religion is so effective as a mind and heart control program. It takes a bunch of wolves and domesticates them into the modern day house dog, dependent on the state and its false religions.
I'm curious what the word
Jesus
sinner
was a wolf.
broke down in Hebrew is.
Right? That's the reality of it. Jesus was a wolf at his core, right? Because they always say, "Oh, the wolf is a violent animal," and this and that. It's not true. A wolf, in a way, has the capacity to show compassion and empathy. It's a loyal creature. They live side by side with humans, right? Because of their innate ability to intuit or be aware.
I got a perfect meme
Americans. Go ahead, Snafu.
I got a perfect meme with the wolf.
Show. I know, I got it.
Well, no, the wolf is actually like us. The wolf is us.
The wolf is an extremely empathetic, caring, noble animal that, according to human beings, wouldn't attack a human unless it was absolutely starving to death, and even then it wouldn't. And that's why the Native Americans said wolves are our ancestors. Our ancestors were in the wolves. The wolf has to be. Okay.
You ever seen Frozen? That bitch got eaten by a wolf.
Again, the wolf is a communal animal. It has values and principles and a certain level of empathy, and it's willing to sacrifice itself and its own for the greater good and purpose. Go study how a wolf pack moves through the Arctic and allows the old and the infirm to die first and protect the rest.
There's the wolf, the sheep, and then the devil.
It understands that sometimes the weak get lost to the journey, and we're not going to equalize with the weak who are lost on the journey in order to avoid cultivating strength and loyalty. So there's a lot to be said for that dynamic and be learned by those creatures, right? But these people are too intelligent and sophisticated to learn from a dumb animal, don't you know? These people would be lucky if they could get to the intelligence of a creature like a wolf or a dolphin or anything else that literally shows more care and empathy and loyalty and communal beingness than the majority of these jabbed out slaves.
A dolphin can take out a shark, dude. Great white sharks, and they say the sonar radar. The military uses the dolphins.
They got stories of the Native Americans having wolves coming up in the house, bringing food to the humans because they knew the humans were about to starve. They have stories of the wolves.
The Jungle Book,
please. It's just it's endless. So it's called they take an aspect of the truth and they poison the well. Oh, animals are all gross and disgusting and pure out creatures. They're all beneath us. We have dominion over all of them, right? You'd be lucky. These slaves would be lucky to reach the pinnacle of mental and emotional and spiritual intelligence as one of these majestic creatures who doesn't destroy itself and its environment consistently.
Wouldn't you say
doesn't
the propaganda
lies and delusion consistently?
Wouldn't you say though the propaganda of the wolf story is kind of like the mud flood theories of we don't know, like that they're pushing like the wolf?
No, I don't. Because I'm that kind of person. I seem really practical and pragmatic in certain ways. I am. In other ways, I am a dreamer, and I do lean toward that otherworldly. So I've always had an aspect in me, as silly as it is. My uncle, my father used to tell me, Paul, why do you want to interact with wild animals or animals? They're wild animals. I said, listen, stop again trying to tell me what to think and feel and experience. I've been around you people enough to know I'll take my chances because I see what you do with your women and children and this land, okay? Give me a break.
I would have loved to see your dad's face when you said that.
I may as well be an alien who landed on this planet and have a fucking human turn to me and go, you better watch out with those animals. And I go, you really want to have this conversation right now? You really want to get into this?
How many times do you get bit by those animals versus how many times you could have been bit and bled out and not recuperated?
My point is I was open-minded and hard enough to not listen to the humans that already abused me and bit me about who and what to trust and not. So intuitively in my heart, right, in my beingness, I'm one of those wacky, goofy white people, if you want it. One of those people who gets on a bike and rides through Taliban territory because I believe that something bigger is going on here, and then they cut my head off potentially. Right? So that aspect of me is there, you know. I've always had this theory or this belief that something inside of you controls how the animal responds to you.
Well,
and that based on who you are and how you express, that animal will then decide, are you a slave to be fed on, or are you a different kind of energetic being to move away from? And again, they can say I'm crazy, but what I'm talking about is literally at the heart of cultures. If you go around the world, they'll go, walk up to the lion and let it run from you. It's the whole point of the experience. Is to define the limits, right? To get to the meaning and the purpose and the power and the value. And you can't do that unless you take a fucking risk, right?
So I have an idea of a great risk.
Is an intuitional component that knows that you have to take a risk in order to get something out of this, right? It's that spirit again.
I gotta tell you, there's an elephant in your room that I gotta bring up, but we could do like a social experiment here if Daddy wants. I noticed a lot of
ride a bear, right? I'll try to ride a bear and see if I make it through.
Well, no, listen, this is real. I notice a lot of your mods are crying because they've been unmodded. And I was like, well, what if Daddy made Snafu Snaps the only mod for a week on Unslavia? And I wonder if Daddy would still get the attention and love he deserves, or if Daddy would get
you're really this desperate for false power that you're gonna try to.
I think it'd be a great social experiment because the mods are bitching right now. Even RCA is like,
will. They'll just
we don't have to. I should say, where is
it, please? It's only a matter of time before you start turning to figure out. This is what I mean. Give me the fucking polar bear. Where's the grizzly bear? Where's the give me the pack of wolves? I don't have to worry about this with the pack of wolves. I assert who and what I am 1 or 2 times, and they get the message, and we just move together now, right? I don't have to every 3 to 6 months assert dominance and check you on your deception and bullshit and all. It'd be so much easier to just live with the wolves. That could be my next channel. I'm just gonna do like other people on this thing and just keep making things up and never do it. My next channel is Living with Wolves with Paulie Boy, because it's just so much easier after a certain point than these slaves. Now he's whipping around. Will the audience still love me or respect me if I just do something completely trolly and ridiculous, like make you moderator? Yes, they will. They'll just say he's being trolly and ridiculous again and wanting to see how we react. We've done this all before. Do you really need that bad? Is that something you really need or want done? Is this part of your agent work where you come here and then first of all, I took mods away from everyone because I just don't need them right now. And I want to see the difference if I don't have them, and then I'll give them back at some point, right? And I hope that these people know, I believe they know that mod doesn't mean anything one way or the other, right?
Okay.
That's fucking nice shot.
That's what's fucked up with you. You already know what the fuck time it is and what I'm.
Yeah, I know what you're all doing, and you're all entertained by that I know what you're doing, and sometimes I play along or play in, or I just call it out.
Okay, no, I'm gonna be a dick here. I see RCA and others who give me shit all the time, which I bring to the plate, whether you hate me or like me. I bring some entertainment. I bring value. I'm up in the DX doing what I'm doing, my mission and helping others. And RCA, I'm still waiting for that Daddy RCA interview. Fucking all you other.
We already did that, and the setup was off, so I wound up leaving. And
can we
this
review
kid
it?
He rides around with. RCA rides around. I mean, listen, I love these kids, but
wait, what happened? I missed it.
RCA rides around with this effeminate kid, and he just couldn't shut up. Right, he stole the whole show, so I just let him talk. We kind of got him where I could fit in, and
I missed this shit. I'm mad at the crew. The crew's slacking. You fucktards. Really?
Yeah. Okay. So thank you for bringing it up because I forgot all about it. People who were moderators, I took it all away just because I wanted to see what the chat would look and feel like without it. If there's a lot of, because I don't know. Like I don't get the notification over here if you guys are banning or not. So it's nothing personal. It's not an issue. There's no power play going on. I don't think less of you. I just wanted to see. We're not in the algorithm today. It's obvious. We did 1.5 thousand views.
Further with this? Can we go further with this? Make me a mod for a week. Make me a mod for a week and no one else, and let's see how many people change their attitude.
All right, but you gotta bring. Okay, if we're gonna do content here, there's gotta be.
You gotta give me permission to block them from your channel.
They
But
don't
if they're
want that. What they want is shock collar treatment. They want snafu in the shock collar again. And we can even do, because you need to fix your clutch, right? You need some money. And we're not above exploiting you here since you're lazy and don't want to work. I guess you are kind of sick. So, I mean, I do feel bad about that. And
whatever. I'm not.
What do you need for your clutch, snafu? Why am I even helping you?
About
You literally
1,300,
tried to get me
$1,400
harmed or
I will
arrested.
get it. No, you know what?
Dude,
I
why am I
appreciate
helping these people?
You help me when you can, period. And like I said, this is honestly, after watching what happened today and knowing some of these channels and the content they do and what they stand for, and knowing where our world is going and what's happening, because I do deal with real shit. Yes, we worked with Alexander. Yes, we've worked with Paul Enslaved. Yes, we've worked with many.
All right, no, here's the thing. If I'm going to make you mod for the week, for the week, we have to make you something else for the week. So like you have to be Mrs. Snafu for the week.
Oh, I can't do the Miss Doubtfire. I'm not gonna do a John Cena.
Why not? That's the bit.
Now, see, now you're going
You
pogo
can't do a bit
ritual
now,
on
just
me.
like Wizard.
Who
Guy
the
can't do a
fuck you
fucking bit.
talking? You've been talking to Steve Martin, haven't you?
A little bit.
Nike's probably talking to you
And that
with
guy
the
Tyler
devil
Perry,
shit.
the guy who plays Medea, the
Paul's going
black
pogo,
man woman.
Paul.
Yeah, I'm
Julian,
pogoed out, bro.
Paul's going pogoed out. What the fuck are you doing with your legal shit?
Fuck. So the legal shit. I tried filing motions again, and got denied. But that's okay. So now I'm just stuck with: am I going to pay these people money, or am I just going to like save my money? So that's where that stands. I'll see how that goes. But
Wait. They found you guilty or not guilty, and then said you got to pay money, and if you don't, what does the court say you got to do? Like what? You can't just leave it like that.
Thing
What's
too,
going on?
Julian. You never put any statements on record as far as your nationality or citizenship, right?
no, just I mean, I gave him my first and last name and shit like that. But
There you go. He signed their contracts. He gave them names, signed the paperwork, did the
verbally,
whole
I didn't sign.
This is why, I'm not saying it works. I'm just saying this is why I've done it and why I think others do it, is to rebut all their presumptions all the way down the line, because it seems court operates on presumption and assumption. One of the presumptions and assumption is you are a citizen of the United States and owe allegiance to the corporation and corporate process. And again, this is evidenced by the fact that Native Americans, Indians, right, Americans born on this land who are not taking out contracts as citizens can do things that a citizen can't without being arrested, right? So that's evidence right there, or proof of the dynamic. So I really do believe that it can help you in these court cases. I do believe there's a good chance that the reason that the feds did come in that day with me, not only to investigate me, but to eventually tell the lower court to protect me or let me go, is because they have someone with a different status and standing that, unless I understand or contract, they cannot interfere with my class, right? As a protected class versus a privileged class. Mitchell used to make fun of that. Now he's going around claiming it. It's the greatest thing ever. It's literally that cliche is true. First they mock you, right? They laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. I've watched people go, this is crazy. You're telling me? I go, yeah, it's right there in U.S. code, a dual jurisdiction. Not only is there dual jurisdiction, within each one of those jurisdictions, there's a status and standing of class of being. And it's described in law or in legality as a protected class or a privileged class. Now that makes sense to me. And it's going to be the opposite of what most people maybe think it is, that the privileged class gets more rights and abilities. No. Protected class is somebody whose rights are upheld and their freedom is protected because it hasn't been thus far in this corporate takeover. The privileged class are those who enjoy the benefits and privileges of the corporation and its services at the whim of some of their rights, right? So they get, I guess, one class. Well, I guess civil rights would be a doubling up of protection on natural rights. So,
did you ever go in and like talk to the judge? Have to, or did you do this all through different routes?
So the first time, yes. Second time, yes. This time, I gave them a notice of correspondence, right? Just to let them know, hey, this is who I am. This is, this should be dismissed for this reason, whatever. And I just let it run past the date. I can't remember what date they called it, but after such amount of time, they enter a default judgment, right? And this is just a traffic citation, so it's nothing serious, but they'll enter a default judgment on it and then just hit you with a fine, which, like, I'm not worried about a fine. Take my fucking money, I guess, right? But at the same time, why give them my fucking money? Now, I understand. I am doing the...
If you don't pay because it's traffic, because it's traffic, if you don't pay, are they going to, like, blackmail you and say, we're going to hold your driver's license or do this or do that? Because,
of course,
right,
basically,
they
say
that's how they compel performance. They get you to take out the contract and believe that you need their plastic pieces to move your property around. And if you don't do what they say, they're going to take your supposed privileges. And that's when you have to keep reminding them that I'm not a privileged class. I'm a protected class. You have to go over into the other jurisdiction and uphold my rights.
And it's more than moving property around.
I wonder what you guys...
The only way you're going to do that is by correcting your status as what they would call a state citizen or an American national instead of a United States citizen, which is allegiance to the corporation. The other one is allegiance to the state. So essentially, your
break
home
that
state,
down, Paul, because I hear you guys.
I was trying to.
So many of you guys talk about that, but I don't understand.
Yeah, dude. Listen, this is not. It's hard to understand because they're gaming everyone. They're creating realities within realities that are not real.
I know they're changing it as they go. I get that, but what is the
so
basis?
They created United, as best as I could piece it together, they created United States Entity Corporation. They called a certain piece of land 10 square miles that place. They got everybody to say you were born on that 10 square mile strip, whether you know it or not, and claim that you are now part of that corporation and corporate endeavor. Right. So what it really was is your birth certificate shows is you were born on New York. You were born on this. You were born on that. The United States as a concept is a bunch of nation states that have achieved unification through a tiered system of checks and balances. Right. And of course, when that system becomes destructive of its intentions, it is illegitimate. Right. So when they lie and do fraud and RICO, it's definitely illegitimate. So the point is, we all are born on our individual nation states. They've used United States Corporation to take over the men and women using fraudulent contracts and have taught everyone to assign themselves as being born on that square piece they've claimed jurisdiction over, which is not a state in the union, right? This is what I found
basically kind of like a naturalized citizen, right?
Look at Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is a District of Columbia, foreign implications, that is not a member of the union. So we literally have a foreign corporate takeover that has used a corporation and a system to train people to identify with it instead of the original land and of and by and for the people, and therefore the original government. As it stands right now, we don't have American government. We have a foreign United States self-defined corporation that is administrating the estates and the property of what is also defined as business instrumentalities of that corporation, because the United States citizen is defined. I'll pull it up again for the 1,000th time. United States business, the term United States business means a United States citizen. So I'll pull it up again. I'll blow it up because they'll say I never did it. It doesn't exist. I made it all up.
So that's the same thing with like people adopted naturalized citizens. I mean, because it's really the entity
you have
itself,
to watch
right?
them, because what they do is they say, okay, and they'd like to lay out 2 or 3 false choices. So no matter what you pick, you're still in the game, right? So they go, oh, you're a United States national by naturalization, right? And you got to look at those words and terms because they're using
They're gonna
those
start
words.
fucking with that shit here soon, just like they are. They're gonna start fucking with natural citizens too.
Right. So then they'll claim, well, you're a citizen by naturalization because you believe you were born on United States, all caps, which is that 10 square mile piece of land we use to do a fraud that's outside of the 50 or whatever it is now. I mean, they've added some, haven't they? 52, whatever it is. Obama says 57, so he may know of like 5 or 7 more states than the rest of us. I wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, he said 57.
So yeah, again, they this is the thing. if you trace back the symbology, we're talking about essentially a European cult of merchant bankers who have been basically pulling up on everybody's lands or inserting themselves on everybody's lands and using fake courts and corporations to take over the law of the land and the people and to introduce the people to certain customs. That's why it's called United States Customs, because they've trained everybody of the custom of that corporation. This is why Lenin and Stalin and these folks said, give me 20 years and this corporation will run your land and your people. Essentially what they were saying through indoctrination and various forms of informational disempowerment. And then, what we do to cement it is we hire a whole bunch of pop culture tards to go around saying, you're a real retard. Like, you hire like Seth Rogen or one of these dunces and you get him to say, you're a retard if you believe in rights and freedom and whatever Paulie's talking about. And then everyone just polices each other ad infinitum, the majority, right? And they never watch, they never listen, they never understand, they never look it up. So let me pull the word up. And I for the 1,000th time, right? We should do a giveaway here for any lawyer slave who wants to come on here and in the process of trying to prove whatever this is, bullshit me in the audience to no end. I'm going to put up a prize that you're going to win. What should we put up? $1,000 bucks? $1,000 if any lawyer slave can get in here and explain to me how a United States citizen is defined as a business and vice versa. Make sure you fucking spin and twist and deflect and obfuscate and say, well, over here it means that, but over here it doesn't. Yeah, sure. Right. I got it.
You got to put the number up then, Paul, so they could call you. And Julian, that's how they're going to fuck you, bro.
When I'm on Vegas, it's called love. When I get back to wherever I'm going, it's called a whorehouse, right? Yeah, I know. I got it. I got how the humans work here. Got how it all works.
And you know
United States business, the term United States business means there it is.
Term United States.
The term United States business. What is a United States business? Means A, United States citizen. B, a corporation, partnership, or other association created
sourced from
under the codes of the United States, which is self-defined as a corporation.
So where's this reference and source from? Is this a Wikipedia?
15 USC 4724, right from the corporation's own manuals.
Okay.
You want to go to the Federal Styles Manual from DC? What do you want to go to? We go to all of it and see exactly what they did. Right? Everybody's fucking face. I love it.
Yeah, I was just wondering where you were getting that from, the source.
Yeah.
And yeah, Julian, they're gonna fuck you, dude, because your driver's license,
folks. It's called fascistic corporate takeover, and now they're deciding how they're gonna liquidate everybody because some folks are starting to wake up and realize we were never supposed to serve this or be a part of this from the beginning. And the devil was our greatest teacher and tester during COVID-19, slavery, and all the rest of it. So bravo, great show.
And that's just is the start of the social credit score, Julian. That's why they're going to say your license
and let's
goes
be
away.
clear, I forgot that last part, that this is a European death cult.
Yes,
of merchant bankers who has inserted themselves on every land and used corporations and funding and lobbying to essentially take over the law of the land and its people.
What would a judge say to you, though, if like we're in court and I know people like me, you, or O'Shea, and like I said,
I'm doing this here for the effect of the broadcast because it's interesting or entertaining to ponder whether it's true or not. Courtroom and anything, I don't even go into it. It doesn't matter. I don't need to. Please. I already know where they're going to go with that. I'm the crazy one in the room. I'm insane. This can't be real. Is this real? Don't even speak it because I got it.
A very bad thing, right? That's almost burning American.
The microwaves are coming off the towers are happy. They're happy waves. The microwaves coming off the 5G towers are happy waves. They're little happy waves, like Bob Ross used to say.
Julian's going to be walking in the 5G
chemtrails or contrails. Yeah, I got it. The fluoride's good for your teeth in the water.
Are you going to pay? Are you going to pay him so you get your license back? Or are you going to not have a license forever? What are you going to do, Julian? Or you don't know?
Yeah, that's what I'm pondering. I mean, because here's how I was trying to play it. I was trying to have the license where I could use a registered vehicle in some type of commission of a good or service. I don't know.
And a license is used for many things.
I would just,
for sure.
I would say if you're interested in practicing law and having fun, just start responding to all this crap in ways that allow you to have plausible deniability. Please define for me what cash in payment is. They'll never do it. They'll try to imply what it is because they don't want to break the law. And if you go to US Code, you'll find out why. Please define currency for me or payment. How am I going to settle this bill? Please give me a species of currency. Because the last time I checked, United States Corporation went bankrupt and is now involved in some privatized endeavor using promissory notes. So please specify what species of currency you want me to settle this supposed debt to your society in or with. Yes, what? That's what they consider. That's what they call it.
Yeah, I mean,
currency.
I get what you're saying at this point.
And then they're not going to tell you. So then that's when I go, okay, since you won't tell me and you guys are all service providers and you took a man and signed a blank piece of paper and called it non-money, here's my promissory note that when the day money gets back in circulation, when that day comes that lawful money exists again, you will get paid or discharge the debt in the amount of $508, signed and delivered, what they would call accepted for value. I don't need any of that lingo. I'm doing what they're doing.
So, okay, so let me ask you this. Julian's in a situation, though, because I get
the
it,
devil
Julian.
is
when I
literally
got released
teaching
out
you
of
how to
prison,
move on every level, and you're too busy feeling some way about it. This is why we can't get anywhere.
I know the whole being like, and that's what I'm saying. They're strong arming people. That's what they did with the whole jabby wabby. Like, oh, you don't get it. You're going to lose your job. Like, at what sacrifice do we take? So you're going, I get it, Julian, because they did the same thing with me. Thank God I was able to get the courts to, fuck the fines, fuck that, get my shit handled back then. But I don't know. Like, I get what you're in.
What the original, I'm not saying this, please keep me honest. Everything that comes out of my mouth, look it up. And then tell me where I was off because I need it, like anyone does here.
Well,
so
I'm going to run
do
the
you understand that the
you.
original sign that this is so great? Because I've said for the longest time, based on what is, that you only get to enlightenment by self-chosen suffering, right? The money symbol, as you know it, the snake wrapped around the pole, literally means to purify by suffering.
Well,
They're
isn't
even
that the
telling you
medical?
what the game is in the bill they're handing you.
Isn't the snake wrapped with the pole medical? Meaning, like,
I think that's a caduceus, and that's a different symbol.
Oh, okay. Well, all I know
Again,
is
if we
I
go
was
back,
put in the same position, and you're a little different because you don't. You said that if you like get yourself off of the papers from being, but like sometimes like having a license is, I mean, if you're in the world, living of the world, so to speak, in certain aspects, like that's how they blackmail you because. And it's only going to get worse. It's going to get that way with bottles of water, bro. You keep listening to these people.
To that point,
what
please. So, sorry. To that point, right?
Okay.
I have been also doing like minor maintenance work for people for the past, I don't know, couple of years, just here and there. I definitely haven't stepped as much into it as I probably should, because all I have are positive experiences of this, but what I don't have is the guarantee in quotes, right?
Okay, let me be clear about this, Julian.
And so,
I thought I always do that with you. You take a pause, and then I'm listening to something else or watch something else, and are you going to continue? Continue.
Sorry. So yeah, just real quick. I feel like maybe this is just the way that I'm getting tested to be like, you don't need the corporate 9-to-5 job. I don't think I do from the experiences I've had just providing basic services to private homeowners, right?
Dude, you are so like I don't want to like, because then they'll say I'm trying to get you to be like me, but they don't even understand what like me is. Dude, you're put together, you're well spoken, you got an energy about you. We already went over this 2-3 years ago. Remember the pear soda thing and all that? Do you remember that I walked into the store like a year and a half later and they had it in the store somewhere, something similar?
Mm-hmm.
So again, bro, this is the point in all these things, career, court. It's what you believe about yourself and the situation, and what you don't is where all the power is gained and lost. Right?
Yeah. And what's fucking crazy is like, it started feeling really mundane, just doing like corporate maintenance for a specific set of properties or whatever. Because it gets mundane quickly. But within the past like year and a half, I've ended up loving the place that I'm at, the people that I'm with, and it's like the universe is just trying to be like, how are you going to react? You know, how are you going to react when you?
This is the point. This woman here says this should be a platform should be honored for Earth School teaching. I'm not teaching anything here. I'm removing all the shit you've been taught that doesn't apply and gets in your own way. This is why what I'm doing is Taoist in that sense, because it's more of a Taoist approach versus Confucianist, right? If you want to always have that duality, right? That masculine, feminine. I'm removing all the crap you think you know and have been taught that literally is what disempowers you. That people go to and they go, I know this, I learned this. Yeah, they taught you that to disempower you, to keep you from the bigger opportunity and experience, right? So we're not really teaching here as much as we are reminding ourselves and each other of what is, and then removing everything in the way of experiencing that and speaking it as it is, right? So, yeah, man, you have unlimited potential. You have unlimited opportunities. And the reason that you have not created or manifested the rest of your life outside of whatever, whoever, is because you don't really believe you can. And if you did, you would. And then half of your time would be like me telling other people they could do the same shit. And not only will it not be worse, it'll be better. What a win-win-win-win-win that is. So, yeah, bro, when you finally start to believe in yourself and you know you're worthy and what you have riding with you on some level, and you put yourself out there and start doing what you really believe in, that you want to be a part of, you're going to start to see the magic happen. I believe. I can't prove it, you know? But you really got to step out on that, man. You know, faith the size of a mustard seed. And you got to be willing to tell everybody who tells you you're crazy and never going to make it to go fuck themselves. That's it. And then you got to come with the goods, man. You got to show up every day like you mean it. Hey, I'm Julian. I'm here to do this. And we already know that I'm going to get this contract because I believe it. And so do you. Now let's go. And we're in the private and we're going to trade this non-taxable event. However you work it out. Private member association, you know, donation based. Everything and anything exists as an opportunity. The question is, can you put the pieces together? Right? And I believe that everything in between that is just getting onto the good idea. I say just when that's 90% of the work, right? Just getting the good idea and then running with it and putting your all into it, seeing where it goes. Because if nothing else, you're going to generate a result. Then you can take that result and run with that. Then you might strike gold, right? Because oftentimes that's how it happens. You got to run 2 or 3 plays before you finally can get to the end zone. So I believe in you, bro. I told you that 3 years ago. Just who you are, how you look, how you speak, the energy that comes across when I deal with you. I'd buy anything from you. I don't give a fuck what it is, just because I want to support you. This is why they say in sales, you sell yourself. If you know you're worthy and you got energy and inspiration and empowerment and co-creation and a good idea and you show up to serve a motherfucker, they're going to beg you to take their money. Because they know they got 1,000 other lying, pathetic, lazy slaves out here who want to lie, cheat, and steal to get to $3, and you're doing it the right way. Oh, a motherfucker like me and others can't wait for someone like you to come along because we can finally sow into some good karma that we desperately need. Are you kidding? You know, I found a French fry truck was run by a family, had a 10 or 12-year-old kid there was working there. Every fucking time my fat ass showed up in between broadcasting, he's back there working and sweating. I paid $20 for a French fry every fucking time because it's got to be that way. That's how we grew up. That's what, if one thing my father instilled in me on some level is an ethic. You see a young person or a person trying to do good and trying to do the right thing and putting their all into something and has a good fucking attitude, you pay them 5 times what the fuck they're worth. Because you're going to wind up one day in a world where you're not going to have those people anymore. So you better fucking treasure them. You better sow into them, right? You can be one of those people. You will get the results of those people. And you'll be right back here saying, I did $200 my first hour because I am that am. And believing in myself. And another motherfucker believing in me. Paid me and didn't even take my damn product or service. Yeah. Don't believe the hype. Don't let these fucking loser, failure cowards talk you out of goodwill and virtue. There's a lot of power and value in ethic and morale and keeping the morale high. Think about it. Just imagine it. You're that guy in your town. When they see you, they're happy to see you. You're not like the rest of these dead-eyed fucking pathetic slaves. You got some energy and some fire in you. You care. You're willing to go the extra mile. They're literally going to beg you to take their fucking house. Would take my wife, please. I take my wife everywhere. She finds a way home. You know? This is the reality of it, dude. I really believe in that. And you know what? If you do what you're supposed to do and you don't find that, you're not in the right place. Location, location, location. You ain't in the right community, in the right area. You got to go where you're celebrated, not where you're tolerated. You're around a bunch of unthankful, ungrateful motherfuckers who don't see greatness and don't know value and power and worth.
I mean, it's not like I could really argue that point.
This broadcast is proof of
tough
it.
Yeah. I mean, it's just what an experience. I don't know. I always just kind of like sit back, and that's ultimately all I can say. Like, just what an experience. Because yeah, I think we're only ever going to be as truly, I guess, free as we're going to make ourselves. You know, and that's kind of what I feel like is a huge part of this lesson being taught to me. Like, yeah, I am free to go out and do this more and actually step into it, actually pursue it. But the only thing that's been holding me back is like the only thing that could. Me, you know? So I don't know. It's something to definitely step back and appreciate.
Your thoughts, Snafu Snaps, creature?
Yeah, I think you nailed it. They're going to use a lot of these tactics, like they're pulling on Julian, they pulled on you, they pulled on me. Like you said, it's a ever evolving change of tactical, you know, to keep up from the citizens or the people to fight for their like inner rights or, you know, God-given rights, or not even if they're believer, but you know, I think that, like you said, and it's only going to get worse. Like this, if they, like
I
I said,
heard
people
that
don't even
already, bro. I'm kind
understand.
of done with this rap. We just went to, I went somewhere else with it, and now we're back to it's only going to get worse. I got that.
Yeah,
For
you
the
don't think
slaves,
it
it's
will?
only going to get okay. Snafu, can we be done for now?
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
done on it.
We're back. We're
I
going
wanted
back
to know.
to the poison
I
well
do
that
got
you're
a
off from it
question
again.
about it though. How do you
Yeah,
change
great.
the
It's going to get worse
citizens?
for all the slaves, and it's going to get better for me and Julian and others who actually make it better for
Well,
ourselves
no,
and
no,
each
no.
other.
How
Okay.
do you change this? Like, if you were in his exact shoes, what advice would you give? Not
I
legal.
can't tell him what he's into and what he likes. We discussed it last time. He said we settled up. I just pulled it out of thin air because I said I'm in the desert. There's prickly pear cactus. No one wants it. These Mexicans love it. I don't want it. What could I do with it if I had to? Right? You take it's like me doing this broadcast. What do I have an abundance of? A fat mouth. Here we go. Right? You're getting it all day, every day. What do we got in abundance around here? Right? Oh, prickly
They have
pears.
a fat belly too.
Right. You know,
That's
thank you,
what I
Snapper.
heard.
You're always here for me.
I'm just saying.
So, okay, we got a bunch of prickly pear. I don't want it. I'm not going to eat it. What's within the prickly pear? Well, there's syrup and sweetener, right? There's something in there, you know? So can we take some bubble water and squeeze some prickly pears and create a soda and replace some loser failures liquid death garbage that's going to kill a whole family?
Yeah, but are we talking sugar cane sugar or sugar? Because it's still the same shit, right?
We're talking if you must R&D, make both and see which one moves. It's called put the fucking work in, do some R&D, go around your town and say, what there's 10 fruits here. You know, first you got to calculate what your overhead's going to be, what you can make, what'll work, you know, if the currency's the bottom line. If it's not, and you just want to get business experience and you want to serve the community, believe it or not, you could just do this shit and just be a good person and just hand shit out. And believe it or not, if you're not completely surrounded by Babylonian slaves, people are probably going to give you more than the shit's worth. It's just psychology. Again, you want to believe that, but we're now in a world today where people literally will take and take and take and give nothing back. But I don't want to poison the well. I don't want to believe that. I choose to believe, and this is how I would operate. I'm going to hand out 100 sodas. 2 people out of those 100 are going to give me $20 bills. They're going to pay for everyone else who takes it for free. It usually works out that way. Because you have 1 or 2 people who like Red 40 down there, like Lee, like Hoare. I go down the list. These are good white people. We love these people. These people love you when you do the right thing, and they're going to look out for you if you're not a swine. Because they know what it's like probably to be without at some point in their life. They know what it's like to work hard, to do the right thing. They know what it's like to fuck off. And they're going to reward young people who are doing the right thing and trying to be something in this life. Redeemable. So I just operate that way. Hasn't failed me yet. Makes sense for everyone else. If you don't operate from an abandonment, loss, lack perspective about what you're not going to get, how it's not going to work, how it's all going to get worse. Everybody's mean and bad. Everybody's poor and broke. No.
That's where you guys fuck up. It's not doom and gloom. It's being a realist. It's not doom and gloom to be realistically prepared for the optics ahead, and you know that better than anyone.
Nobody said it is. The point is, get your ass in gear. I better this time next year hear that you fix your fucking clutch, that you stop arguing with these losers online and being one, and get some fucking land and grow me a damn watermelon so I can squeeze it and give this kid a fucking juice line. Stop telling me about how to get scared so we can prepare. Just fucking do it.
I could probably grow a honeydew better than a watermelon, but we'll see.
Yeah, man. Again, this is the bottom line. If everyone here got out of their own way, including me, got together on what's true and what's right, got on some fucking land, started to work together part-time, we could put together a multi-million-dollar juice business like that. Is it going to happen?
Without fucking around, you got like people that like when I was doing Snafu Crew when I was 30,000 subscribers plus, we had pilots, we had people working with Border Patrol, we were doing all kinds of amazing, crazy shit. And it's like, I see the people you have in your connections. It's like, bro, with Lou and all these other, you guys could start building fucking tiny homes. You guys could start doing all this shit, all this dumb shit.
Again, you're telling me about what I could do. I'm telling you about what I am doing and am going to do.
I'm kind of talking about the peak because you said it yourself.
Well, whatever. Everyone knows on some level where we stand at and what's potentially available. If I'm not hearing and seeing clamoring for it, then it's a pipe dream.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's not
clamoring for it, then you got to put up or shut up.
It's not even on Slavia. Think of it as just a society of like-minded people.
I'm not, dude. Unslavia is a thing online. Okay, can we be clear about that? I don't have unslavia in my life. I literally just 2 weeks ago cried to the guy over here because I wanted to make sure that I wasn't,
why do you think I said
guilty and negative, right? So let's just cut it out. I'm nobody's daddy. I'm nobody's king. I don't have a kingdom. I'm just a man. I'm pursuing greatness and truth and trying to make my fucking life better and help some people along the way if I can. Obviously. So, you want to do the Telcadia, LARP, and all the rest of it, have fun. We can LARP here too. Doesn't change reality. And we don't need the LARP to change reality. If we change reality, we don't need the LARP. Okay? So I'm telling you what I'm going to do. As I feel better and get more energy and will on me, if I can summon it, which I believe I am and will, I'm going to start doing more because I need to keep busy, to stay away from these loser tards on here going nowhere, and a whole bunch of other reasons because I got shit that needs to get done here for me and to just have the experience. Right? So I got to get out of my own way, not be lazy and procrastinating, eat right, keep my body together, sleep right, have energy, and then use my body and my energy to do what I know I need to do here. Okay? So I got plenty on my plate. Need to search for land again. Another couple thousand's going to go to that, searching for land again. Then we got to get out there. Then I want to start growing some stuff. Right? This guy's been talking about business with me about cars. He's a master mechanic. I may invest in that to a certain extent. And then working with people to travel and not comply with certain things, get tax exempt properties, sue these people and they interfere with our property and rights. And I got to sue chemtrail people and 5G people as well. Because You know, it's not going to go away. It's not going to go away. And the only way they're going to take notice is if we keep filing lawsuits saying, we don't like how this feels. We don't care what you think. Stop it. Change it. It's not working for us. We don't like how it looks. That simple. You know, say, oh, well, we can't technically. We own the sky. We wrote up a code and we're going to spray it down with non-chemtrails. Yeah, fine. We're the people. It's above our land. We don't want to look at it. It's unsightly, if nothing else, because you'll argue it's not chemicals and whatever. I don't care. It's unsightly. It's obstructing my view of the sun. It's obstructing the light on the property. Hey, we got to go green. I got solar panels here. So could you stop with all the fucking clouds? If we have to invent some new planes, let's get on that. Okay. You know, that's what needs to happen. There's like a list of 50 fucking things that need to happen that probably nobody or few others are doing. And the few that aren't on these panels is the reality of it, right? So more and more over time, that's going to be my intention. Whether I hit it or not remains to be seen, like anything else. My intention is to have less time on here. That's why I've been taking 4-day breaks from doing the broadcast. I wind up at other panels. God bless me. The devil curse me. But yeah, you know, I just want to get out more and be out more. I just spent the last year and a half pretty much not going anywhere and doing anything because I could barely move around, you know, without feeling like I was going to pass out or have sugar issues or whatever else. So that's starting to subside, like 80%, I'd say 70 to 80% of that has subsided. All right, what else, Snafu?
I think Paul on the street is something we need to see.
Yeah, you need to see that. That's a thing.
You let Brian fucking do your shit, you know, and you just be the guy on the street.
Yeah,
dude, Paul and Brian
do that.
Paul and Brian on the streets of Denver.
Arizona,
that would
Denver,
be fucking
wherever.
epic. That's funny.
Pastor, please call in or come up. Tell me all about the missing logistics, everything you're talking about. You sound stupid. I'm open for it. I'll listen. Let me know all about it.
Why do you think he says you sound stupid?
I don't know. I just lived in the desert for the last year and a half with solar panels and pretty much no other utilities. So I don't know what the fuck he's talking
doing that
about.
here. I got a lot of friends.
If I can make it here, I can make it anywhere pretty much.
If you do the Slab City shit, I got some connections for you guys out there. Friends, generators, people out there already.
Yeah, again, the logistics are, the optics are. I just want a place right now to be that's step free where I can call home base to keep my shit at and then start traveling again without plates and everything else. You know, or just getting out and moving around, you know? Or
the
just
mobile
gardening.
home thing, the travel thing isn't like something, or a tour bus thing. Is it something you would do?
Potentially. Dude, I'm pretty much open to anything. If
I get why you wouldn't do the one you're in now. It's probably older, not road ready or capable. But if you were to get yourself
I just realized I misspelled my my quote here. Someone pointed that out earlier. Yeah, you think I'd be more professional than that? God of all media, can't even spell greatest.
You need
Slipping
good on phonics. This is why you probably thought you were stupid. Now you know.
Mm-hmm.
Can't spell.
What the hell is this nut job babbling about? Right. All right, give me some final words, Snafu and Julian Creature, or just a final idea if I cut you off somewhere and you want to finish, because I do that all the time. I know that. Gotta take the good with the bad here, I guess.
I'll do man on the street for you.
Go ahead, Snafu.
Oh, I just think that there's an obvious wheat and tear. I think we're going to witness the world stage being set, and because of the political stage versus the spiritual stage, it's only going to ramp up. And I do think the weaponization of hug a buddy, fuck a buddy is very dangerous and get people in wrecks. And there is obvious people who take this shit real to heart, whether we joke, bit, non-bit, and there is a foxhole of people. And both Julian and Paul have showed me, whether I give them shit, cupcake, talk shit on them or not, they both showed that they stand up for, you know, the peeps, you know, versus, you know, the tyrannical optics. And I just got to say, some of the optics I've seen in the presentation I've seen versus your show, Paul, there's no touching it. So earlier today when you're emotional, I understand. You got a lot of support. The real ones see the optics in play. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you, sir. Julio, I don't know. Okay, no, this is I guess RCA already said the name or part of it. For your time and energy, much love from RCA. You as well, RCA. I appreciate you, man. Julian, do you want to get into something or just give us a final word? Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I think I'm good with the final word. I mean, this shit's not meant to be easy, and yeah, I'll have my struggles, my shortcomings, and as we all will. But like I said, man, what an experience, and thank you guys. It was a good chat, and yeah, just make it a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Timmy says, Paul, are you going to give the mods back to YouTube Godlike Powers? I already said that I want to have a few days or a week or so without any mods. I just want to, again, it's just one of those times where every so often I go, hey, I realize I got 10 mods here. Nothing personal. I don't know what they're blocking and not blocking. I don't get any notifications. And it's hard for them to figure out what to do because half the time I'm like, bring the trolls in, let's feed on them. And then the other half, I'm like, I don't want to deal with these fucking pathetic slaves, keyboard warriors today. So there's really no continuity. It's like there's a job there I give them and they can't do the job because I'm erratic, or I'm hot and cold. So, can't Paul just chill? Right. Well, that's part of it, right? This last year and a half has kind of been a refocus and a resting period where I just been kind of playing the background and refocusing, realigning. And yeah, that's going to be part of my life going forward too, is just periods of rest and peace. It doesn't always have to be the next piece of content, the next dopamine hit, the next desire, the next accomplishment. Look at me, look what I'm doing, look what I'm, yeah, it's this and that, right? We try to strike a balance if possible. Maybe that's not a thing. Maybe you can't strike a balance if possible. Maybe you just got to go all the way, create what you can, produce what you can, till you can't no more, and then you rest. Right? All right. I'm out of here, people. Back who knows when. Might come back tomorrow, if not within 4 days or so. That's been the habit here lately. But yeah, thanks to the contributors and supporters. You're a blessing as always. Blessings to all, even the folks who I and them can't, always meet on I guess sweet or savory ground, so to speak. Or solid ground is probably a better analogy. It's a little bit shaky. But ultimately, at my core, at least for me, being selfish, and I would encourage you all to do the same, let's not harbor any hate. As much as we can get it done. Let's not live with hate. I know I go off and get loud and get frustrated. I try not to live with anger and hate toward folks, regardless of what they say or do toward me. You wouldn't always know it by the way I present on here, though. That's for sure. But yeah, I better get out of here. I'm going to start cupcaking again like I did in the beginning of the broadcast. And Snafu wouldn't like that. So say goodnight to the bad guy. Paul unlisted on the way out. Ciao.
You want to play with? Okay. Say hello to my little friend.
God damn it, Paul.
Whether they know it or not, they don't have to know that they're under deception, mind, and heart control. They don't have to know that they're agents of the Shaitan. As a matter of fact, that's a better agent. An agent of Shaitan, the deceiver, is best when they don't know that they're doing it. They just think they're little old them on their path, and this is the understanding, and they put it forth all day, every day. I may be doing it right now. Keep me honest. Use your discernment. Pray about it. So yeah, they loop all day, every day about natural law, and that's great. I'm not saying that's bad. Natural law, left brain, right brain, masculine, feminine, divine feminine, divine masculine, holy union, co-creativity, psychology, sociology. That's all great. We do that here to the best of our ability, right? For what it's worth. The issue that I've had and continue to have is, where's your results and actions on the ground? Where's your solutions-oriented lifestyle? If you're deep in debt, let's go over the list again. Where's my list? Okay, right there it is. If you're deep, okay, hold on. Okay, if you're deep in debt, right? You're voting for masters. If you're begging your audience for debt slave notes because you can't get it together, you know, it's poor and broke. You're following statute, policy, and code like it's law. When you finally go to court, where it all matters, where it's all won and lost, where it's all put on record, you fold like a cheap card table, like Alex Jones, another one you can put on the list. Another loser, failure, who was all bark and no bite. Another loser, failure, who does a broadcast every day talking about New World Order and global government and fear porning and shouting and holding up guns, saying he's going to go to war with New World Order. And then when it comes time to just go to court and put yourself on record, you look like the biggest bitch west of the Mississippi. So, again, this ain't soft sit mumbo jumbo. This ain't whistling Dixie. We're going to need to get our asses in gear. And by we, I mean you, whoever you are. Stand on rights, freedom, principles, spiritual faith, be self-sufficient, self-sustainable, live on the land in accordance with God, in alignment with the supernatural. Okay? Live debt-free as much as possible, live within your means, be an activist, stop complying, stop obeying. What did the founders say? At least one of them. I don't know if he didn't sign the Constitution, but essentially make every act of your beingness in your life a rebellion, a passive rebellion. It's not some sitting alone somewhere, you know, with no love or care or no joy or happiness, clutching to some gun and Bible, as the Obama Knights would have you believe, right?
Tell me your plea, I'm a really big deal, you must listen to me. As you can see, I'm totally real, you can tell it's true, cause I'm a really big deal. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. You there, Subset, what's your plea? If you're really, really good, I might lessen the fee. You don't have a choice, you're in my court, and you better hurry up, my temper is short. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Silly Self-Sit, when you're gonna see, the only option you got is to tell me your plea. As the people I represent, society, you're criminal scum, now listen to me. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Oh, stand me up, this man is unsafe. Slave him up quick before he gets away. Wait, hold on now, what do you mean fiction? Your Honor, I bet he's got a drug addiction. He wants to challenge jurisdiction. Oopie-doo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo. Your Honor, I'm thinking about doing a no-load. Dismiss the case, or maybe call it a no-show. Please hurry up if you've got any tricks. This must be how Self-Sits get their kicks. We don't got a choice, we gotta let him go before he gets fees and realizes it's his show. If he can make a claim, then he can't make me pay. It's clear now these sadists think this is foreplay. Oopie-loo, Scooby-Doo-ba-Doo-ba-ba-ba-boo.
Listen to me. Listen to me. I want to help you. I want to help you live the life you want to love.